enter provision. Mrs. Kúnráyọ̀ Ọbáyẹmí. Kí lorúkọ àǹtí yẹn? Kí lorúkọ yín àǹtí? Alima Tariyo. So Alima Tariyo, okay. Adelegan Ọlábísí. Alima Tariyo, Adelegan Ọlábísí. Bọ́láńlé Pópóọlá. Bíntù Owóyọmí. Ibrahim Bọ́lájí. Ó ti tán.
Orúkọ mi ni Ọpẹ́yẹmí Elúfisàn. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa Ògúnwùsì Ẹnìtàn. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Yèyé Olúfimọ Amosu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Princess Ronke Adémilóyè. Ọlọ́run á máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ fáfáà náà torí ọ̀fẹ́ ṣe fún mi.
Ẹjọba picture photographs. Mrs. Elúfisàn Ọpẹ́yẹmí. Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́. Next person.
Orúkọ tèmi ni Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Olùsà. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa His Royal Majesty Ọba Ẹnìtàn. Mi ì tó pè yín lórúkọ kádé pẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ kó pẹ́ lọ́wọ́ obì àgbólẹ́nu ní kékeré. Mo dẹ̀sí wá dúpẹ́ lórí yèyé His Royal Majesty Olúfisàn Amosu. Olúfunṣọ́ Amosu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ràn wá lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run á máa ràn yín náà lọ́wọ́ ilé àtọ̀nà yín kò ní dàrú àwọn ọmọ yín náà wá ra àánú gbà. Mo dẹ̀ tún dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Princess Ronke Adémilóyè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Bíbélì sọ wípé òkè òkè lọ́wọ́ afúnni máa ń lọ ọwọ́ yín á túbọ̀ máa lọ sókè o ní táwọ́ ná ní táwọ́ lò nǹkan rere á máa tinú ayé yín ṣẹlẹ̀ ní agbára Ọlọ́run ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o.
Next person.
Orúkọ mi ni Aisha Mohammed and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm in the beauty industry. And I want to use this opportunity to thank His Imperial Majesty Oni Adeyeye Enitan, Yeye Olufunso Amosun, Princess Ronke Ademiloye. Thank you for giving us the privilege to enjoy this opportunity. Thank you so much. We are grateful.
Photographs. Ẹ ṣé yèyé ọba, ẹ jẹ́ káwọn.
Orúkọ mi ni Alani Ọmọwùmí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ His Imperial Majesty Yèyé Olúfunṣọ́ Amosun. His Imperial Majesty Ọba Adéyẹyè Ẹnìtàn Ògúnwùsì Yèyé Olúfunṣọ́ Amosun and Princess Ronke Adémilóyè. Ọlọ́run á máa ràn yín náà lọ́wọ́.
Photographs, please.
Orúkọ tèmi ni.
the great Oni of Ife, Oba Ade Enito Ogunwusi, Ojaja II. A round of applause for the Oba, please. Well, as we all know, the Oba is the father of the Nigerian youth. He's the guide of the Nigerian youth, the unifier of the Nigerian youth, the bridge between the north and the south, the east and the west. We are here to celebrate him, ladies and gentlemen. We have very important guests here present. Their Royal Highnesses, princes and princesses, leaders of different sectors, from business, politicians, young youth leaders, and so on. I just wish time would allow me, or I would be able to even list everyone else that is here, but there are just too many important people. In fact, everybody is important. I fear that if I should say Sujumoto is here, and then Shei Awolo will say, I have offended him. Or I will say, Commissioner is here, and then Arole will use me for his next comedy. So everybody is important. And I would like to use this opportunity to say, this house, if only we could use another name, if only there is another name that's greater than the house of Adudua, we would have renamed it to the House of the Nigerian Youth. Do you agree with me? Thank you. Because there's hardly any leader in this country. We all know what is going on in this country. There's hardly, in fact, not hardly, there's no leader, one, that has made youth his priority, or anybody among the ruling class who have decided to always give youth a platform to come together, to engage with one another, to network with one another, and to help one another. So we remain grateful to you, Kabiyesi, and we are here to celebrate your 5 years in office. And we pray, on throne, sorry, my apologies, Kabiyesi. So we are only praying, my prayers, and I'm sure it's the prayer of many of us here, that we will come here to celebrate his 50 years on throne. And that will just be a celebration. We will continue. So I welcome you and I thank you all. And as you all know, the Royal African Young Leadership Forum, as it rightly is, not an association, was actually founded by the Oba himself. And he looked everywhere. You couldn't find somebody to make his MD except somebody from far away in Sokoto. And he chose me. And this only symbolizes the kind of person he is, a true Nigerian who believes in one Nigeria. So I thank you very much, and God bless you all. Have a wonderful night.
They know this is where Ishedale started from. These are things here. Kabesi is there. Kabesi, different event, you know. Kabesi, this is not my first time of taking picture with you. Where we take picture, it's only me that will show. I won't see you in the. It's like King Kilo. Mama told Kolade was 1-4 for chat. There is a lady there. I saw a vision. But by prayer, I get home safe.
On what that day?
Can I proceed with the. Sir? Okay, so that it doesn't lose. All right.
The greatest king in Africa and the world at large. For me, I believe so dearly in my heart that Kabiyesi is indeed a blessing to our generation. 5 years, means the beginning of Nigeria for me. Because this is the first time that we're having a king that believes so much in the unity of this great nation. From the southern part of Nigeria, the South-South, I'm standing before you today. I've seen my brothers from the north. In this palace, there's nothing like South-South or zones. What we have is Nigeria. There's no achievement as great as a king that depends and believes that his stool should be dedicated to the youth of Nigeria and Africa at large. In agriculture, you find a lot of very fantastic young men here in various sectors: leadership and politics, business, socioeconomic. In all sectors, you see young people who gather here not as destabilized Nigerians, but Nigerians who believe that there's hope for this great nation. Just 5 years, it's been a journey of excellence, a journey of success, a journey that guarantees hope for even our children yet unborn. A journey where everybody here, nobody looks at you based on who you are, where you're coming from, but the value and the character that is deposited inside of you. Creativity, unity in diversity. Kabiyesi, I want to say that on behalf of Nigerian youth, we believe that there are many achievements from cultural exchange programs, from various organizations that are under you. But I believe that the greatest achievement for your reign so far is the ability that you've opened up space and created opportunities and platforms for young people. Young people to gather, young people to see you as a true role model, young people to believe that indeed we don't have to look at our left or right, but we have to feel the courage inside of us that there's a future for Nigerian youth. We see you as a true model of the new Nigeria. For me, I would say that I'm a Nigerian that knows that we have been through a lot of travail, an African that understands where we're coming from as a people. And we cannot migrate from one place to another, read history and study all that we've been through as a people, and forget to honor you and appreciate God Almighty for bringing you to this generation to pilot the affairs of not just the Dudua people or the Yoruba nation, but Africa at large. I see you as a true African king. I want to appreciate God Almighty that 5 years is indeed a journey of hope for Nigerian youth. God bless you so much. Thank you, Gapis.
I'm about to call to the microphone. She's a philanthropist, a woman of honor, I value, a woman of destiny changer. Helper, she might have forgotten my face, but I remember hers. She's a daughter to Kabiyesi, just the same way I'm a son to Kabiyesi. I'm very excited tonight. I don't know what to call her again, trust me. There are only few people with large heart, and she's one of them. My first car that I ever bought in my life, she didn't buy it for me. Because ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote speech tonight, can we give a resounding applause?
A round of applause
to this wonderful, delectable, elegant, down-to-earth woman, Elizabeth Jack Rich. Please, a round of applause, a round of applause.
Kabiyesi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. I'm sure many people think I'm used to this, but every time I get on stage, I'm always nervous. But today is a very, very happy day for me because we're celebrating an amazing king God has blessed us with here on earth. And we're privileged to actually be alive and be part of the celebration. You see, I was actually told just yesterday I was going to make a speech, but it's really not a speech. It's about my personal encounter with the king. I met the king not quite long, early this year actually. But his impact in my life, it's like I've known him forever. You know, I lost my father when I was very young, and growing up without his father's love kind of made me stronger, I thought. But his love for me as a father actually made me realize how much I missed growing up as a child, not having a father's love. But he actually filled up that space. He filled in that gap. He stepped in as a father, not just for me, but as a grandfather to my kids. And ever since, he has been amazing to my family. He will call me every single time. Even when I can't reach him, he will bully me for not picking my calls, when I am the one trying to actually reach him. He is so amazing. I don't know what to describe him as. You know, his large heart has actually made me fall in love with him more and more. People ask me, why do you love this king so much? I said, it's not all about the king, but about his spirit, about his heart. Today is the day he was coronated as the Oni of Ife. But you know what? He didn't choose to lavish that celebration on dignitaries, but he chose the youth. He chose us all. I'm a youth myself, because it believes so much in the potentials of the youth. He holds the youth in high esteem. And this is a great king that we should all live our lives by his example. He has gathered us here today, not for just celebration, but to actually pass a message to us all. Unity. Unity. Someone said up here, in this palace, it's not about the South, it's not about the North, it's not about the West, it's about one Nigeria, and that is who he is and what he stands for. Kabiyesi, I know I don't tell you as much as you tell me, but I love you so much as a father. I love you with all my heart. My kids love you so much, my husband does. You know, one time I told my first daughter, I said, Kabiyesi has gone to the moon, granddad has gone to the moon. And she started crying because she thought that granddad has disappeared. And that's how much my kids really, really do love you. Every time you speak to them on the phone, they just want to talk to you. You're very, very humble. Your humility amazes me. I even kind of fight with you sometimes. I say, Kabiyesi, there's some things you shouldn't do. You say no. And I don't know. You're a special human being. I think we are very, 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 very privileged to have you with us here on earth. And today, you have showed me nothing but the true example a leader should be. You're a leader, Kabiyesi. You're a leader. You don't know, but your presence actually brings so much happiness to people. You don't differentiate yourself. You allow everyone to be free around you. You don't know how much that means to people, that you can touch people's lives without even you knowing. Kabiyesi actually has an initiative called Grass to Grace, where people become millionaires by this initiative. At least 50 or more than every year. Isn't this amazing? How many dignitaries actually do this? You would hardly find any. They'll rather do it for political ambitions or political interests or selfish interests. But he doesn't need any of that, because this is who he is. And to round this all up, I'd actually like to call my lovely sister Adiola here to please come on stage with me. Beautiful daughter of our precious king here, and I know she has a lot more to say than me. So, can you please? Thank you. Hi everyone, good evening. Let me start by saying I'm not a fantastic public speaker. So I'm not a fantastic public speaker, but I'm going to do my best. So yesterday, we had like a pool party, and I was like beside my dad for a couple of minutes. And he was greeting people, and I noticed that he notices, and he remembers even the smallest detail about them. So he was making a comment about how someone had an accident, asking after her leg. He was asking someone else, how are your kids? He was asking another person about their job. And then I was just thinking, like, how come he remembers, like, so much, like, Well, I know it's because he cares. And he's someone that you can talk to about anything. He's very intelligent. I know I don't say that enough, but he is. Just like me, I'm very intelligent as well. So. And he's very knowledgeable. I mean, you can talk politics, you can talk anything, religion, but for some reason, his favorite topic to talk to me about now is about boys, but I don't know. He's someone that fights, really hard for what he believes in. When he wants something, he goes hard for it. He's a go-getter. I admire his leadership qualities. And I just want to say that I'm very, 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 very proud of you. It's been 5 years. It feels just like yesterday, actually. I pray for long life on the throne. I hope that God continues to strengthen you, because I say it all the time, I don't know how you do it. It's a very huge responsibility, and I love you so much. I appreciate you. I am very proud of you. Yeah, so I'm also happy to be here to celebrate you, and I hope that we'll continue to have so many things to celebrate in life. So, yeah, Kabiesi.
Thank you, everyone. I just continue to pray for you, like I always do, that your reign on earth will be the most amazing reign if I will ever be blessed with, yes. And by God's grace, your reign will bring us more prosperous, victory, blessings. The people you rule under should actually be part of the blessings God is embodied in you to bless this service. In Jesus' name, I share.
Why the sound is being fixed? But please, in case, release the sound for us, please. Those I'm talking, they know where they are. I beg of you. Is it Shinap? We will pay. Release the sound. But before that time, I want to have a very lovely poetry. And to take us further, why everything is being fixed, is a very, very wonderful people that do poetry. What they call them? Would you team alone? So somebody help me. People, because the person that does poetry, what's it called? It's a poem, or what is it? The one is a poem with the law school. It's a poetry. Kabi is a poetry. No, you are from Mosu. Who said it's a poetry? That's wrong. So it's what they call them, please. Poeta. Yeah, that's all. Applause for our portrait. Sorry. It's not me. It's your fault. See your life now. See, you're making me confused. A round of applause for Mariam, please. A round of applause for her. As she gives up. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have been handpicked to convey the message of the youth to you, His Imperial Majesty. I'll be presenting a recitation by Kolawole Longe. What a man, loyal and diligent as the rising sun, an epitome of common sense, which isn't so common sense at all. His heralding charisma bears the weight of many kings and Oduduwa's sons. A leader of leaders, a king who references the King of Kings. Hence, he has been christened the leader of kings. A true lover of the youth, who dedicates his throne to their advancement. From his throne, he proclaims, "My children, my friends, make this throne your spine. Stand on my form and become a force and a song. Knock on doors, and I'll be your firm hand." These 5 years, my king, have birthed the beginning of many fives, with high fives and five alives. The glorious throne of many fives with no strife. Oh, come see in another 5 years the wonder-working hand of my king. A king who makes friends of many, a friend that sticks closer than a brother. Who am I to bear his friendship? Who are we to be friends with a king after the king's heart? In hearty cheers, we celebrate the Alashe Ikeji Orisha, our king, as we all rise to hail Kabiyesi o. Thank you.
But they quickly leave. NSAS, they catch you. I was there and I was proud. Oh, I'm NSAS. Yes, the government. Jọ́kọ̀ got delay ẹ̀wà. Àwọn èèyàn tó ṣiṣẹ́ takta fún orílẹ̀-èdè pọ̀. Délé Giwa did a lot. Fela did a lot. Arole don't join that list. Yeah, next protest. Are they ready? Are they ready?
Yes.
So let's watch the documentary.
Kábíyèsí Ọọ̀ni Adéyẹyè Ọ̀jájá kejì Ọ̀jájá fìdí ọ̀tẹ̀ jálẹ̀ ó kìdí aláṣejù bomi gbóná ọmọ ayíkítí ogun ọmọ ìtìrí ogun kárí o.
Láyọ̀ ajé okùn ọ̀ni òkè lẹ́yìn mọ́ rẹ̀ ó táyé so bí igbá ọmọ ajẹun gbọ́dọ̀ ọmọdé bóyè ọmọ gíẹ̀sì ìjànà mo bá gíẹ̀sì rẹ̀ jànà mo bá dé bóyè rè pé ó lé ọmọ ẹgún làgbà ọmọ ẹgún là jẹ ọmọ ayíkítí ọba ọmọ dòdò bíi dẹ erin afí bí ọ̀kín ọmọ erin gángan lé ọmọ erin gángan òde ọmọ oyè nímọ̀ rẹ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́gbẹ́ ńlá ọmọ yamu farakọ́jì òṣọ́kọ èkìtì ṣọ́kọ àkókò òkànmọ́ lọ́sùn kànmọ́ láta àrítí àlá gíẹ̀sì mudì má dìrọ̀ nímọ̀ rẹ̀ ọmọ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lé jigbini bí àti àkún bá àmì ọ̀lẹ́wà lówó ọmọ ẹlẹ́ṣin 16 tí 8 ń jẹko tí 8 ò jẹ ọ̀yọ́mọ lóko làálàá sọnù ẹ̀ẹ̀kùn.
Ife Oyelagbo, the land
passion, the cradle of humanity. The ancient city of 401 deities, southern Nigeria. Located in the present-day Osun State, about 218 kilometers northeast of Lagos, 40 miles west of Ilesha and Ondo, with less than 1 million in population, it is a thriving town of rich culture, ancestral homage, and tradition. In a ritual back centuries, the first Ooni of Ife was crowned. From the 1st to the 50th Ooni, the throne of the Oonirisha has remained the symbol of authority and the sacrosanct custodian of the House of Oduduwa, its rich cultural heritage and traditions.
I'm part of those who welcome Kabisi into Ife, and I saw the crowd. The crowd was massive. That was the very first time a crowd of such will be in Ife. So far, so good.
On the 7th of December 2015, the 51st Ooni, His Imperial Majesty Ooni Enito Adeyeye Babatunde Ogunwusi ascended the throne of his forebearers. In a landmark ceremony witnessed by all races of the House of Oduduwa, Africans and non-Africans from all over the world.
It's another happy day for all of us, not only for the people of Ile-Ife or the Yoruba land, but all of us across the breadth and length of this country and beyond.
Today we are grateful to the Almighty God for the special grace that He has given us to be alive to see this historic day, the coronation of His Royal Majesty, our Oduduwa, Oba Adeyeye Enito Babatunde Ogunwusi.
You have come to the throne at a time of great need for cooperation in Yoruba land. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Rauf Adétọ́lá Ọ̀nàmíyàn the first. We give pleasure to the glory of God and continue peace, progress, prosperity and happiness of Ile-Ife and the state of Osun. Thank you.
The 51st Ooni ascended the throne of his forebearers with grace, principle, vision, beliefs, determination, and great ideas that truly inspires and foster hope in his domain and beyond. the youngest king to ascend the throne of his ancestors, the first Oni, whose father is still alive and well while on the throne.
Like I used to tell him, as a Yoruba man, and the moment I'm a Yoruba man too, and God has made him the father of the Yoruba race, both within and in the diaspora of this country. But it's just by grace that I'm still very much alive, just by the grace of the Almighty God.
He has his ways of doing things. Back then, I would say, you like to spoil things to create another good thing. Like for example now, there is a flask my mommy bought, and it was the only flask at home with a handle. He cut the handle with scissors and used the handle to make shoelace.
Very articulate, and he's quick to learn. Table tennis, because of he would just watch us playing lawn tennis, because I used to teach him how to play lawn tennis. And I taught him for a couple of days. You know how difficult lawn tennis is. A couple of days at the Polytechnic Ibadan. The next, I think I taught him for about 3 times or so. The 4th time we were playing, and I got defeated. You won't believe it.
Kadis, you, congratulations. This is wonderful. 5 years of God being faithful to you, being faithful to the entire Yoruba race. You've been wonderful. You've been, in fact, I would say excellent.
When we were young, there's this time he was looking at the sockets, and Kabiyesi went there, touched the socket. He wants to know why is it that we will put a plug and it will be working, it will bring light, it will be working. So Kabiyesi went inside and was trying to unscrew it something, and it got short. And then that was when we now named me NEPA.
Growing up with Oni Adeyeye, it was fun. I'm directly right after him. And when I say it was fun, I mean it was fun. We fought a lot. We fought on simple things like food, like household chores, like Bimpe, go and take your book and read. Then, you know, in school, he was very brilliant. He likes to study a lot. He likes to do all these petty things outside school, like sewing, shoes. He was so handy then.
So there was never a dull moment. Very fond of him. And he's always been very social, so to say. I'm sure you must have heard the stories 1,000 times about him dancing for his secondary school and all of that.
My brother is very creative with his hands, with his mindset, and his line of thoughts. He has a creative mind. We were just relaxing outside, our own domain in Ibadan. We were outside, myself and the late mother, and we just saw suddenly one white garment gentleman passing by. All of a sudden, he just branched to us. And he greeted us, we greeted back, and he told us that, well, he had a message for us, and we told him, go on. That it could easily lose, that within a period of time, God is sending a personality into our family. And we were just wondering, personality? So yes, like as a child. Already as at that time, we've already had the grace of 4 children. He couldn't say actually the position of that child when it's going to come. But there is one thing that is constant, the mode of his arrival. He told us that that child, if the delivery comes up 5 minutes to 1 p.m., it's not that child. If the delivery comes up 5 minutes after 1 p.m., it's not that child. But exactly 1 p.m.
The father said one thing that I will never forget. The father said, look at him. Here he is. Is the one that I want to occupy the throne. He has elders, but he is the one. That says a lot.
I've watched how you ascended the throne with humility and held on with dignity. You fought so hard for what you believed in, and you continue to show the people of Ife immense love. I'm most especially proud of how you always advocate for peace and how you bring everybody together. The people of Ife are proud to have you.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí afọbajẹ ọ̀kan nínú àwọn afọbajẹ mẹ́rìndínlógún tó wà lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́. Ìdùnnú mi ní ojoojúmọ́ ni wípé Ọlọ́run mọ̀ ràn wá wá, ó rán bàbá dé ọmọ ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ náà wá sí orí àpèrè yẹn bàbá wọn. Nítorí pé àpèrè yẹn onídòkó yẹn kò ń ṣe ẹrù ọmọdé àtàrà àjànàkú ni. Àfi ẹni tí Ọlọ́run bá yàn. Direct person. Tí àwa kingmakers táyé Ọlọ́run rẹ̀ yẹ ká sì yàn.
Kabezi has dignified and enhanced that stool, that throne.
Him contesting for the kingship, it didn't come as a surprise because there has been prediction beforehand. But he's kind of a person, growing up with him, I know he's fit and he will be able to carry his people along.
All right, thank you so much everybody for coming out and for being here on stage. As it is, we have merged the two panel sessions together, and my own question would be directed to the people that are supposed to be on the second, whilst our own panel session will be our own questions will be directed to the persons that should be on the first. So I think to move this things forward, I'll just go to the people that were supposed to be on my own panel, so that. And my first question is actually going to the So my first question is actually to Bello Shagari. I have to get your attention, yeah. So, I took the liberty of checking a few things out, and I found out that you've done a lot, a lot of research and all of that. And people would always say that for you to move forward, sometimes it's important that you look at your history and where you're coming from. So my question to you then is, how best can we frame the stories of our past as a nation in a way that triggers and empowers youth involvement in Nigerian politics and governance? Now, before you answer my question, I think it's important that I let people know what the focus of our conversation is. So our whole conversation is around deepening good governance, African youth population inclusion in democracy, and economic development. So the question again, how can we look at our past, or what are the things in our past that can help us to deepen youth, involvement in politics in Nigeria and governance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it is a very important topic to discuss. And indeed, history is a very important part of our progress. They say history makes the future. I'll give a brief example because we don't have time, and I will talk about something that we all relate to. For instance, we just underwent the NSAS protest. And sometimes you wonder if people that are involved in this movement understand what we have been through in history. Because it's only by learning from that past that we can forge ahead. Do you understand the mindset of the people you are dealing with? Or you are just out there because you want something and you want to get it by any means? You see, these people you are dealing with, they are very intelligent people. Very, very intelligent people. So before you can get what you want from them, you have to be double intelligent, if there's any such word. You have to be twice intelligent. Maybe that's better. So these are people who planned what Nigeria is today. Let me give you a typical example. Rightly or wrongly, some young people, okay, let me start from independence. Some young Nigerians decided that they want independence, and they agitated and they got it. Rightly or wrongly, some young people decided to overthrow the First Republic, and they did, and it changed the destiny of the nation. Rightly or wrongly, some people also decided to overthrow those who were in charge, overthrowing, until we get here. And these are the people that are still ruling this country. This is not the time to overthrow. It's a different time entirely. You cannot overthrow. But what are we doing to ensure that we have changed the course of this country? So we have to think intelligently. We cannot pour to the streets and not plan, and not strategize, and not engage. So it is very important that we reflect back to history, use our intelligence to face these people who are twice intelligence now. So we have to triple the intelligence to be able to get our way. And a small advice, I will not have, maybe I will not have another chance. 2023, it is our joker. So let's be piling towards 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think one of the major intelligence, and beyond just pouring to the street, we should be a lot more strategic with our actions so that we can get better results out of the things that we do. Thank you so much for that brilliant contribution. All right, so my next question actually is going to Badabo. That's road driver. Now, I know that, in the last election you contested as for senatorial position, and I saw in one of the things that you wrote, right? You said it this way: our dreams can never be achieved in isolation. Only by working as a community, we can create then Lagos that we will all be proud of. Now, my question to you then is, now even look at even the answers that you referenced. One of the reasons why people couldn't do so much is that there were two classes of people in the same generation that worked technically against themselves, and they sabotaged what we really wanted. Now, the question then is, as youths, how can we begin to align our ideologies? How can we align our desires in a way that we can come together, to form that bond that will deliver something significant for us come 2023? What are the steps that you think we can take together, though?
Okay. I think the first dichotomy, the literate and illiterate, that participated during NSAS, the only issue was that even though the youth make up the majority of the demographic, they are also the most affected by poverty. So you find that 40 to 60% of them are up for the highest bidder and will do anything that they will do anything that you pay them to do. The rest were the builders that were resourceful They showed, sorry, the rest were the builders that showed resourcefulness, that showed responsibility, that showed ideas, and were innovative in solving lots of problems. And that is the energy that we need to channel into 2023, like he said. Because as we move forward, we have to make decisions not just based on emotion. It has to be strategic. It has to be data-driven. People need to go and understand the numbers that have happened in the past elections, looking at history as well. And we need to declare a war on voter apathy. It's extremely important, because what we don't realize as youth is every time we make so much noise and build such a groundswell of emotion online and with the media, when the election happens and it's just smoke without fire, we cease to be taken seriously. And if this repeats itself consistently, we lose our place on the potential table where we can sit down and negotiate for our interests and push for reforms that can actually move this country forward. And it's only with those reforms that we can actually build the human capacity to then solve the first problem we talked about, which is this poverty-stricken, huge group of youth that will be used and mobilized in elections, which further pauperizes the nation. And I feel that this new group of people that have been woken up, we need to engage them politically as well and explain to them that, you know, politics is not activism that's just pure and idealistic. Politics is about building consensus. It's about achieving compromise. And at the point where you do that successfully, as long as the people come first, then we build a better nation and a more equitable union.
Thank you so much for that. I think, you know, please let's give a consensus, you know, for development, not for activism, you know, engagement so that people can come together for consensus. So for people that are looking to, you know, move into one office or the other, I think now is a good time for us to begin to, you know, engage people, not to move them to vandalism and activism, but towards consensus so that we can all agree on one thing and move for it in unison of purpose. All right, so my question to, you know, Barrister Mike, you know, not the Barrister Mike on Instagram now. Right. Now, I know that by virtue of what you do, you would have interfaced with a lot of SMEs, you know, business owners and all of that. Now, and one of the things I've come to believe is that, you know, one of the things that will drive development and the change that we desire in the nation Nigeria is enterprise engagement and enterprise development. But you know, a lot of people would say that the Nigerian environment is not so supportive, it's not this, it's not that. Now, from where you stand as a lawyer that understands all of these policies and all of those things, what can you say to, you know, people that are here tonight, entrepreneurs, SMEs, that are looking to, you know, build something sustainable for themselves and then for the nation so that, you know, we can have what we call wealth distribution through enterprise development? What would you say that they need to do that will begin to strengthen them, you know, from first a legal perspective and then, you know, generally from a business angle? I'm sure you practice your own business and there are some things that you must have done that gave you results.
Thank you very much for that question.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What can youth do for business? Actually, it's a tough one.
Okay.
Because the system is wired, is rigged to frustrate business. As a matter of fact, starting business in Nigeria, the day you start, you are 10 years behind your contemporary in Ghana. Now we're not even talking about the US, because the policies and everything are rigged against you. But that does not mean that you would drop out of it. I say that business is not for the faint-hearted, particularly in Nigeria. You need to have a determination. So we need to change the mindset of, if I don't get a job, I'll do business. It has to be a question of, I am going to do business for business. Yeah. I'm going to go into entrepreneurship because that is what I want to do. You cannot afford to continue to say you're looking for a job while you are running your business. You will never run that business correctly. The second thing you need to do is to collaborate. We have too many young people doing business in silos. So we have people with resources that will need to build empires who are trying to do little things. You are trying to have 100% of a small thing when you can have 10% of a major thing. So what we should begin to do as youth, we can learn from what we did on, with the NSAS protest, where we all came together and there was no champion in the sense of it. Yeah. Everyone played their part. We can do the same thing for business. Let's begin to have young people come together, 5, 6, in groups. And I'm already seeing a lot of people doing that, but we don't have enough of that. And I could go on, but those two things are key. You need to ensure that your mind is made up. It is business or nothing else. And then you need to collaborate with people who are doing similar things.
Thank you so much for that beautiful for that beautiful answer that you gave. And I think somebody said it this way: that persistence in business simply means that you can suffer long. That principle of long suffering. So for anybody that is here, it's going to take a while before you break through. That's true. But you must be willing to suffer long. And I think the most important thing that you spoke about is the power of collaboration. So if you are here, you're networking with people, I think one of the things you should be looking out for is who can I live here with the intention of collaborating with after this meeting. And that would make this meeting a successful one. Thank you so much. At this point, I'm going to be handing over the mic to Elizabeth to continue with the panel session. Thank you so much, Saz and Maz, for staying with us so far.
We are assisting Elizabeth to run through the second panel session. And the first person I'll be directing. Okay, the first person I'll be directing my question to is the founder of Sujimoto, Shijibomi. Okay, so before I go on, my panel is basically on innovation, because as a people, we wouldn't move forward if there's no innovation. Innovation is everything for us. We can't forge ahead if there's no innovation. So you are a real estate mogul, and you've been able to break the traditional norm of traditional real estate development. So how was it like changing the norm of traditional real estate development when you have billboards just saying buy house here, let house here? So how did you navigate changing that space? Jerry.
All right, thank you very much, Darren. Kabisi, congratulations again for your 5th anniversary of your coronation. You've been and you always be an inspiration to this generation. We appreciate you forever. Darren, thank you very much. When I came back to Nigeria, the first thing I did was to declare war on poverty. I think poverty is the foundation of the problems we have in this nation. And in the process of declaring war on poverty, you have to declare complete war on mediocrity, where mediocrity is no more a norm. It does not matter if you have a rich uncle or a powerful auntie. With a foundation of innovation, quality becomes the only option. So I took two things. Everybody sees Sujimoto today, luxury, billionaire, whatever. But when I moved to Nigeria, I had nothing, to be honest. But I had the conviction that if you have two fundamental ingredients of entrepreneurship and you use those two things, you will reach wherever you want to go to. The first one is integrity, and the second one is quality. Quality, you cannot and you must not do anything called quality without asking yourself every day, how can I do it better? How can I do it faster? How can I do it more effectively? And that's where innovation comes in. A lot of people buy lands, they build houses, square houses, and just sell them. And they make a business. We, as Sujimoto, we don't do that. We do what I call business development. We research, we travel, we invest, we look for talent, we ask them questions, we speak to off-takers and homeowners. We don't even pay attention not really to our off-takers or to our investors. We go to them and say, who is your potential talent? What do you like? You've lived abroad before. Would you be comfortable to sleep in your bed? And when somebody rings your bell, you have to stand up and open it. Or you can press a button and it's opened. What about you being in America and you can watch, with the press of a button, you can watch what is going on in your house? So innovation, one of the things Sujimoto is, its success is responsible for, is our never-ending intention to innovate. The name Sujimoto, my name is Suji, my name is Sijibomi, But since we were young, they call me Suji. So when I was 20, I went to Japan, and I met a Japanese man called Sujimoto. And he said, "Watashi wa Sujimoto, sir." And I said, "My name is Suji." And that gave him a lot of, because he has never seen a black man called Suji. And that changed me. And that trip taught me that if you don't innovate, you'll be removed in life. You have a responsibility to yourself to always do what the Japanese do best, which is canning, C-A-N-I, continuous and never-ending improvement of oneself. So thank you very much, everybody. God bless.
Thank you very much. I think he has to hand over to the next panelist because he's really said a lot. So the next person on the panel is Linda Ochubwa. And as head of sales and digital sales of Business Day, you have transformed, also like Sujimoto has done, you have transformed traditional media to online media. But in the midst of that, there's been a lot of thrash coming out of online media. So where do we strike the balance, and how do you see the balance being struck in light of the topic of innovation?
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, KBC. Such an honor to be in Ife. This is my first time coming to
Very welcome
Nigeria. I'm really pleased and happy. Congratulations again. I just hope I can come back more often. But I would like to say I would like to say thank you for this opportunity. So when I joined Business Day about 8 years ago, also coming back from the UK after masters, I just felt that things should be done differently. And I'm a very strong advocate of innovation and creativity. Like, let's change the game. It doesn't always have to be the same way. If we always read newspaper, can we read it on our mobile phones? Can we read it at home first thing by 6 o'clock in the morning? Can you have it anywhere and everywhere? You don't have to go to the vendor. So we decided to change the game in how we serve. So one thing we have understood is it's the same news, it's the same story, but we are serving different generations at the same time, right? And in different places. So some generations want it on their phones, some generations want it in their system, and the older generations still want to read the hard copy. But let's change it. How do we serve you this information quickly, fast? And social media has also done something fantastic. Through, IG Live, you can have interviews and webinars. So while some people saw Corona this year and COVID-19 as a crisis, we saw COVID-19 as a breakthrough for us to be able to enter different markets. And then we had events also that could bring speakers from across the world to Nigeria, so you can be anywhere, and then also take part in stuffs and learn, just like we're doing now. But it's been very innovative and great. We'll also say that there have been challenges, surely. And the challenges will be in the fact that not everybody in Nigeria has access to internet and data, and it's also really very expensive. Also the use of smartphones are not as much as you have in the UK and in the US. Hopefully we get there. And then the third problem we've also faced is the fact that everyone is also a media house on their own. So I think for me, the biggest challenge we've had this year is everyone is saying their own story and posting. So my advice to everyone, in as much as we have become our own media houses, is make sure you check before you post. Make sure it is correct. Make sure you are passing the right information and the right message. But to the young people out there, I think the world is now seamlessly open for everyone to become whatever you want to be. So social media have made you the king of your own territory. You can be whatever, anywhere, and there's no limitation. So you just need to think out of the box. What do I want to do that I have a passion for? What do I want people to know me for? How do I want to spread the word about my country, Nigeria, to pass the good news that we are not all bad people, we are good people, and in that way we can always change the world. Thank you.
Explore. So Timmy, as a lawyer, barrister, the law, what do you think we can do in terms of policy changes to ensure that we can have innovation? Do we have enough legislation? And what can be done in terms of policy changing?
Well, basically, the truth about it is that the wealth of nations is built on the foundation of intellectual property, which in simple terms means how much value or protection do we offer the products of the human mind, the mind seated here. And if you look at the US, China, Singapore, their initial wealth was built on that mentality, that mindset of nursing and protecting intellectual value. And so in that context, I think I just want to mention 3 key policy take-homes. First is the fact that we need to understand the importance of protecting IP. And protecting IP in the context of policy is that protection of IP needs to be easy and accessible. So the situation in Nigeria where we have Copyright Commission and then we have Trade and Patents, agency, different from the Copyright Commission, itself will not work in that context. Imagine that you have the Corporate Affairs Commission, and in the Corporate Affairs Commission, they deal with NGOs, and then you have another Business Name Commission, and then you have another Company Registration Commission. So this is the proposal to the federal government in this context. 1, the reality is that we need a single intellectual property agency or commission that can serve the purpose of easy accessibility for IP registration that partners with WIPO. Fantastic key point. Secondly is the fact that royalties for entertainers, and entertainers include poets, musicians, actors. For entertainers, in order to build sustainable wealth for the entertainment industry and the entire framework around the entertainment industry, it's important we understand the importance of royalty. And so the proposal in a policy language is simple. The federal government needs to look inward and strike partnerships that can ensure the strengthening of collection of local royalties for entertainers in order to sustain wealth for them. And then the third and last point is the fact that I want to build that on the fulcrum of Immanuel Kant, when he said that experience without theory is blind, but theory without experience is itself intellectual gymnastics. And so that holy matrimony of innovation, that is research, and then bringing it down to the importance of not just research institutions. There needs to be a connection between innovators, research institutions, and industry in order to produce wealth, because that is the foundation of collaboration. And that's what KBC is all about. Collaboration to create wealth for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olagunju, Barrister.
And if the foundation be destroyed, ladies, you know that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the makeup artist do?
Thank you very much for that analogy. Definitely, KBC is a champion of innovation, and that's why we're here today. So the next person on the panel is Emeka Christopher Osai. And my question to you is, you've worked with entrepreneurs across several campuses, and you have had the model of building labs and everything. So how do you connect these innovations? So if you have one university here, another university here, how do you get to connect the innovation to achieve your overall aim?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, KBC. It's a pleasure to be here. A while ago, my wife and I were here, and this is the second time in a short space of thank you very much, KBC. In terms of connecting, because one of the things I realized is, if you look at the US, for example, top 3 spaces where things happen. You look at California, you look at New York, you look at Boston. And when you look at Boston, you can imagine the number of universities. I was talking to Badebo, MIT, you're talking to Harvard, you're talking about Boston, like the amount of innovation that's happening right there. And when you look at our universities, you see that there's a lot of just conversations that's just going on for nothing. And at the end of the day, everybody's trying to just get a job. So what we did was to start building up these spaces. We realized that a lot of these young people had ideas, but they didn't know how to connect these ideas, to the marketplace. So what we started doing was started running hackathons. And when we started running those hackathons, what we said was we would throw a problem at them. They would start working on those problems, and we begin to bring people who are interested in taking these ideas to the very next level. One point what we did was in trying to connect these talents to the marketplace, we started working with the world's biggest coffee makers, which is Nescafe, and we started building coffee shops. Because what the NUC did was to say, start teaching entrepreneurship.
Innovation actually starts in many coffee shops.
Exactly. And start teaching entrepreneurship. But everyone knows that entrepreneurship is not an academic exercise. Or say, according to Sujimoto in 1962, he said that entrepreneurship is this. So what we did was to put them in those coffee shops and then present them with a business case and start working with those business cases. And what happened was that companies started coming to those places to start recruiting that talent. So it was like a real practical street MBA. So what we are doing is now connecting all these young people to all these spaces and saying, hey, you are in Unitben, for instance, OJ, look at what's happening to the guys in UI, for instance. Do you want to connect your prototype to what's happening right there?
Amazing.
And OJ is saying, Yingpa is saying, I think so. I'm talking to some guys in so places. Can we come together and form a company? And those companies, so what we are looking at currently is saying, we know you might not be able to scale these companies as much as possible because the academic work is a lot, but can you at least get it to a prototype level? And then so the next level guys come there and say, okay, you know what? I want to take this thing to the next level, and can we buy you out? And that's what we're trying to do. So we connect the first people. So we're like an enterprise nursery, like a crèche. And take them from that level, and then we get the guys at the university level and PhD level to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to take this thing and take it to the next level.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. Just round up quickly is Adewale Yusuf, right? Eitayo. Okay, I'm sorry about that, but so my question is just how do you use innovation to drive socio-economic development?
Thank you so much, Kabiyesi. Just as a background, what I do is to help people. I'm a teacher. I help people learn technology skills and help companies find them. If we're going to drive innovation, then we have to ensure that we build a model that makes talent very cheap and easy and accessible to organizations that are looking for them. Talent is very expensive in Nigeria. To get a programmer to build a product for you, you have to go find 400,000, naira as a young person. We can't build a country that way. So one of the things that my organization does is to build learning programs and make them very cheap and accessible, for individuals that want to learn, then help organizations to find them and organizations pay premium, to hire them. That model has really worked in so many countries. And that's one of the ways I think that we can really drive, innovation. Because the core of innovation is human capital
development. And
we need to ensure that we make that process of learning very easy and also very accessible. With COVID, it's been extremely tough for young people to access education. Universities on strike for 8 months, with learning from home is very difficult because you have to pay a fortune. An African pays 4 times. To learn online, unlike someone who lives in the US. So one of the things that we started doing is to put content in flash drives and encrypt that flash drive. And we got some little funding from MIT to scale that a little. Putting content in a device, get that device in the hands of young people, and hopefully they learn. National Youth Service Corps saw that, got in partnership with us, but that's not the beauty. The beauty is to cascade this down to the primary education so that a primary, school student can start to learn digital skill. And every time I say, this is the last point I'm going to say, learning digital skill is not necessarily because we want you to become a programmer or we want you to become a data scientist. There's just a way technology drives the way you think about problems. So if we all become programmers and, digital technologists in this room, and we're not necessarily practicing it, what happens to us is that the way we think about problems, changes, and we start to see problems from a more technology, driven and data-driven, digital-driven, perspective. And that's pretty much the way I think that we can scale and also cascade innovation across the country.
Thank you very much. I think on that note, he has given all of us here an assignment to go and learn digital programming, not because we want to be programmers, but we want to continue to think out of the box and we want to continue to be innovators. Thank you. On behalf of His Imperial Majesty, I'd like to say a very big thank you to everybody who stayed on this panel session. Thank you very much for all the knowledge shared, and we're sure that it's not just going to be talk, there'll be more action at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Three very important things. The first thing we're going to do We're going to put our hands together for ourselves for coming out tonight. Please put your hands together for yourselves. The second thing we're going to do, we're going to put our hands together for this building. The first stone that was laid on this building was on my birth month, August 1937. So it's older than every one of us here. Can we please put our hands together for this building? I've been seeing this building on Facebook, Instagram, and I'm like, damn. Then the last thing we're going to do, we're going to please, those people around are eating into my time. Please do a snap picture and go fast. Thank you. Because this light here is making me see ahead. Thank you. I want to have a personal, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the last thing we're going to do, we're going to put our hands together for His Royal Imperial Majesty, the only king in Africa that has imperial in his title. Please put your hands together for our king. I'm going to use my language. I bring you greetings from the Obong of Calabar, Obongawo, Emedio. Please put your hands together for our king. For those ones who don't know, hello, this work that you have started, are you sure you're going to follow me to the very end? Because what I'm about to do today, I don't think you have ever interpreted it in your full career before. So what you have started, make sure you finish. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, I'll be the first comedian in the whole of Africa to perform in front of 3 notable kings. The first time I ever performed in front of a king, this was the distance between I and him. And that was the Emir. And when I greeted him, after greeting him, he called his PA, and I was shocked. He gave me 500,000 naira. I said, wow, this is good. The next time I greeted the king, I went closer because I noticed the farther you are from him, you know, the little. So the next king was my Obong of Calabar. It was this distance. And I greeted him. And he called his PA, and I got 1 million. I said, Jesus, wow. Today, I want to move a step further. If I be a man of God, but I'm not very sure yet. I'm moving closer. I have, the spirit is telling me move, move, move. It's telling me move, move. And the more you move, the closer you move, the closer your glory, the closer your breakthrough, the closer I move. And I move. If something is pushing me back, I say no, I'm still going forward. Something, I just remember the title of what I said was Youth, Thrones of Youth. I say, yeah, I'm a youth. Yes, I'm a youth. I'm moving further, and I lie down here. Please put your hands together.
Olofi Adimula, Baba Adiyeye Enito, Ogunwusi Ojaja II. The KBACs present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be brief. Actually, the way we do in academics, we try to conduct research to be able to give a valid and accurate information about what we are supposed to do. But tonight, I'm so happy that the documentary here is a kind of summary of what I intend to talk about. A couple of hours back, when I was told I will have to speak here, I looked at the topic, the impact of creative culture in the Nigerian economy, the narratives of the youth. And I quickly look at it. I had to do a change, putting it at effects of cultural creativity on the economy. And I'm going to center it on KBSC. What we saw here, I need to thank those people behind this documentary. But to me, it does not represent what KBSC has done in 5 years. If we have to look at what he has done in 5 years, I'm sure we'll spend like maybe 2 months watching what the giant strides he has taken, both locally, nationally, and internationally. He has acted that role perfectly. He has linked that, bridged that gap between the Yorubas here and those in the diaspora. Ile-Ife is a vivid, accurate testimony of what we have seen in terms of changes. The economy here in Ife has changed with its ascension on throne. Just like I saw somebody mentioning that even the deities in Ile-Ife that we never heard of, he has tried to revive them. Not just reviving them, linking them to those in the diaspora. I've been privileged to have followed KBSC to some countries in the world. And I saw the way and manner they appreciated what they believed.
Development and unity. An Africa where every African youth is sustainably independent, where their dreams becomes valid, take flight, where they are able to choose their future by being educated, heard, discovered, opportuned, and celebrated. For 5 years, His Imperial Majesty has worked on these noble dreams, and working towards this vision, he has led remarkable socio-economic changes that has had outstanding, far-reaching, and monumental impact on his domain and beyond, with special focus on the youth, who have been at the forefront of his laudable projects, and the positive impact of His Imperial Majesty's humanitarian and entrepreneurial service reverberates in so many good ways across Ife, Nigeria, and the world at large.
The last 5 years, I've always seen KBSC travel throughout the globe, appreciating the assistance of the black race. All the African Americans that I met said, our king is here.
ẹni wá sí gbogbo bí.
Our is a collective pronoun, and that shows to you that things are happening with his king. His main passion is the development of youths mentally, socioculturally, professionally, and educationally.
His investment in youth is something I really appreciate. Most times youth are always the last group of people where I think of. For someone to want to invest in youth, it's something that is so laudable. For youth are not so easy.
So well that I can go ahead to count to you that I can tell you I know close to 15 foundations Kabisi has helped, helping the needy, helping the less privileged. Kabisi is always giving credit to people, to God, small scale credit to help them so that they can't live on their own. Kabisi brought a lot of development. Kabisi organized a football competition called Ojaja Principals Cup. If you were the final, you would ask yourself, are we here to, it's not a football final organized by Kabisi. And one thing that Kabisi did on that final day was Kabisi playing ball around the field.
At the height of the pandemic, everybody was boxed in the country. Nobody was allowed to import, travel, or anything. And we already had cases of COVID-19 and it's spreading. That was what gave back to the modular fumigators that was actually developed, manufactured in hundreds in the palace, and was given by His Imperial Majesty to all states of the Federation, 36 states of the Federation, free of charge.
To get whatever food, in terms of palliatives, in terms of what government will share, in terms of what private people will share, what happens in the process of distributing, we keep endangering ourselves. So we came up with this initiative, very simple technology, 100% homegrown, because before I became the king, I had very good access to a fabrication yard which belonged to one of the ventures that I pioneered, and I came up with youths to come up with this technology of converting liquid to fog.
Solely sponsored by His Imperial Majesty. We came with the modular fumigator against the background of the way fumigation was done in Nigeria.
The first development that has happened to Ife is the anointing of Prince Adeyeye Enita Babatunde Ogunwusi as the Ooni of Ife. That is Almighty himself. He has a dream for Ife. He called it My Dream for Ife. And I think the first thing that came to his mind is, how do we bring everybody together?
When Baba got into the throne, the first thing we started with lighting up of the streets, because mostly Baba do go out at night, and we see that everywhere is in darkness. So we started lighting up the streets. We started from Mayfair. The good thing and the lovely thing I love about Ooni of Ife is this: he told me that we will have to be lighting up the light from the palace. The palace itself, if you check out at the palace at night, to my own side, because the kind of job I do is the job people see every minute. You have nowhere to hide. The market people that sell market at night. Now, they sell at night now because they make use of our own light. They make use of the light that Ooni of Ife prepared. So people always stay out late now than before.
Project that I'm working with is very unique.
and unique in a way that it's also a part of history. It's called gemstones. And gem, like we know when we want to divine gem, is something that is unique, rare to find. And gemstones is normally being adored by the queens, the king in the kingdom. Because if you see majority of our royal fathers or mothers, you will see them wearing all sorts of gemstones, but we call it locally the inu or apun. So, and the best of the best is found in Ile-Ife.
Prince is money on rural people because he believes that if he empowers his people, he will have rest of mind on throne. In the last 5 years, Ife is contributing a lot of idea, even for the state.
His Majesty is a man of vision, is a man that believes in giving greatness to everyone that comes around him. He does his own Instagram. I mean, he doesn't have Instagram, this and that, different kind of pathway, offices created. I mean, he does all these things because he believes in the next generation of the young people. And this is why he set up the Royal African Young Innovators, an institution that is basically developed to create a social community, for the young tech savvy all across the nation.
A quintessential of Moluabi, a pride of the race of Oduduwa, Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. A blessing from the source.
Do not forget that on the day of his coronation, he did say, or he did dedicate, the throne, his own reign, to the youth development. Not only the youth in Ife land, but as we have seen it, also the youth across the country and the continent of Africa.
I've always been saying the door of this palace is open to all of you. Look at this throne. It belongs to each and every Nigerian youth.
About people from the scratch, from the low key, low level, and he made me who I am today. It has been good anyway. It has been good. I can't have them in the office. He said I should come over to Ife. Then I never even know how Ife look like. I always pass Ife, like you're going to show me, just pass. I've never really entered Ife like that. When I got to the house, smiled. I saw a lot of people in Paraki, in White House then. I said, okay. He said, his coronation is coming in the next 2 days. We have to start doing the planning and everything. Within 2 days, I come up with something, the events proper, and a lot of things.
Thank you for being a wonderful father.
Awolowo is not here now. Italowa ta depo senu e o ti jebo Italowa. Olórí ẹja. Oropo serve emo. And sacrifice has upgraded. He didn't know ori kini barbecue yen lo pe. Ko mo pe ko to fe fi soro ni won wa nta me. Seyi, where are you? I can't find you. Olorun kan lo yo honorable commissioner for youth and sport. Kin lo ku. Shefa Korede is my very good friend. Kin lo ku. Honorable, where is honorable? Ọlọ́run ló yọ ìtàmẹ́la ọ̀nà ìbò ẹ̀ máa ṣọ́rọ́ kọ́ rí drink ẹ̀ máa ṣọ́ra ọ́ àṣẹ drink èṣù ni. Ìwádìí kò lọ bẹ́ṣù ṣáàpẹ́ shares. Àwọn àpẹ́ ń bí bá ṣe máa ṣe kọ́mẹ́dì ìṣẹ̀tà àgbà àpẹ́ ń bí o. I'm telling you, but after party, so I don't know how the arena of after party is going to be, but we're going to have after party. A big shout out to Ashabi. Please, round of applause for her, Ambassador for Culture, please. I love it. Hey, DJ, I know it's me. Martin, Timonico Chi, I know it's me. But the other time, lights went off. This is spiritual environment. This is spiritual environment. Software. Come on, this girl, I'm a this is tiki jockey. Okay. Let me go to So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to have the after party, but they will have lights, people will dance. I did not drink anything. You know that anytime I see you, but on a lighter note. I just imagine after party, you know that I know. Once after party starts, you just greet us. Ireo. Just imagine, you now go inside. Now, in after party, Sudimato, how are you? Sudiro, Agba, real estate, Ogonia, Oko like Obirini. It's a joke. It's my friend. I'm picking on my friends here. So, Kabisi, imagine just going, Suji is chilling on after party. And all those, I love all your MWAs. And they're now, they say they too want to. Just be on after party with her. My mommy, wonderful ambassador. My mommy, wonderful ambassador for culture. She too will have entered inside. So, MWA is now dancing. Let's just play this in our mind. MWA is now dancing. So, Shefa Kwedi is now dancing. MWA.
Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin orí adé ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ ẹ kú àtàárọ̀ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè máa bá mi dúró tì yín gbogbo àdáwọ́lé yín á máa yọrí sí rere inú mi dùn ayọ̀ mi kún pàápàá jùlọ pẹ̀lú àwọn ọ̀dọ́ yìí mo máa sọ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì nítorí pé mo dìídì mú ọjọ́ òní fún wọn ọjọ́ gangan tí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí n gba ọ̀pá àṣẹ ni mo ṣe ní pé kí n mú fún wọn. Today a great joy for me. Today, actually we are in another morning because we started pretty late. I wanted it to be a one-on-one event that I will come and sit in different tables and rub minds with you, and share ideas with you. We plan to start pretty early, around 6 o'clock, but nature's call, and I haven't been resting very well for the last 1 week, so I apologize. You are the most sensitive people to me in the world that I don't like to take for granted at all, because I have much more respect for you, and that's the reason why I'm on my feet. Let me just tell you the truth. I'm standing on my feet for the entire youth of Nigeria, just for me to show appreciation, and that's the reason why I said, all of you, please sit down. To show appreciation and to thank you for coming. It's a Monday. You all know that that's the beginning of a new week, and you're always very busy. The truth be told, I enjoy more of your company than anything in this world. I see you as my sons, my daughters, and particularly my friends that I can relate with. I even feel I'm not even much more closer to you enough. I think I need to be much more connected to you the more. All of you. I want to have a one-on-one with all of you. I know majority of you guys, but it's not even enough. To me, honestly, if I'm with the president of the country, yes, I respect him as the leader of the nation, but I have much more respect for you than our president. And that's the truth. You can put me anywhere. Because he has become what he can be. I don't know what you will be in the foreseeable future. I don't know. And people will say you are the future leaders. No. You have already become leaders now. You don't know. A lot of you are doing very well. When I read your resume, your profile, it blows my mind, honestly. I can mention few names. And a lot of you are still coming up. To the glory of God, I pretty much started early as well in life. Everything about me has been very fast, all the time. Growing up was very tough, but the leadership role, God has actually ordained it and designed it. I had a child when I was 19. To the glory of God, she's in my midst now, Adiola. We were friends. Although we fight a lot now, because she feels she knows more than me. Can you imagine? And I think she has read too much. You know, too much of everything is bad. So we have that issue over the last 5 years. So we're just trying to put the whole house in order now. The reason why I'm saying this is, before I became Oni of Ife, I've always been endeared towards the order of the future. Because that time, things were very rough for me. I have tremendous respect for. At a very tender age, she's gone through so much in life. And God has actually helped her and reshaped her life. So I have a lot of testimonials around me. The way Suji said his own story now. The very first time I met Suji, I think about 10 years ago or about that. You know Suji, his logo is when the hype is real. He came, I own a resort and I was managing, I'm a real estate developer. That was when he started. But he started with a very strong force. And I met him and he was just harassing me. No, this service is very bad. Suji, can you remember? Your service is, no, you cannot do. It was at my resort with Genevieve and one of Suji's girlfriend. He has always been a very bad boy for a long time. But I'm not going to go there tonight. Maybe a typical Yoruba demon, right? But Suji, it's about time now. Suji needs to settle down. Enough of all the billions. The billions have started rolling in now. And it will continue to roll in. I've had very long relationships with a lot of you. Because you started at a very tender age. am proud of all of you. It's all about money. People, you cannot correlate money and success. Look, for me, I've made up my mind. I don't want to keep money in the bank again. I don't want to keep assets. I've started offloading my assets. And that's the truth. I want to keep what is called wealth in your hands. So that I will just pick up a phone. I will just say, show him more, my son. I need 100 million just to foot XYZ bill. And the same story with Sheyi Awolowo. Sheyi, about 10 years ago, about 9 years ago that we met, Sheyi, you know that with his very sexy high balls, fine boy Sheyi Awolowo. It wasn't that popular then, no, but thank God for his grandfather and what they've been able to achieve in their family. So when I met him, he was trying, I think at the same spot, at my resort. Because I had a dream. I used to tell people then that I will build an island for myself and I will use that island to celebrate my 40th. I had that vision when I was 31. And I told a lot of people then, you know, there's power in the tongue. Anything you want to become in life, please keep saying it. I'm a living testimony. Honestly, don't bring negative energies around you. Never. Say it, even if you don't have it. Keep saying it. All the time. At some point in my life, I said before I'm 30, I'm going to own a bank. People will laugh. To the glory of God, at 32, I was the majority shareholder in the biggest and the best run mortgage bank in Nigeria. I used to sit down with the likes of the pioneers of GT Bank, Foladiola of blessed memory, at a very tender age. Tayo Adeyinokun of blessed memory now. They were young, in their 20s, when banking proliferation started in the early 90s. Do you know their first dream? They were very good friends. Tayo Adeyinokun of blessed memory, Foladiola is still alive. One of the greatest philosophers in this country. Very deep man. I have tremendous respect for him. They were both in the bank and they said they will leave and to set up a barbing salon. But to the glory of God, something turned around their life. In their late 20s, early 30s, and they floated one of the biggest bank out of the entire black race. I have a lot of mentors. Who are you looking up to? Ask yourself every day. Who do you want to mirror your life to be? I've always been looking up to them. As per banking, I didn't do banking. I had brothers that were bankers. But the way I used to think I would become a banker, not knowing that I would be on the to be a jack of all trade, an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur. But to the glory of God, the government said banks should leave all their non-core banking assets. Opportunity came, and we started looking for money. They split the bank, GT Bank, into different folds. They said, okay, let's split the mortgage banking arm of GT Bank, and took it away. I didn't have enough money. I had little, but I was able to coordinate all the pioneers of that. So when there is a will, there is a way. It happened. The same that I mentioned, where I met Sheyi Awolowo and Sujimoto. Let me confess to you, they used to bring their girlfriends to those places. Especially Suji. Suji is a very bad boy. Too many girlfriends. But Sheyi is very well behaved. Sheyi is very well behaved. Most of you know Sheyi now after Big Brother. 2 years ago, right? But I've known Sheyi long ago. Very ambitious, with a lot of power. Great energy. To the glory of God, it happened. I built that island. Everybody thought I was crazy in Lagos. That how can someone just wake up one day and bring a life to an island 15 minutes away from Ikoyi and VI on a 400-hectare land? Jungle, no life. And to the glory of God, not by my might nor by my power, but I believe turning impossibilities to possibilities. Power of imagination. I imagine things a lot in my mind till date. Then on that my 40th, I prayed and I said, what next? And I said, the greatest call to happen, what I am actually born for, the call, then I would drop everything. And people looked at me, they started laughing again. I don't know the thing that came to my mind. And I authored those. And to the glory of God, just 2 months after my 40th birthday, the whole thing just started. And that's where I am today. And when God called me to this throne, it's the greatest fulfillment I can ever attain in my life. Every day, I'm always thanking God for. I've been looking for this platform because of all of you. And immediately, guess what I did? I walked away from all those things that are ephemeral things. Material world. I just walked away. They will call me and call me. I couldn't even hand over and hand over the company I built. I'm a real estate developer and a banker, and I did quite a lot of EPC contracts in mining, setting up a lot of industries. So the records are there. I started selling off. I'm not interested again. I just kept selling. But you know what? Anytime I see success, I'm always very happy. And success comes from all of you. I remember too, my son, Joel Mimo. I can go on and on. Right at the elevator, they were pushing him away. Said, I must meet you. I just had to tell him, why are you pushing him now? Leave him. And he said I should endorse something for him. And he said I should pray for him. And I prayed for him. And I said, there's something about you. You are going to be very great. Let's keep in touch. Please, I want to know you more. Today, these are people I call in this palace to sort me out. He owns a bank. He's one of the best brains out of all of you. To the glory of God. One of the greatest innovators. If he goes to China like this, they will give him like 50, 40 soldiers to guide him around. And many of you guys, Omoyalogi is here, the greatest influencer on Twitter. Selling Ogi in a very innovative manner. He's my son. A lot of you, Shagari is here. I would love to mention each and every one of you, but I don't want to keep you tonight. But I want us to encourage ourselves the more. Right here, some names I cannot even mention. Here, I have very successful young guys that are even still in school in the university. If you see them, you think they are Yahoo boys. I'm not joking. But they are in front of their computers 24/7, working. I insisted that they must come tonight. Many of them, I need to build a lot of great future around them. Guide them very well. Let them use other people's mistakes to learn. I've made a lot of mistakes in the past. I keep saying it. Any door that is locked, I'm ready to open it for you. You are not even utilizing me well. Yes. This January, this year, what's this thing called? Uber for Okada. And now he's setting up one of the biggest banks in Nigeria. Plenty of you like that. I'm sorry, because of time, I would have loved to mention all your names. I want to celebrate you. I'm closer to our leaders by virtue of my position. I talk to them, that these guys, forget them, they can rule this country, They can turn it around within 90 days. All the problem we're having in this country, these youth, they own this country. Please, let us give them that chance. Go, Kada. You can now go and Kada back to me. I hope you are not, come, because you look like a nerd now. I hope those girls are not disturbing you too much. You know you complained the last time. He's managing him. They are rushing him, but he has a lot of money. Are they looking at your money or they are looking at your mannerism? Who you are? Both. Take it easy. And a lot of females in your midst. Some of you guys that are, because I've not mentioned females. A lot of you that I know. The lawyer, these influencers of these NSAS, although government is fighting them now, I'm trying to support and I'll keep supporting. They call themselves feminists, co. But don't let us go there today. They like to hide their faces. It's okay. I understand. But we are all together. That's all I need to tell you. We are one. Myself, my humble self, to the glory of God, I will celebrate the youth of this country today. I will celebrate you tomorrow. And I will celebrate you forever. I made up my mind that I want to be going out with you people alone. Honestly. And I've been doing that. I'll just call on you, few of you guys, if not because of Corona, COVID. I've gone out with a couple of you guys in your private jets. Not my own. I don't have. I'm no longer working. But I'm very proud of you. I want to continue to celebrate you from all the four corners of this country. On this note, I came up with this initiative that grass to grace. I'm going to get 50 of this youth again. Pick them. I don't even want to know them. The last award we did, I didn't even know majority of them. Let us select them. And I'm very grateful for Professor Ayobami. Professor Ayobami has been with the initiative of RAI. And we are making a lot of progress. And the driver of RAI now is Shagari, Bello Shagari, and he's doing very well. Please, a beautiful round of applause for him. Very committed. Where is Professor? You are here. Come now. Come and stand beside me now. Are you not one of the youth again? Come and stand beside me. It's been very wonderful. And he doesn't live here. He lives in the UK. It's easier to coordinate things all over the world from there. A lot of people don't know that this is my core calling on this truth. That's why I don't joke with you. I don't joke with you at all. In Toba Magba, Yorubas will say Lama Fu. So, Prof, is on sabbatical because of you. He's a lecturer in the university. What's the name of your university in the UK? Hertfordshire in the UK. Because the activity is so much, he's now on sabbatical so that we can coordinate ourselves better. Just for everybody to be fine. Fingers are not equal. It's not everybody that will, everybody will have to share it. Some of you will be the ones that will do social gathering, help you collect and coordinate those. You know what I mean? Don't let me say it too much. You have different core competences. And some will be like Tommy Singh, that I will be shouting on to coordinate for me and, do a lot of great things. Tommy Singh, stand up, eh? A round of applause for him too. He's trying. I want to just use this opportunity to appreciate the two of them. Anyway, on the final note, and I'm very serious about it, Suji, I said it, we are more than this, but some of you guys are very busy. Let us work out an arrangement that will have a meeting place in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. I will come. Anything that you are doing that is very gracious, call me. I will come and celebrate you. Me, I have followers of youth. I'm always very happy. I celebrate them every day. I can stand like this till daybreak because of you. So on this note, I came up with that initiative. I told him, Professor, stand up now, doctor. I'll be doctor, I'll be professor. I told Tommy Singh, I don't want to know them. Go and get the best minds. They said the money is too much, I just forget money. I've never put money forward in my life. Never. Anything I do. Never. Smart money. You know what smart money is? Smart money goes like this. It will naturally find its route. So we want to fund and support the initiative of these guys, these young guys. They need They need good hands to lift them, just to shield them. A lot of them are helpless. You understand what I'm saying? I mentioned during the NSAS story that I am a victim by virtue of my daughter. She was terribly harassed by those police, this NSAS. And I asked her, what is your problem? Why didn't you tell me? And you know what she told me? That, what are you talking about? What if you are not my father? She never mentioned it to me until aftermath. And a lot of people like that. So for me, I want to be a shield. I want to be a buckler. I want to let dreams become a reality. Because that's the greatest joy that I have. No more. There's nothing I can become again in life. Nothing. This is the second time we're having this gathering that I'm saying it to all of you. I'm developing it, having close relationship with all of you on a one-on-one basis, both male and female. And I know all of you, you are networking and you are dating one another too. You are doing that. You don't let me know that. I know a lot of you doing it. Even the married ones among you yourself. I will be the one to be burning the cable. I'm now a cable burner. Suji, are you listening to me? Show me more. Sheyi Awolowo. Careful, careful. So, I'm very happy. I feel fulfilled. Thank you for coming for my 50th coronation anniversary. Today, I am fulfilled. 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 To be in your midst, I am highly fulfilled. God bless you, and God bless all the works of your hands. Thank you for the love. Thank you for your cooperation. May God continue to be with you. Thank you very much. If you have not gotten, just raise up your hand. Just hold it. It's because the time is far-fetched. Your real name will be there. I want to stand in the midst of all of you. Just give me a little bit of space. I want to stand in the up. I want to advise all of you the works of your hands. Everything you lay your hands upon will prosper. God will guide your dream, guard your dream, and let it become a reality. And so shall it be. As you set your eyes on me today, I'm not God. I'm a representative of Almighty, the King of Kings. When you do well in life, you will stand in the midst of kings. You will wine and dine with kings. It's in the scripture. Either you're a Muslim or you are a Christian, or you are a traditional believer, or any religion you practice, it is clearly stated there that when you do well in life, you will stand tall and wine and dine with kings and not with ordinary men. As I'm standing in your midst today, is very spiritual. Very spiritual. You will continue to excel in everything you do. God will continue to guide and protect you. You are the selected one among the few. 100, 400, how many? 5,000 applicants, and you selected 50. So you only selected 1%. That is even success on its own. I have one gift. I'm very good with faces. And I will remember today. I'm seeing all your faces. But I want to appeal to you. This is not giving you money. It's teaching you how to make money. This initiative is not giving you fish. It's teaching you how to fish. Don't be in a hurry. They are watching you. They are watching your movement. Because naturally youth are always in a hurry. You haven't disbursed the money. This initiative is good. Every move you are making, you are being watched. Every words, your action, your thoughts, and your deeds are being watched. People assessing you. Technology has gone very far now. It is through technology that you are here, selected here. Professor, we have a functional office out of Nigeria in the UK. The reason is we want to access all over the world and do a lot of peer review and exchange programs. I want to appeal to you. It will get to all of you. So far, your business plan is very sound. And I'm very sure for you to be here today, your business plan is sound. That is an achievement on its own. For you to be in this palace today, you have excelled. And so shall it be for you. Congratulations. God bless you. And God bless all the works of your hand.
Bàbá rẹ̀ ọ̀jájá kejì ọmọ ayíkí tí ogun ọmọ ẹtì ní ogun ọmọrin gángan ilé ọmọrin gángan òde ọmọrin sàbàrà lùbàrà mo forí balẹ̀ forí adé mo ṣe báyẹn àgbààgbà kó wà lóòtúfẹ̀ ẹni ìtọ́jú ọmọ Ògúnwùsì níbi yóò jọba ìlú ọ̀rọ̀jú níbi yóò jọba ìgbà rẹ̀ mọ̀dún. Bàbá rẹ̀ ẹkùn wọn kọ sílẹ̀kùn wọn látà omi owó bàbá adésọjí adẹ́rẹ̀mí ládẹ́mí káwọ́ ọmọ olúrọ̀pọ̀ Ògúnwùsì ọmọ wúrà ọlá ọmọ aríkìtì ogun ọmọ ọpọ́dún márùn lórí ìtẹ́ ìyẹn bàbá rẹ̀ adéyẹyẹdẹ ọmọ Ògúnwùsì bàbá túndé dé ọmọ Ògúnwùsì.
The last thing we're going to do tonight, I wish we're going to switch to after party afterward.
Kabesi, you see, you have been a blessing unto us all, and you are a huge appreciation of art. And as regards this, I personally, I commissioned two different artists. One is an artist of the palace, and another artist is a friend of mine. He was a junior in secondary school. And, well, we have a lot of marvelous arts for you as well, KBC, and I cannot say I will not try and introduce it as well. I don't know the name of the artists, but to God be the glory, they have marvelous things for you on this, your 5th anniversary, KBC. Thank you very much, KBC. As I stand up, please bless my standing as well. So, KBC, yeah, I will believe that, yeah. This is the artist here. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Kábíyèsí o. Long live the king. My name is Emeagwụ Francis Ebere, and I'm one of the G2G awardees. I made this artwork from LEDs, light emitting diodes. Light emitting diodes showcasing that the king of Odudua, the king of Ile-Ife, is the light shining on all the Yoruba lands and across Africa. The king has done a lot for the Nigerian youths, African youths, and the global youths. And there is no better way to appreciate the king than to painstakingly put these LEDs together to bring out the artwork of the coat of arms of the king.
Just to show Kábíyèsí how upcycling could also help us address pollution, sir. And part of what our brand do premiums in promoting sustainable consumption and production.
Also, God bless you, Kábíyèsí. In Products International, in which the Kábíyèsí is the chairman of the company. My name is Asunke Afolami, the content developer of the company. On behalf of the managing director, in person of Barrister BBYTSQ, the management and staff of the Olofin product, we're presenting this to our chairman, the Kábíyèsí's Imperial Majesty, on his 5th year coronation anniversary. Kábíyèsí.
My name is Emeka, and I'm one of the GTG awardees. I've known Ife, this is my first time in Ife, so I've known Ife to be a traditional ground. So when I was coming, I actually found this very interesting, so I said, hey, I need to get something for Kábíyèsí. Thank you, and this is my gift to you.
Oluwashola, from an NGO called the Young Leaders Council. So we're an NGO that work actively to promote leadership and capacity building for young people. So we made this little plaque to commemorate your 5th coronation. Thank you.
You adopted me when, well, you daddy me, you know everything. Kábíyèsí, I commissioned 2 different photographs. One is this, black and white. The beginning, as television came to Nigeria, and it was still black and white, and we were the first to watch television before France. So, did it come black and white, like you did for us, Kábíyèsí? Kábíyèsí. Would you like to speak about the art real quick? Please.
Kábíyèsí o, kájé pẹ́ lórí, káṣe pẹ́ lẹ́nu, ìgbà ọdún ọdún kan. This artwork is made up of card and graphite pencil. The artist's name is Stephen Korede, which is a staff here. He's a palace artist. He's my colleague here. I'm Samson Olawuyi.
For us, multiple colors as the culture we hold. For greatness is ours. The Yoruba race shall forever be successful with you as our leader that celebrates every single one of us youths. Kábíyèsí, this we present to you on this your 5th anniversary shall be colorful from now on over. The colors of the rainbows shall forever be with us as you bless us with your grace, your presence, and your excellence. Kábíyèsí, the artist, Uzo, my junior from secondary school, if I must say, and I'll forever be proud of. Uzo.
Kábíyèsí. Okay, I think she has said everything. I was deeply honored when he said I should make something for you, sir. And so I made my journey here to be able to meet in person, to be able to capture and portray the person that I meet, but that wasn't possible. So I made what I perceived. But outside everything that she tried to explain what the art was, how beautiful your life is, and how you surround yourself with the youth, and that's the color that you're seeing around all this, is that I heard something today that really strikes me. I'm humbled that out of everybody, there are a lot of Nigerian artists, that I was picked by Shay to do this for you. I heard that people come here and when they are going, that you actually give them artworks, and I think that's tremendous. I think it's like the most beautiful thing I've ever heard of any king being an artist, you know, to be able to, you know, serve your visitors with artworks, you know. I think that I didn't even do enough, you know, considering that you do that, and I you know, I think the whole talk is over.
Continue to represent us as much you love us so much. Shall the Eludumare will continuously give you the strength to push us forward to do the right things we need to do at the right time for the right reasons. God bless you entirely, comprisingly, in every single regard. KBC, we love you, Father. We love you, Daddy. God bless you.
Adéyẹyẹ ẹni ìtàn àkàndé Ògúnwùsì ó mọ̀mọ́ mi ṣayẹyẹ ọdún márùn-ún lórí ìtẹ́ ìyẹn bàbá rẹ̀ ọ̀jájá kejì ọmọ ayé kí tí ogun mẹ́tì ní ogun ọmọrin gángan ilé ọmọrin gángan.
Anniversary of our father, our king, our spiritual leader, our progenitor of our Yoruba race, the Oni, the Ojaja, the second Oni of Ife. We give every single person the appreciation. We thank you for making this a very colorful, an abundant and successful event, because without you people, we would not be who we are. I would like to say thank you so very much for my vote of thanks. And as I hand the mic over to my other associates, we would also say thank you very much. Hold on for this part.
On behalf of the Royal African Young Leadership Forum, would like to say a big thank you to everybody who came here today. We appreciate that you came from various parts of the country, and we thank the Almighty God for journeying mercies, and we pray for journeying mercies back to your respective destinations. We actually thank God for the good weather, because despite the hiccups, we were still able to have a memorable time. So we're grateful to God for that. We're grateful to everybody for keeping the calm and for staying here till the end. To all the organizers of this event, we say an amazing thank you. For all our elders who, in spite of the fact that we said this was a youth event, decided to stay with us, we appreciate your guardianship, we appreciate your mentorship, we appreciate your prayers. We thank you, everybody, and we wish you journey mercies back to your respective destinations. I'll just hand over to my other colleague to round up the vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
I wish everybody a wonderful week ahead, and that is it from everybody. Thank you very much for coming, and have a wonderful one. There's an after party, so let's not forget about the after party.
Hello, DJ.
In Koshofe local government, development is on the way. Roads are being paved, schools are being upgraded, and community empowerment programs are in full swing. All thanks to your support. To do even more, we need you, residents and businesses. It's time to support the growth of Koshofe by paying your rates. With your contributions, we can empower our youth, strengthen security, upgrade infrastructure, and enhance community development. Remember, do not pay cash to anyone. Use the approved channels, LGA bank accounts, area offices, or secure digital methods via QR codes and payment links. For assistance or inquiries, please call 0911 543 0009 or email us at koshoferev@koshofelga.lg.gov.ng. Together, we can build a better Koshofe. For Koshofe local government, development done dey happen o. Roads dey smooth, schools dey chop upgrade, and community empowerment program development dey grow selense. All na because of una support. We wan do more. We need all of una. We need you, both yard people for area and businesses. Time don reach to support the growth of Koshofe o. Na to do one thing: pay your rates. With your contribution, we fit empower our youth. Security go strong kakaraka. We go upgrade infrastructure and build community development. Remember Remember, no pay cash to anybody. Use the approved channel, LGA bank account, area offices, or use digital method through QR codes and payment links. For assistance or inquiry, call us for 0911 543 0009 or just email them to koshoferev@koshoferlga.lg.gov.ng. Together, we go build better Koshofer.
We've trained thousands of youths and we have empowered thousands of youths. And as a result, we are feeling the effects.
They came, youths, widows, artisans, as individuals and in throngs. Onirisha, or Jaja II, has opened the floodgate for empowerment of the people of Ile-Ife. Agriculture, skills acquisition, transportation, direct employment. The mission is to touch the lives of as many as possible.
We came today to express love. We're here today to preach peace. We're here today to bring harmony across the entire globe. It's a great day for us, for this honor, all the way from Yoruba land, because at some point, the entire continent of Africa, there were no boundaries. We're all one happy family. We want to further extend our hand of togetherness and fellowship for each and everybody across the globe to remember Africa, to remember the black race, for us to come together and make the center to be right. It's been proven scientifically that the entire mankind originated out of Africa. Almighty God, we are all the same in His presence. We should all come together and work as a formidable team to make the center right. Not only in Nigeria, but the entire Africa as a continent. What next for me as a person is to be closer to my Creator, Absolve from the world that is full of sin, full of manipulation. How to surround myself with the right set of people.
This journey of 1,000 steps has just begun, and it's like a dream.
What next for me is how to continue to serve my Creator through humanity the more. Those are the things that gives me the greatest fulfillment and joy in the world. It's all about me. It's about how well I can serve humanity.
The Onirisha, as a town crier for peace and unity, embarked on a new era of linking of hands across the thrones.
The institution of our royal fathers, they don't have the constitutional powers. But that doesn't mean they don't have a role to play. They do have a role to play because they constantly see their people. Their need, they run to them.
seeking to weld the traditional institution into one big family.
I've been to very highly placed monarchs. Highly placed monarchs.
The fourth edition of the Independent Day Food Fiesta, hosted by Delina Foods, lit up Glovo Memorial Hall, Lagos on Tuesday, October 1st, 2024, with the theme Unity Through Food. The event was a vibrant celebration of Nigeria's rich culinary diversity. Fumia Jose Adeogun, the visionary convener of the event and founder of Selina Group, drew on her extensive experience from her work with Creative Kids Nigeria, Henry Alex Duduyemi Memorial College, Delina Bakery and Confectionery, and Nigeria International Bank. A 2009 alumni of Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University, she is known for her expertise in strategic planning, business management, and customer service. The event was seamlessly anchored by the charismatic Chioma BBB, with electrifying entertainment provided by DJ Electra. Among the distinguished guests were High Chief Alex Duduyemi, the Ashiwaju of Ife, and a respected business mogul. Renowned Nollywood actress Joke Silva, Honorable Desmond Elliott, and Bolabo Adebaki, popularly known as Chef Gibbs, President of the Culinary Association of Nigeria. Attendees were treated to an extraordinary culinary journey with various stands offering a wide array of Nigerian dishes, snacks, beverages, and street foods. Delina Nigeria Limited curated a meticulous selection of Nigerian cuisines, including popular favorites like soups, grills, and spirits, all representing the vibrant flavors of the country. Bolabo Adebaki, President of the Culinary Association of Nigeria, delivered a captivating speech highlighting the significance of Nigerian cuisine in promoting unity, cultural integration, and tourism. He emphasized the role of staple foods in shaping the country's culinary identity and fostering a sense of national pride.
Ms. Adeogun has what? She's broken the bar. She's broken the table. She's shattered it. And the amazing thing is, this is not the first time this is happening, right? She's been doing this for years.
Yes.
And you have to respect our passion for Nigerian food. Ms. Adeogun gave me a brief on what to cook. And I knew that she didn't want... We're going to have all the beautiful things displayed, right? And so she wanted something different. And so it's very easy to assume that, oh, we're going to do some funky American chefy thing. But I said, you know what? Yes. One thing they teach us in culinary school is they teach us to learn techniques. And so techniques will tell you that you can take uba, for example. I have uba here. You can take uba, for example, which is classically used in abacha and a lot of Igbo dishes. You can take it and use it as a crunch element in like pasta. You can take dambonama, which is meat floss, and use it as what? A sprinkle on like a canapé. These are things that you will not traditionally use. Yeah. But these are our ingredients.
That's right, that's right.
I have here utazi leaf. Utazi has a very earthy flavor. And if I want to add like a herbiness to what I'm cooking, whatever it is that I'm cooking, I'll add it. And I don't have to call it an utazi soup or something. I'm using utazi, right? So these are our ingredients. So today I said, you know what? I'm going to go to the farm and make a farmer's pie, which is similar to what you call a shepherd's pie, right? And in UK, they will use Irish potatoes, they will use ground lamb, ground beef.
What are you using?
But I'm doing sweet potato, and I'm using goat meat. Nigeria is goat meat. Asun, stewed goat. We love our goat, right? So I'm doing goat meat, and I'm cooking it in vegetables, in herbs, and I'm going to layer it with potato, the filling. I'm going to do a topping of the dambonama, a topping of the uba, and put it in the oven, and that's it.
A cultural performance by the Success Performing Arts Dance Troupe further enlivened the event, showcasing Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage through captivating dance and drama. The event concluded with a heartfelt vote of thanks from the convener, Fumi Ajose Adeogun, who expressed her gratitude to all who made the event a success. DJ Electra then took over once more as guests danced and celebrated in high spirits, savoring the festive atmosphere until the very end.
She's been running her business for over 30 years, and for us that is valuable history that everyone needs to learn from. And so when she reached out about the food fiesta that she's been organizing for so many years now on Independence Day, it was very easy for me to jump on it because we need to educate ourselves on Nigerian food. I've been advocating for Nigerian culinary arts for a few years now, and what I always say is Nigeria is not just about the staples. The staples are the jollof, the fufus and things like that, but we're more than just that. We're also about the ingredients. Our ingredients are fresh, our ingredients are abundant, our ingredients are amazing. So you take things like yaji, for example, soya pepper, and you see the way people have been able to use it across the world. So we want a situation whereby people can go into another country, go into another state and say, this is Nigerian food, the same way you say Asian food, the same way you say Indian food, the same way you say Italian food. We want people to start saying Nigerian food as well. So we're starting to educate people, and events like this is what does that.
This is very, very significant because it will help us as a country to unite. Because, for example, like I said, I'm from Benue State. I'm more used to my soups, but coming here, I'm going to learn about other dishes from other parts of the country, and that will foster unity, because if I eat a dish now from a different part of the country that I've not eaten before and I really love it, then of course I'll be always looking forward to meeting people from that part of the country to be able to enjoy that meal again. Yeah, so I think it's very significant, and I think it's an amazing idea.
Oh yeah, like it's a food fiesta. It's a lovely time, a time where we come eat, mingle, network, just meet people, and it's been lovely so far. I'm finding it quite exciting. I just had ekpan kuko mixed with some asaro, had a bit of begiri by the side, then just garnish the whole thing with some ishon and the roundabout. Baba, we are there, straight. This is Nigeria, no darling. Honestly, not just that, unity. We should have this kind of events maybe 4 or 5 times in a year. I think it's really great. Sometimes it's the logistics of putting things together that might be difficult, but other than that, I think it's lovely. It's really beautiful to see the organizers. I'm seeing Auntie Joke, the other big auntie, there she is. I mean, organizing things like this. It means some people really still do believe in Nigeria, and that's what it's about. I believe strongly in this country. As a matter of fact, I have no choice, because there's no other country I can go to and claim as mine that speaks my language and understands my broken English. So this is it, Nigeria. So happy birthday, Nigeria, 64 years.
I love of food, I love of challenges, and we just want, we want to be able to demonstrate, number one, what we can do as a company, and secondly, that to show the diversity of the food in Nigeria here. If you eat a different Nigerian dish every day of the year, it still won't be enough. There's so much food, so much rich food, our traditions, our culture, and unfortunately our educational system now, we've lost those sort of things. So this is also another way of educating, if you like, people to see that there's so much that is available. You see, the thing about Nigerians are by nature social. Do you understand? We eat together anyway. At home, you want to eat. Unfortunately, we're losing that as well. You go to people's houses, they'll invite you to eat. Food has always been a unifying factor, or it was in our culture, in Nigerian culture, and that doesn't mean Yoruba. In Nigerian culture, in the north, in the east, in the south, everybody, they like to eat around food. So that's the advantage.
The Onirisha, as a town crier for peace and unity, embarked on a new era of linking of hands across the thrones.
The institution of our royal fathers, they don't have the constitutional powers. But that doesn't mean they don't have a role to play. They do have a role to play because they constantly see their people. Their need, they run to them.
Seeking to weld the traditional institution into one big family.
I've been to very highly placed monarchs. Highly placed monarchs.
We came today to express love. We're here today to preach peace. We're here today to bring harmony across the entire globe. It's a great day for us.
for this honor all the way from Yoruba land, because at some point, the entire continent of Africa, there were no boundaries. We're all one happy family. We want to further extend our hand of togetherness and fellowship for each and everybody across the globe to remember Africa, to remember the black race, for us to come together and make the center to be right. It's been proven scientifically that the entire mankind originated out of Africa. Almighty God, we are all the same in His presence. We should all come together and work as a formidable team to make the center right. Not only in Nigeria, but the entire Africa as a continent.
We've trained thousands of youths and we have empowered thousands of youths. And as a result, we are feeling the effects.
Vacay, youths, widows, artisans, as individuals and in throngs. Onirisha or Jaja II has opened the floodgate for empowerment of the people of Ile-Ife. Agriculture, skills acquisition, transportation, direct employment. The mission is to touch the lives of as many as possible.
What next for me as a person is to be closer to my Creator, Absolve from the world that is full of sin, full of manipulation. How to surround myself with the right set of people.
This journey of 1,000 steps has just begun, and it's like a dream.
What next for me is how to continue to serve my Creator through humanity the more. Those are the things that gives me the greatest fulfillment and joy in the world. It's not all about me. It's about how well I can serve humanity.
As the Biscon Tv show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Tv show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Tv show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Tv show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egbaland 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Wari, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others.
Thank you for joining us again on Biscon Television News. I'm Stella Opara. First, the high points of the news. On the national scene, VP Shatima jets off to Sweden for bilateral talks. House of Reps condemns PMS price hike, demands local refineries overhaul. In business news, Jumia to exit South Africa, Tunisia, faces Nigeria and others. On the foreign scene, President Zelensky presents victory plan to Ukrainian parliament. And in the world of sport, world's best boxer Williams retires after several concussions. Now the news in full. Vice President Kashim Shettima departs Abuja for Sweden on a 2-day visit to represent Nigeria in bilateral engagements with the Scandinavian nation. The Senior Special Assistant to the Vice President on Media and Communication, Stanley Nkwocha, in a statement he signed, titled VP Shettima Embarks on a 2-day visit to Sweden, revealed that the visit is at the instance of President Bola Tinubu. During the working visit, the VP will engage in high-level bilateral talks with key government officials, including the meeting with Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden and the Swedish Prime Minister. The statement revealed that Senator Shettima will use the visit to explore opportunities for strengthened collaboration between Nigeria and Sweden in areas such as ICT, innovation, education, digitalization, sustainable transport, mining, and agriculture. Now, the Ministry of Finance incorporated the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation and the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas Limited have launched the Credit Access for Light and Mobility Fund in Abuja, known as CAM Fund, during the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the three agencies. This initiative is aimed at providing affordable credit for converting vehicles to compressed natural gas and adopting solar energy solutions. The Program Coordinator and Chief Executive Officer of PICNG, Michael Oluwagbemi, emphasized the fund's inclusivity, stating that the program offers opportunities for individuals who want to convert their vehicles. He expressed optimism about converting an additional 500,000 to 1 million vehicles, highlighting the role of individual vehicle owners in reducing transportation costs. He stated that the CAM Fund was designed to be a lifeline for households and businesses seeking to manage escalating transportation and energy expenses. In another story, the House of Representatives has called on the federal government to immediately reverse the recent hike in the prices of petrol and cooking gas, given the current economic hardship being felt across the country. The resolution of the House praying for the intervention of the executive arm of government followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved on the floor of the Green Chamber during plenary session by the Minority Leader Kingsley Chinda and 100 others. Titled Urgent Need to Suspend the Increased Cost of Petrol and Cooking Gas in the Country and Provide a Stopgap, the motion called attention to the hardship Nigerians have faced in meeting their basic needs in the past few months. Following the adoption of the motion, the House called on the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and other relevant agencies to expedite action on the repair and maintenance of domestic refineries to enhance the nation's local refining capacity as a stopgap measure to reduce dependence on imported refined petroleum products. Now, Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has dismissed claims that the country issued an apology to Libya over the recent detention of the Super Eagles in Benghazi. The clarification follows a report published by the Libya Observer on Tuesday, which falsely claimed Nigeria had apologized for the incident. In a statement released by the minister's special assistant on media and communication strategy, Al-Qasim Abdul Qadri, Tuga described the report as a deliberate attempt to gain political leverage and mislead football administrators and fans across Africa. According to the minister, the publication distorted the details of a phone call between him and Libya's Eastern-based foreign minister, Abdelhadi Lawij. He emphasized that rather than offering an apology, the Nigerian government expressed dissatisfaction over the treatment of its national team and demanded an immediate resolution to the issue. In another story, a founding member of the People's Democratic Party, Bode George, has urged the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, and the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, to calm down. George said Atiku and Wike should allow PDP elders to deliberate in resolving the crisis within the party, which started during the build-up to the last presidential election. Speaking in an interview with newsmen, George urged the party leaders to shield their swords and allow peace to reign.
When a child, talks to his elder, to me, I didn't see that as a disrespect. I've not set my eyes on him, I don't even remember how long, and I'm not living my life because of Wiki. I saw the shenanigan going on between him and his governor, and I called the chairman of the board of trustees. I said, this is so important, you must be involved in this. Let us arrange to meet Fubara and meet Wiki. What is the problem between the two of them? Let's save our party. And so the governor of Fubara gave us an appointment. I'm not the chairman of the board of trustees, but when I spoke to him, he accepted. Then he set up a committee, and I was a member. We went to Port Harcourt, we met with Fubara. He told us his own side of the story. And when I called Wiki that we must see him, he said, sir, I'm going to China. When I come back, I will see you. But I had my own plans, and I was away from Nigeria. But I kept in touch with the board of trustees of the chairman. If you have your biological children, sometimes some will misbehave, some will behave well all the time, and then it is for you to be able to draw the air of that one and say, you don't behave like that. I'm a general. My mission, once is stated, I don't back off just like that. I looked at the list, said to me, I can never serve under Ikimi disciplinary committee. Me? We were the people who were the founders of this party. He was in another party. I called Damagu and all the other people there. I said, now, you want me to be a member under Ikimi? No.
You're watching Biscon TV News. Business news comes up next. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon TV News. Now to business news. Africa-focused e-commerce retailer Jumia Technologies will shut down its South African online fashion retailer Zando and its Tunisian operations by the end of the year. CEO Francis Dufay revealed that the move is part of a strategic refocus on more profitable markets such as Nigeria. To achieve profitability, Jumia is implementing aggressive cost-cutting measures which include reducing its workforce, exiting the everyday grocery and food delivery sectors, and scaling back delivery services unrelated to its core e-commerce business. Jumia's remaining markets include Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, and Nigeria. Dufay expressed confidence that success in these regions could help recover volumes lost from the closures in South Africa and Tunisia. He noted that Zando and the Tunisian operations contributed only 2.7% of total orders and 3% of gross merchandise value during the first half of the year. The closures will result in approximately 110 job losses, although some employees may be relocated within the company's other divisions. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Foreign news comes up next. Welcome back. Now to foreign news. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has presented MPs with a long-awaited victory plan that aims to strengthen his country's position enough to end the war with Russia. Zelensky told Parliament in Kyiv the plan could finish the war, which began with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 next year. Key elements include a formal invitation to join NATO, the lifting by allies of bans on long-range strikes with Western-supplied weapons deep into Russia, a refusal to trade Ukraine's territories and sovereignty, and the continuation of the incursion into Russia's Western Kursk region. The Kremlin dismissed the plan, with a spokesman saying Kyiv needed to sober up. Addressing MPs on Wednesday, Zelensky also criticized China, Iran, and North Korea for their backing of Russia and described them as a coalition of criminals. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Sports news comes up next. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to sports news. World title challenger Liam Williams, one of Wales' best boxers of the past 2 decades, says he has retired from the sport after receiving several concussions. The 32-year-old, who won British, European, and Commonwealth titles, says he's hanging up his gloves because he is worried about taking further blows to the head and suffering further damage to his brain. Williams says he fought Chris Eubank Jr. in 2022, despite knowing he was suffering the effects of a concussion and against medical advice heading into the fight, as he didn't want to let down his fans. Williams says he realized after his last fight, a first-round knockout defeat by Hamza Shiraz in February, that he had taken too much and does not want to just fight for money and jeopardize his future with his family. Williams says he worries about chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, a brain condition linked to repeated blows to the head and concussion. The condition, which gradually gets worse over time and leads to dementia, can only be diagnosed post-mortem. You're watching Biscon TV News. Entertainment news comes up next.
Hello and welcome to the entertainment segment on Biscon Television News. Nigerian stars Odimodu Black and Burna Boy faced disappointment at the 2024 BET Hip Hop Awards held on October 15th. Burna Boy was nominated for Best Live Performer but lost to Missy Elliott, while Odumodu Black was nominated for Best International Flow but was edged out by British rapper Gets. The night was dominated by Kendrick Lamar, who took home 7 awards including Best Song and Best Artist, largely thanks to his hit diss track Not Like Us. Kendrick Lamar's impressive wins highlight the significant impact on the hip-hop scene this year. His accolades reflect both critical acclaim and popular success, cementing his status as a leading figure in the genre. Despite their losses, the nominations for Burna Boy and Odumodu Black showcase the growing influence of African artists in the global music industry. Moving on, human rights activist and lawyer Femi Falana and his son Falarin, popularly known as Falz, have demanded a public apology and retraction of defamatory statement made by the popular crossdresser Idris Okuneye, also known as Bobrisky, in audio recordings circulating online. In one of the audios shared by controversial media critic Martin Otze, also known as Very Dark Man, Bobrisky claimed that he had spoken with Falz requesting his assistance in persuading his father, Falana, to help secure a presidential pardon, which allegedly cost 10 million naira. However, in a letter issued by Falana's legal representatives, Olorunfemi Akinyemi and Taiwo E. Olawanle, Bobrisky was accused of making false and defamatory statements about Falana and his son's involvement in the alleged bribery and pardon. The legal team described Bobrisky's claims as entirely unfounded and damaging to Falana's reputation. They demanded a full retraction and apology to be published on all platforms where the statements were shared. Now finally, veteran Nollywood actress Idowu Phillips, widely known as Mama Rainbow, is celebrating her 82nd birthday today, October 16th. The beloved actress expressed gratitude for another year of life, reflecting on the wisdom gained over her 8 decades. She emphasized that this milestone is just the beginning of a new chapter filled with experiences and blessings. Tributes and congratulatory messages from fellow actors and fans highlighted Mama Rainbow's impact as a role model and a mother figure in the industry. Celebrities like Femi Adebayo and Mide Martins praised her for her support and inspiration, acknowledging her status as a living legend in Nollywood. As she celebrates this special day, many wished her continued grace and abundance in the years to come. That's all for entertainment news. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Biscon Television News. Now to the major points of the news again. On the national scene, VP Shatima jets off to Sweden for bilateral talks. House of Reps condemns PMS price hike, demands local refineries overhaul. In business news, Jumia to exit South Africa, Tunisia, faces Nigeria and others. On the foreign scene, President Zelensky presents a victory plan to Ukrainian parliament. And in the world of sport, Wales' best boxer Williams retires after several concussions. And that's the news on Biscon Television, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalari. Now the last line. True leadership is about striving to become better in all areas of life and empowering everyone around you to become the best versions of themselves. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
We came today to express love. We're here today to preach peace. We're here today to bring harmony across the entire globe. It's a great day for us, for this honor, all the way from Yoruba land, because at some point, the entire continent of Africa, there were no boundaries. We're all one happy family. We want to further extend our hand of togetherness and fellowship for each and everybody across the globe to remember Africa, to remember the black race, for us to come together and make the center to be right. It's been proven scientifically that the entire mankind originated out of Africa. Almighty God, we are all the same in His presence. We should all come together and work as a formidable team to make the center right. Not only in Nigeria, but the entire Africa as a continent.
We've trained thousands of youths and we have empowered thousands of youths. And as a result, we are feeling the effects.
They came, youths, widows, artisans, as individuals and in throngs. Onirisha, or Jaja II, has opened the floodgate for empowerment of the people of Ile-Ife. Agriculture, skills acquisition, transportation, direct employment. The mission is to touch the lives of as many as possible.
What next for me as a person is to be closer to my creator, absolve from the world that is full of sin, full of manipulation, how to surround myself with the right set of people.
This journey of 1,000 steps has just begun, and it's like a dream.
What next for me is how to continue to serve my Creator through humanity the more. Those are the things that gives me the greatest fulfillment and joy in the world. It's all about me. It's about how well I can serve humanity.
The Onirisha, as a town crier for peace and unity, embarked on a new era of linking of hands across the thrones.
The institution of our royal fathers, they don't have the constitutional powers. But that doesn't mean they don't have a role to play. They do have a role to play because they constantly see their people. Their need, they run to them.
Seeking to weld the traditional institution into one big family.
I've been to very highly placed monarchs.
In Koshofe local government, development is on the way. Roads are being paved, schools are being upgraded, and community empowerment programs are in full swing. All thanks to your support. To do even more, we need you, residents and businesses. It's time to support the growth of Koshofe by paying your rates. With your contributions, we can empower our youth, strengthen security, upgrade infrastructure, and enhance community development. Remember, do not pay cash to anyone. Use the approved channels, LGA bank accounts, area offices, or secure digital methods via QR codes and payment links. For assistance or inquiries, please call 0911 543 0009 or email us at koshoferev@koshofelga.lg.gov.ng. Together, we can build a better Koshofe.
2024 Ondo gubernatorial election. The citizens of Ondo State are set to cast their vote on November 16th, 2024 to elect a new governor for the Sunshine State. The election is the second off-cycle election to take place this year. The first, which was the Edo State gubernatorial election, which took place in September. The election is expected to be conducted according to the election legal framework in Nigeria, which includes the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, the Electoral Act of 2022, and all other related policies of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. This is in compliance with Section 8, Subsection 1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, which requires that such elections be held no earlier than 150 days and no later than 30 days before the expiration of the term of the last office holder. Meanwhile, the state incumbent governor's tenure will end on February 23, 2025. Incumbent APC Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa is running for a 4-year full term as former Deputy Governor Agbola Ajayi of the PDP, and 15 other party candidates are contesting against him. Lucky Ayedatiwa of the APC was the former deputy governor who became governor after the death of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu in December 2023. The three major political parties contesting the upcoming election include the All Progressive Congress APC, People's Democratic Party PDP, and Zenith Labour Party ZLP. The APC, whose flag bearer is the incumbent governor of the state, Lucky Ayedatiwa, is a businessman and is currently part of the late Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu's administration. The PDP candidate Agbola Ajayi is a lawyer, consummate businessman who has remained in the race, unbowed and unbroken in the propagation of his agendas for the state. He is being deputized by the only Ondo PDP member in the House of Representatives, Honorable Festus Akingbaso. The third party in the race, Zenith Labour Party, is being floated by a junior brother to the former governor of Ondo State, Dr. Abbas Mimiko. Even though the elder brother and the founding member of the Zenith Labour Party in the state, former Governor Olusegun Mimiko, has joined the APC, he still wishes his brother well. Even though Governor Ayedatiwa has gotten a lot of endorsements from big political wigs in the state, it cannot be clearly proven that he also doesn't have moles and elements capable of sabotaging his moves towards bringing him back to office among them. While some of his opponents in the primaries have chosen to support him, some of their followers have crossed carpeted to the PDP, swearing not to support Ayedatiwa. The late Akeredolu's loyalists are strategically positioned to challenge Governor Ayedatiwa's campaign, particularly due to the dissatisfaction with his choice of deputy, Olajide Adelami, who is perceived as having a negative stance towards Akeredolu. Additionally, the opposition is raising concerns about Ayedatiwa's potential limitation to a 4-year term if he wins the upcoming election in accordance with the newly amended Electoral Act. A critical analysis of Governor Ayedatiwa's performance reveals that he has not fulfilled the expectations of the Ondo people. His notable achievements include removing barriers set by his predecessor, providing financial support to students, and appointing allies to strengthen his political base. He has also initiated teacher recruitment and offered loans to artisans. However, despite significant state revenue, he has neglected critical infrastructure such as road repairs. This lack of attention was evident when his security aides used excessive force against students seeking to discuss unmet promises, suggesting that he is not effectively managing his administration or addressing constituents' concerns. Questions linger about whether INEC, the electoral body criticized for issues like overvoting and voter intimidation, will change and if future elections in Ondo will improve. Governor Ayedatiwa is urged to address concern about his administration before the November election. If he fails to do so, the people must take control of their own destinies, as true opposition to a failing government lies in the unity of the oppressed rather than in political parties. The Ondo State People's Democratic Party Governorship Campaign Organization has raised concerns about being denied access to Democracy Park for their campaign kickoff, scheduled for October 15th. They attribute this situation to State Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa, accusing him of pettiness. With the governorship elections set for November 16th, candidates are beginning their campaigns. Governor Ayedatiwa launched his campaign on Saturday in Ondo Town, presenting his vision for the state if re-elected. However, APC has denied the allegations, saying that PDP would need to follow the rules guiding the use of the park rather than resort to blackmail.
I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my face. African kitchen, African kitchen, African kitchen, African kitchen, African mama, let me feed that day. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my...
Okay, it's so good, it's so interesting, and I'm excited to be here again today. Viewers at home, this is your #1 television cookery program, African Kitchen. I am welcoming you. Thanks for joining me again. I love you so much because without you, we are not going to be here. Thanks for everything you've been doing. Thanks for what you have been sending to us. Thanks for your feedback. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is another episode and it promises to be so exciting and entertaining. I'll be bringing her in any moment from now. I remain Buki Ogunote, your host. Honorable Buki Ogunote. Yeah, that's the new one you have added to me. Thank you so much. I'll see you after this break. The program is African Kitchen. I'll be right back. Okay, good to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're welcome back. If you're just joining, the program is African Kitchen. I am Buki Ogunote. Don't worry. Don't feel bad. You have not missed anything. Just settle down and let's take this right together. My guest is right here. Please join me as we welcome her into the kitchen. Madam, please come in. Thank you. Let's smile now.
Good day, ma'am.
How you doing?
Fine, ma'am.
Nice to have you.
And you too, ma'am.
Thank you. Please, with that joy in you, introduce yourself to the viewers at home. Let them know what's your name, where you come from, and what you're doing for a living.
Good day, everyone. I'm Mrs. Alex Egberuge. I'm fashion designer by profession.
Woo!
I'm here to give you some recipe on spag.
Thank you. Oh, beautiful. Where are you from?
Delta State.
Where in Delta?
Urobo.
All right, in the Urobo language, dialect, let me greet our people and let them know their daughter of the soil is here.
Meanwhile, my elder ones, Generume by native name.
Yes, tell them you are in African kitchen.
I'm in Delta.
In Delta, yes.
Maybe African kitchen, Evi Eko, Begolosi, in the spaghetti wakaye nunena. Wado.
Wado, you welcome.
Give
me 10, give me 10. Yes, this is your daughter. She is here and she is ready. Very quickly, once again, what do you have to prepare for us?
We have tin tomato, we have beef, that's cow meat. Okay. You can use chicken if you feel like. You can use fish if you want. Then we have pepper and tomatoes and rodo blended already. We have thyme, we have curry, we have salt and seasoning to taste.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, viewers, let's go straight to action. We now prepare to cook. Okay. All right, I wash my hands. Mrs. Ogene
Rume.
Ogene Rume. All right, you can raise your hand too. Have you washed? So, how do you want to do your start? Are you going to?
I'll break it.
Oh, beautiful. Well, viewers, I told you. I said when I bring 10 people onto this program to prepare the same thing, believe me, they will prepare it in 10 different ways because everybody has his own style.
Definitely.
And I'm sure Mrs. Ogene has her own style too. And she's going to show us. This water is okay.
Thanks,
God bless. The fire is done. So, can I open the oil so that for the
beef,
for the frying of this one, so that we can, because the oil is the fire is on already. Is it okay now?
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes.
Because it's your business, let's do it. Papa. You know when you're at home and daddy is waiting to eat, you know we will not be doing so you know. Oh, that's how you want to do yours. That's the way. Okay. Should I do more water?
Let me add a little water.
Don't worry, I'll help. Okay. So are you going to season just a little salt to taste to your
yes,
spa?
Ma.
All right, big. Okay, beautiful. Let's know. You're telling us. Let me help. So,
a little salt, so that by the time it's ready, it will have salt in it.
Some will tell you they will add oil into it, or whichever way you don't need it because this pasta does not stick. Okay, yeah, you. What exactly do you do, ma?
I'm fashion designer.
Oh, fashion. How long have you been into fashion?
Let me say 4 years.
Oh, 4 years. And how has it been coming up so far?
At least in my environment, it's not that big, but at least I'm sewing for children.
Oh,
mostly.
Beautiful. So which one is preferable from experience? Adults or children?
Children is more preferable than adult, because adult they will tell you this one won't come out or the other, but children you give them the perfect size you want.
Or is it because children do not
have
any choice to complain?
Children have a choice. Children have choice because if it's not fine, the mom or the dad will complain. Definitely, children, their measurement is not other difficult the way adult measurement is, because by the time you want to get the hip of adults, you'll have finished the dress of a child. Because some adults will tell their hip is big, while some hip is moderate. So I prefer children more than adults.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the granata is ready. Okay. So I want to fry the beef.
Oh, okay. You're frying the beef.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can use this. Let's enjoy you. Tell us.
Before frying your beef, you will season it.
Okay, just as you have done.
Yes.
So how do you season your beef?
After washing?
After
washing.
know, you were telling them that before they fry, let them
As
season.
in, before they boil. They
okay.
will boil it before they fry it.
Okay.
So when they are boiling it, they will add season to it, salt to taste, curry and thyme, so that the beef will be very okay while chewing it in the mouth.
Tasty. All right. Okay, so that is going to come out well. We are boiling this.
Yes.
Trying to fry our beef. Then, when we come back, we will let you see how the mixing of everything will go. I mean, we all know how to do it, but we wouldn't mind going through that for you. The program is still African Kitchen. We will see you after the break. Thank you. Yes, you are welcome back, viewers. You can see we are so busy in the kitchen and everything is on point. Where are we? Please tell them.
The meat is ready. We want to bring it out from the groundnut oil. And the spag is almost ready.
It is done because you don't need to even cook it for too long. We just to be able to see the stage to sieve it. By the time we do the addition and everything. Okay.
Now, we want to fry the sauce for the spaghetti.
Go ahead, please.
Now, we'll go with the tinned tomatoes.
The other spoon so that you can use that one. Do you have another spoon?
No, there is spoon here. I'll use this one too.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
We are going with the tinned tomatoes first.
That one is enough?
Yes.
Why are you doing it like that?
We are frying it so that we have to fry the tinned tomatoes.
Break it and let it.
Yes. We'll fry it so that it will break very well. By the time you put the pepper inside, everything will done together.
And with this one, it will give it a good aroma.
Yes. Now I'm coming with the pepper.
Are we not using everything?
No.
You think so?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Let's see how you want to do it. Because if you don't put enough, it might not come out well. The spag needs enough sauce. It's not supposed to look dry. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but that will pour it in this thing. So now look at the color. It's reddish already because of the presence of the
tinned tomatoes.
Tomato puree. Okay. All right.
Now we are going back to the spag. Want to remove it from the...
You want to tell them what you have done to this?
No, I'm coming with this first.
Oh, okay.
Let's bring out the spag from the fire.
So that it doesn't get too cold.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry, ma'am.
No problem. Now she's about to sieve her spag. All right, this is fried.
Yes.
So I think you can start adding your thyme, curry, and everything.
So we want to add curry in it.
That's curry powder.
Curry powder. Then thyme.
Thyme dry leaves.
Yes.
For the nice aroma. Remember, we are going into a bigger pasta.
Now we are using a little salt in it. Reason, because we have spice already.
Okay, that we're going to use.
That contains salt, spice. The spice is here. We are going to use the spice later. So later. No, I don't want to use it now. Later. Okay. That is why I add little of the salt to it.
So you're taking the seasoning cube.
Yes.
Ah, this is nice. Really, it's a fry.
Okay. Auntie B, will it taste?
But if you use my own, let's just finish adding this so that we will know. Because if you use my, but as it is,
it's okay.
You know the original taste is coming out. Yummy. That is fast way. That is it. That's it. Okay, now we're mixing the beef so that it will not just be ordinary fried beef. Some other people say we even want the spices to lay more. Share your name. No, it does. It doesn't.
You can still put it.
Oh yeah, it does.
You can still put
it. So you want to do it because you want this thing to swell on time. Thank you. That is it. Now we've added all the spices. Thank you.
I did not forget the seasoning. I'm putting it. Man, the sweet corn is coming up.
Yes, so. And this seasoning will make it because this. Remember the spaghetti is plenty. Honestly, I feel like recalling them.
No ma. No ma.
Àwọn ẹran yẹn ló máa kọ́kọ́ ní spices yẹn nínú. Àwọn ló máa kọ́ enjoy the seasoning. Can I pour this back, the spag back here?
Yes, ma.
Yes. You don't want to add anything.
No, ma.
Just pour the spag. Now the spag is coming back. We're breaking it because this is done. We are removing the meat. So please, I can remove this. No, don't treat Egbesibi. Thank you. To make our job easier. So I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Little by little.
Okay, let me hold on with this first. Sorry, ma'am. Woo! This is good. Wow. And mix here. And mix here.
We are mixing it together so that all the spag we have the spices.
So one will not be cheating the other.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Sorry, I will be back. So, ever me feel flour. And she wants to add a little water. Is this okay?
Yes, ma'am.
This?
Yes.
Okay. Can I borrow a...
Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing is going to waste. Trust me. The people that know me, I don't like wasting anything. Any pot I use to cook, that the pot now, I think it wants to take the thing from me. Now lie. Even that water will now help it to simmer together. This one is very rich. Wow. Excuse me.
We are stirring it very well so that all the spag we have the spices in it.
This is very tasty. Look at it, very rich. I like the fact that we use both the spices and the seasoning of the spices. That is what is helping it to bring down the taste.
Yep.
Viewers, this is ready.
We are good to go.
Ready to go. Wow! What a good exercise. Thank you
ma'am.
so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I really enjoy your section in the kitchen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for this revelation. Thank you for simplifying the cooking of a pasta for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Without stress. But viewers, don't go away, please. The program continues at the table after now. It is African Kitchen. I will see you soon. You're welcome back, viewers. Thank you for staying tuned. I'm sure you enjoyed that exercise in the kitchen. So you are welcome. Joining us, we have a guest. What's your name? They want to meet you at home.
I'm Mrs. Chika Wabuko.
Mrs. Wabuko Chika, you're welcome. What do you do, ma?
I do trading.
Hey, yeah, it's nice to have you with us. I love your look.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, this is our guest. She has prepared this. I want us to eat it, enjoy it. Then afterwards, they will tell me what you think about it. Whatever you observe, you just tell me. Okay, viewers, let's go ahead and enjoy the meal. We'll see you soon. Viewers at home, I don't know what to say, but I don't need to see anything. Our guest is here. Let's hear from her. Madam, what can you say about this food?
Wow, the spaghetti is so lovely. I love the sauce in it, the vegetables, the carrots, and how the beef is being sauced. I love it. The spaghetti is well cooked, not too soft. It's just there. I love it. The pepperish taste, I love it.
Thank you so much. So please let me appreciate her. These are girls who prepared this.
Wow, that's very nice.
Thank you.
It's lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Viewers at home, you will agree with me that indeed this is a wonderful meal. No need to be scared of eating fry, eating pasta, because it has vegetables. I tell you, once you prepare it well, you're sure of eating something good. Thank you very much, madam, for coming. And we appreciate you for coming to eat our food. Free of charge. Okay, viewers, please join me again because we have to draw the curtain for this episode. Join me again next week. I'll see you on another interesting episode of African Kitchen. I am Buki Ogunote. I'll continue eating my meat because I love what I'm chewing. I don't want to swallow it in a hurry. Don't mind me. So join me again next week. I'll see you with another guest. From me and my guests, you say bye. Bye-bye. God bless you.
We came today to express love. We're here today to preach peace. We're here today to bring harmony across the entire globe. It's a great day for us, for this honor, all the way from Yoruba land, because at some point, the entire continent of Africa, there were no boundaries. We're all one happy family. We want to further extend our hands of togetherness and fellowship for each and everybody across the globe to remember Africa, to remember the black race, for us to come together and make the center to be right. It's been proven scientifically that the entire mankind originated out of Africa. Almighty God, we are all the same in His presence. We should all come together and work as a formidable team to make the center right. Not only in Nigeria, but the entire Africa as a continent.
We've trained thousands of youths and we have empowered thousands of youths. And as a result, we are feeling the effects.
Vacay, youths, widows, artisans, as individuals and in throngs. Onirisha or Jaja II has opened the floodgate for empowerment of the people of Ile-Ife. Agriculture, skills acquisition, transportation, direct employment. The mission is to touch the lives of as many as possible.
What next for me as a person is to be closer to my Creator, Absolve from the world that is full of sin, full of manipulation. How to surround myself with the right set of people.
This journey of 1,000 steps has just begun, and it's like a dream.
What next for me is how to continue to serve my Creator through humanity the more. Those are the things that gives me the greatest fulfillment and joy in the world. It's all about me. It's about how well I can serve humanity.
The Onirisha, as a town crier for peace and unity, embarked on a new era of linking of hands across the thrones.
The institution of our royal fathers, they don't have the constitutional powers. But that doesn't mean they don't have a role to play. They do have a role to play because they constantly see their people. Their need, they run to them.
Seeking to weld the traditional institution into one big family.
I've been to very highly placed monarchs.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on Go TV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, no leadership vacuum despite Tinubu Shettima absence, says presidency. Lagos State government to pay 85,000 naira minimum wage, says Governor Sanwo-Olu. Business. Nigeria, others, high interest rates will stay for long, says World Bank. Foreign. Israeli military strikes eastern Lebanon, issue evacuation warning to residents. Sports. Nigeria defeats New Zealand 4-1 to begin on the 17 Women's World Cup campaign. And now the news in full. The presidency has said the absence of President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima in the country does not create any leadership vacuum. While Tinubu departed for the country on October 2, 2024 for a 2-week working leave, Shettima left Abuja yesterday, October 16th, for Sweden on a 2-day visit to represent Nigeria in bilateral engagements with the Scandinavian nation. In a statement, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the two leaders are fully engaged with the nation's affairs, even while they are away, noting that all state organs are functioning as usual. Citing examples of similar situation, he said in 2022, former President Buhari and former Vice President Osinbajo were found to be simultaneously out of the country, adding that President Buhari attended Onga 77 while Osinbajo participated in the burial of Queen Elizabeth II. Onanuga further noted that the Constitution, a testament to the nation's adaptability in the virtual age, does not explicitly require the physical presence of either the President or the Vice President in the country at all times to fulfill his duties. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has disclosed that the state will pay 85,000 naira minimum wage to its workers, which is 15,000 naira higher than the 70,000 naira approved by the federal government in July. President Bola Tinubu signed the new 70,000 naira minimum wage bill into law in July, ending months of deliberations between government representatives, labor unions, and the private sector. Sanwo-Olu, in an interview with newsmen, said the state is not paying 85,000 naira to outdo others, but because it has the capacity to do so. The governor also revealed that the state had earlier in the year increased the salary of workers, adding that it is his wish to be able to make the minimum wage of 100,000 naira in January 2025. The House of Representatives has cautioned that the recent hike in fuel pump prices could trigger social unrest. The Green Chamber handed down the warning as a meeting between the federal government and labor leaders over the increase in petrol prices ended in a stalemate on Wednesday. Last week, NNPC retail outlets raised petrol prices to 1,030 naira per litre from 897 naira in Abuja, while in Lagos the price jumped to 998 naira per litre from 868 naira, as other regions experienced similar increases. This is the second price hike in a month, reflecting an increase of about 14.8% or 133 naira. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress condemned the price hike and called for an immediate reversal. Addressing the issue during plenary, the House called on the federal government to immediately reverse the hike in the price of petrol and cooking gas, given the current economic hardship across the country. We'll take a short break and come back with business news. Do stay with us. Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The World Bank has said that Nigeria, Angola, and Sierra Leone, with double-digit inflation and weakened domestic currencies, will maintain a high interest rate for a long period and may even increase it. The bank said that in its latest Africa's Pulse report, where it focused on how the inflation outlook varied across countries on the continent. On Tuesday, the National Bureau of Statistics announced that the country's inflation for September had accelerated to 32.70 after 2 consecutive months of decline on the back of high fuel prices, which eroded the impact of the harvest season on food prices. In the African Pulse, the World Bank said that unlike some other African countries that are already cutting the benchmark rate or holding it, the central banks of Nigeria, Angola, and Sierra Leone would be considering the higher for longer approach. It also indicated that measures to mitigate social unrest associated with the high cost of living in Angola, doubling of the minimum wage in Nigeria, partially reinstating fuel subsidies are putting pressure on public finances. We'll take another short break and come back with foreign news. Stay with us. On a foreign scene, Israel carried out more airstrikes on eastern Lebanon overnight, with 7 strikes reported in 10 minutes in Al-Khiam, eastern Lebanon. In southern Lebanon, fighting continues on the ground, with Israel saying it had uncovered large quantities of Hezbollah weapons. The Israeli military has issued an evacuation warning to residents in 2 villages in Lebanon's eastern Bekaa region. One warning posted by the IDF's Arabic language spokesman Avichai Adrai tells people to move at least 500 meters away from the building in the village of Sarin al-Tata. Adrai says people in the area are located near Hezbollah facilities that the IDF will operate against in the near future. The second warning, also issued in the past hour, applies to Tamnin al-Faqwa, in which similar orders are repeated. On Wednesday, Israeli strikes on the city of Nabatea killed 16 people, including the mayor, sparking anger across the country. Sports news is next. Join us again. Four-star Flamingos mauled New Zealand 1-4 on Wednesday to set the tone for their campaign at the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. Nigeria took the lead in the first half, scoring thrice to take a huge leap into the next phase of the competition in the Dominican Republic. Shakira Moshood scored the first goal in the first 2 minutes of the Group A encounter. A brilliant attacking play from the Nigerians saw the Flamingos flying to a 3-0 lead in the 30-minute courtesy of Taiwo Adegoke and Faridat Abdul Wahab. A brilliant attacking play from the Nigerians saw the Flamingos flying to a 3-0 lead in the 30-minute courtesy of Taiwo Adegoke and Faridat Abdul Wahab strikes. On the resumption of the second half, the Flamingos added one more goal to take the tally to 4-0 with the Taiwo Afolabi strike. However, the Kiwis, who rarely threatened the Nigerian goal, quickly pulled one back to make it 4-1. Following the win, Nigeria's attention will shift to Ecuador and the Dominican Republic, who they take on in their second and third games respectively. They will play Ecuador on Saturday, October 19th, before taking on the hosts of Tuesday, October 22nd. We'll take another break and come back with entertainment news. Stay with us. On the entertainment scene, One Direction star Liam Payne has died after falling from the third floor of a hotel balcony in Buenos Aires. Police say they were called to the hotel after reports of an aggressive man who may have been under the effects of drugs and alcohol. Fans have been gathering outside the hotel to mourn the 31-year-old's death, lighting candles, singing One Direction songs, and holding moments of silence. Payne from Wolverhampton in the UK rose to global fame when One Direction were formed on the X Factor in 2010. They became the biggest boy band in the world before going on hiatus in 2016. He released his only solo album in 2019. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you for watching and do stay with us.
We came today to express love. We're here today to preach peace. We're here today to bring harmony across the entire globe. It's a great day for us, for this honor, all the way from Yoruba land, because at some point, the entire continent of Africa, there were no boundaries. We're all one happy family. We want to further extend our hand of togetherness and fellowship for each and everybody across the globe to remember Africa, to remember the black race, for us to come together and make the center to be right. It's been proven scientifically that the entire mankind originated out of Africa. Almighty God, we are all the same in His presence. We should all come together and work as a formidable team to make the center right. Not only in Nigeria, but the entire Africa as a continent.
We've trained thousands of youths and we have empowered thousands of youths. And as a result, we are feeling the effects.
They came, youths, widows, artisans, as individuals and in throngs. Onirisha, or Jaja II, has opened the floodgate for empowerment of the people of Ile-Ife. Agriculture, skills acquisition, transportation, direct employment. The mission is to touch the lives of as many as possible. The Onirisha, as a town crier for peace and unity, embarked on a new era of linking of hands across the thrones.
The institution of our royal fathers, they don't have the constitutional powers. But that doesn't mean they don't have a role to play. They do have a role to play because they constantly see their people. Their need, they run to them.
Seeking to weld the traditional institution into one big family.
I've been to very highly placed monarchs. next for me as a person is to be closer to my creator. Absolve from the world that is full of sin, full of manipulation. How to surround myself with the right set of people.
This journey of 1,000 steps has just begun, and it's like a dream.
What next for me is how to continue to serve my Creator through humanity the more. Those are the things that gives me the greatest fulfillment and joy in the world. It's all about me. It's about how well I can serve humanity.
إنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Atoro àforíjì.
Zo daga duk faɗin kasar musamman ma daga arewacin kasar nan. Barkan ku da zuwa. Allah ya kai ku lafiya. Ẹ gbogbo àwọn lọ́balọ́ba wa tí ń bẹ ń bí mọ̀ kí yín. Bí a ṣe wá bí láyọ̀ náà láàdẹ̀ ilé láyọ̀ máa ń ṣàmì àdúrà o. Àdúrà yóò wá rinlẹ̀ tó o. Kábíyèsí onírù ẹ ṣé sà. Kábíyèsí Elégùṣì ẹ ṣé sà.
In our lives, especially in the love of our Father, your Son, His Royal Majesty, Oba Oguwusi Adeyewe. We're grateful to you because he's celebrating his 50th anniversary. Father, take all glory, honor, adoration in Jesus' name. We bless your holy name because all those that came from far or near, they go here safe and sound. We are believing you. By the time we conclude everything today, we get back to our destination safe and sound in Jesus' name. We pray as Akabi celebrates his 50th anniversary, he will celebrate many, many more on the throne in the name of Jesus Christ. Thanks, Father, for everything. But we ask to pray in Jesus' name.
Aki gbogbo ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba tẹ́ wà ń bí. Aki ní orúkọ Oòduà, onílẹ̀ Ìgbẹ́jì. Ọba tó mú wa jáde lówùrọ̀ yìí, tá a dẹ̀ débí pẹ̀lú ayọ̀, ayọ̀ la máa fi padà sílé o. Lágbára Olódùmarè, irúnmọlẹ̀ kò ní dójú tì wá o. Gbogbo ń ta wá ṣe ń bí lénìí fún bàbá wa tí wọ́n pé ọdún 5 lórí ìtẹ́ bàbá ńlá wọn. Lágbára àwọn tó nílẹ̀ 20 ọdún lónìí àlàáfíà náà máa fi ṣe o. 30 ọdún lénìí àlàáfíà náà máa fi ṣe o. 40 ọdún 50 ọdún lénìí àlàáfíà náà máa fi ṣe o. Lágbára Olódùmarè, gbogbo àwa tá wá wà ń bí láti wá bá wọn yayọ̀ náà ànífẹ́ nìkan dárò ẹnìkan. Ìdìde ìṣẹ́jú kan fún ẹnìkan láàrin wa àtàwọn tó wà nílé àti gbogbo létà fi sílẹ̀ irú ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní fọ̀sẹ́ nìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa o. A rí bẹ́ẹ̀ a ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Ẹ̀yin bàbá só ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Olúwa bá wa mú wọlé àṣẹ o. Tó.
Ìwọ lọmọ títẹ̀ bí tí lọ́rùn òjì bá lẹ̀kẹ̀. Ìwọ Òdùmarè tó tẹ́rẹrẹ tó kásánmọ̀ káyéjá. Lọmọ ọmọ olóyè tí róyè bàbá rẹ̀ jẹ. Ẹni tó bá kọ orí adé mọ́ ládé máa torí wọn. Ẹni ìwọ Òdùmarè bá kọ orí ọ̀gá mọ́ lọmọ aráyé máa yàn láàyò. Ọlọ́run ìwọ ló wù tó yan ọmọ rẹ Adéyẹyè ẹni ìtàn ọmọ Ọ̀jájá pé kó gorí ìtẹ́ àwọn bàbá wa lódù Ifẹ̀. Ọdún 5 rèé o, Ọlọ́run ayọ̀ níwájú rẹ, inú wa dùn o. Àwọn ń bẹ̀ yín bá ṣe ń ṣayẹyẹ yìí tí ìdùnnú wa tó sì dàpọ̀ máyọ̀. Olúwa jẹ́ kó bá ọpẹ́ o. Ẹ̀mí wọn jẹ́ kó gùn. Ní gbogbo ọ̀nà pátápátápátá Ọlọ́run fi bàbá yìí lọ́kàn balẹ̀ o. Ìgbà wọn kó túbọ̀ máa tùbà kó tùsẹ̀ fún wa. Ọlọ́run gbàkóso gbogbo ń tá ò ṣe lónìí. Lópin àjọyọ̀ wa, lópin ayẹyẹ wa, kí àtògbọ́ jẹ́ tìwọ nìkan. A gbàdúrà lórúkọ Jésù Kristi Olúwa wa.
The choice of the youths. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations on your 5th anniversary. As we have heard from Archbishop Oladigbolu, he has put the seal on it, and I'm sure that God has answered our prayers. Kábíyèsí Aláàfin, ẹ ṣé sà. I must say that I particularly like the kind of friendship between you and His Imperial Majesty. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Kábíyèsí wa Aláàfin. Ẹ kó wa jẹ pẹ́sà o. I admire you a lot, I must say this. very much. Alaji Saad Abubakar III. Succeeded in the business world. The protocol by our eminent MCs, led by Chief B.C. Olatilo, ably supported by. We thank everyone for being here today. This is a program, a lecture and banquet program put together by Odua Descendants Union for the purpose of honoring the Arole Oduduwa, Kabiyesi Oni of Ife, whose emergence on the traditional scene of Yoruba land has changed the face of authorship. So I welcome you today, as always, in the name of the committee, the planning committee for this event, and the name of Ife people home and abroad, as well as Yorubas in general. Please relax and enjoy this program. Thank you. The ceremonies. He is a theatre artist, he's a practitioner in broadcasting, so he has a lot to infuse into this. And I'd like him to please take over for now. We will be sharing it.
Thank you very much, Uncle B. Uncle B. Sialatilos. We are going to move on quickly because he wants this to go on very, very fast. We want to inform you that this event is being streamed live on Pen Pushers Media Facebook page. If you check your Facebook page, Pen Pushers, you will find that this event is being streamed live on that page, please. Now, we have our speakers in the house. We'll get to that shortly. But there's a documentary that is coming up. There is a documentary that is coming up. And Kabiyesi obviously went for the very best hand this country has to offer. And I'm talking about Mr. Tunde Alabi Hundeyi of Dudu Productions. You've not seen the documentary, but this man, because of his achievements, deserves a big round of applause. Please, let's put it together for him. We will have the documentary, after which we'll have the lecture. Please, can we take off the lights? And
Broke forth at the dawn of the 7th day of the 12th moon of the year 2015. A new shaft of light descended on the Yoruba race, nay, on the human race. But ancient stool of Oduduwa welcomed a new son and a spiritual force, Onirisha, Babatunde Enitan, Adeyeye, Ogunwusi, or Jaja II, Arole Oduduwa, as the 51st Oni of Ife. The abode of the gods, temples across Ile-Ife received total makeover and new coats of paint. Enwa Palace, the seat of Oduduwa from the beginning of time, became an architectural masterpiece, a glistering edifice, rubbing shoulders with the most regal abode of kings on the globe. Worships and festivals, long moribund, got a new bolt of frenzy. "364 days out of the 365 days in the year, drums, gongs, and sonorous chants resound across the rolling hills of Ile-Ife. They remain silent for only one day, as commanded by Olodumare. They came, youths, widows, artisans, as individuals and in throngs. Onirisha, or Jaja II, has opened the floodgate for empowerment of the people of Ile-Ife. Agriculture, skills acquisition, transportation, direct employment. The mission is to touch the lives of as many as possible. Onirisha Babatunde Enito Adeyeye Ogunwusi is a divinely appointed chief engineer for Oduduwa, a monarch gifted with the power of innovation. Safeguarding the environment is a global mission. Jaja II motivated the design and fashioning of equipment and gadgets for cleaning up the environment. The world is in the midst of a plague unprecedented in human experience, the COVID-19 virus. Oduduwa's chief engineer rose to the occasion to save lives. Fumigation equipment was constructed from locally sourced materials and donated to states across the country in a grand gesture of redefining the monarchy. Moremi Ajasu, the passion and fascination of Onirisha to this quintessential African heroine knows no bounds. A monument, the second highest in Africa, sits majestically in the heart of Ile-Ife, attracting tourists across the globe. A pageant to celebrate the beauty of Moremi was established by the House of Oduduwa. Every year, a Yoruba girl becomes Miss Moremi. World-class theatrical production titled Moremi, with classical finesse in lighting, sound, dance and costuming, leaves theatre aficionados speechless. The Onirisha, as a town crier for peace and unity, has, in the 5-year timeline, embarked on a new era of linking of hands across the thrones, seeking to weld the traditional institution into one big family. Words traveled across the world. The exodus started. Yoruba tribes across the world were in stampede to come home and witness the new wind of change from the throne of Oduduwa. People of all races thronged into Ile-Ife and planted their feet on the soil of the source. Governments, corporate giants, ambassadors, industrialists, associations, celebrities, endless delegations. The ancient Olojo festival, celebration of the first dawn in humanity, became a global spectacle, drawing all races across the globe, year in, year out. On this day, the Onirisha wears the first crown in creation, the Ari ambassador for Udua, has stamped the Opa on the soil of nations, carrying the spiritual energy of his reign as a mission. A rallying cry for the world to unite across races. A mission to affirm Yoruba civilization as the oldest in human history. The Onisha delegation became a spectacle, from continent to continent, evoking raw emotions of cultural frenzy. You could feel the heart of the black nation pound with pride as they celebrate this rebirth and ray of sunshine.
Hi there. It feels just like yesterday that I watched you receive the staff of office. I can't believe it's been 5 years already. I've watched how you ascended the throne with humility. You fought so hard for what you believed in, and you continue to show the people of Ife immense love. I'm most especially proud of how you always advocate for peace and how you bring everybody together. The people of Ife are proud to have you. Nigeria is proud to have you. The world is cheering you on. I wish you long life on the throne. Long may you reign. I love you so much. Bye.
Kábíyèsí o, jìbìnìbìnìbìnì bí àtẹ ìlẹ̀kẹ̀, ọ̀ràn ọmọ oníṣẹ́ fàyà tí kábíyèsí aláṣẹ, kùmọ̀ ló sùn kùmọ̀ látà ní agbára Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ bá mi dúró tì yẹn pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ lórí ìtẹ́ bàbá ńlá bàbá yín ní agbára Ọlọ́run ní àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Congratulations, kábíyèsí. God bless you.
Some of the things you do may seem little to you, but they're really very important to some people and they make a lot of difference. The world is watching. The last time you were in the United States, Kabiesi, you shared with some of us your plans and your vision for Ile-Ife, for the youth and the entire Yoruba race. My prayer is that God will give you the grace to be able to bring all these things that you propose to do to fruition. And I know the world will be better off for it. You have come this far by grace, Kabiesi, and your best is yet to come. Happy anniversary.
You have dedicated your life to mankind, bridging gaps, and you will find the black race worldwide. You have traveled far and wide, preaching peace and harmony to human race. The young and the old of Nigeria are looking up to you for leadership, guidance, and advice for a way forward. God Almighty will continue to give you strength, wisdom, and understanding. Amen. Ìgbàyìn àtúbàrà ọmọdé lágbà lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àwọn àbámi dúró tì àwọn alálẹ̀ àdúró tì ẹ̀pẹ́ fún wa kábíyèsí.
Kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o. Happy anniversary, happy coronation anniversary. Long live your reign, may your reign be filled with peace, with progress for your people, success in everything that you touch. One love to you, Kabisi, and wonderfully, may your reign be blessed. Happy coronation anniversary. Too much. Kabisi.
Cupid, the god of love, resides even in Enua Palace. And unto the source, a beautiful maiden was betrothed as Olori of the source, ravishingly beautiful, faith-filled, became a bright spot in the pristine white serenity of Enua Palace. Olori Shilekunola Naomi Ogunwusi. One knows when a glint comes to Kabiesi's eyes.
Majesty, Kábíyèsí, Ọọ̀ni, Babátúndé Adéyẹyè, Ògúnwùsì, Ọ̀jájá kejì, Ọ̀jájá tó fìdí ọ̀tẹ̀ jálẹ̀, Àkàndé Ìṣílẹ̀kùnlá, ọmọ Ayíkítí ogun, Ẹ̀tìrí ogun, Lẹ́yọ̀ Ajíòkun Ọọ̀ni. Kábíyèsí o, congratulations. This is wonderful. 5 years of God being faithful to you, being faithful to the entire Yoruba race. God keep and bless you and keep you living long on the throne of your fathers.
What next for me as a person is to be closer to my Creator, to be closer to my Creator, closer and closer. Absolve from the world that is full of sin, full of manipulation. Absolve from how to separate good people and bad people. And also continue to decipher how to surround myself with the right set of people.
This journey of 1,000 steps has just begun, and it's like a dream.
What next for me is how to continue to serve my Creator through humanity, the more. Those are the things that gives me the greatest fulfillment and joy in the world. It's all about me. It's about how well I can serve humanity. What next for me is to create more time for myself, to be a relevant vessel for people to achieve their dreams and aspirations. I want to be used the more. I want to render my service to the entire mankind and to be fulfilled by what they can achieve and the limits and extent they can get to. Then I will be a very fulfilled monarch. The greatest joy for me is joy for people to be uplifted, for them to be fulfilled in their various fields and in their various endeavors. Then I am the most joyous king on the surface of the earth. So help me God.
Onirisha, Ojaja II, your reign shall be the longest in human history, as decreed by Olodumare, Otishe.
And said, let me interview you. The very first person to do that on television. And for about a week, we had him, how he went around trying to seek peace amongst all the traditional rulers. Kabisi, thank you very much. Now, Serkin Kano, Nama Geswa, the Kamunzoni Mutai Muna. Sultan,
please, in case you see.
Remember that Kabisi was there 4 years ago when he was installed as the new Oba to step into the shoes of his father. And I'm happy that we have representatives also who came all the way from Benin to represent Omonoba here with us. Oba of Benin, Chief Obaregie of Benin, and Chief Obadolai of Benin. I think there's a way to put it. We say, Oba Atokwe. Thank you very much. A very colorful culture they have in Benin. I can attest to that.
We are moving on as we call on our guest speaker at this point in time. Kabiyesi, Your Excellencies, may I have the pleasure of inviting our guest speaker, Oloye Leko Alabi Ekefa Olubadan.
And happy 70 years.
Journalist, and a man that is so passionate about putting this country on the right track. A regular analyst on radio, and of course in so many other ways that he contributes to national development. He happens to be the first culture ambassador, National Museum and Monuments, Ile-Ife. He also happens to be the very first General Manager Corporate Affairs, Odua Investment Company Limited. Standing here is our guest speaker who was 70 last month. Oloye Lekan Alabi Ekefa Olubadan.
Olubadan le Ibadan. Ọba Saliu Akonu Adetunji Adeolukuluso 1. Kabiyesi, you are the royal host to our other Kabiyesi Alayeluwas, Eminent Sultan of Sokoto and the Emir of Kano. Good afternoon, Kabiyesi Alayeluwa Iku Baba Yeye, Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́. Kabiyesi in absentia, Alake of Egbaland, Kabiyesi Oba of Benin in absentia, Kabiyesi Elegushi, and our other royal fathers. You saw Ashabi coming to me on the stage. What she said was, "Sir, please, can you keep it under 10 minutes?" She was repeating what Kabiyesi had told Chodimu to tell me. So, thank you. Something that I've been prepared for over a week, but because of time, we got to compress without losing the essence. Ayode Akishola of King FM, you did a good job of producing my speech, copies which you said will go first to the media, and Bimbo Alagbe will ensure that it is circulated among this distinguished audience. We all had Kabiyesi Onirisha and Arole Odua. We had Kabiyesi say in that documentary, it's not about me, that it's not about him, but the people's progress. So, the brief I got was to recall the patrimony of the Yorubas, Odua Investment Company Limited, which faced 3 tempestuous times since its foundation in 1976. The first tempest was in 1983, when you had Oyo, Ondo, and Ogun as the 3 Odua owner states, and UPN won in 2 of the states, and MPN won in the 3rd. So, which way for Odua? But thank God, it was saved, because the policies of MPN and UPN were at variance. And people thought Odua would be the first slaughter. Again in 1997, November 28th, exactly 23 years tomorrow, this venue was the host of the state military administrators and the board of Odua. That day was hellish because the board was dissolved and the executive management sent on compulsory leave. Thank God for the turnaround performed by Otumba Mohammed Ali Jobifele led board. So Odua escaped. Then the third one, 1990, shortly after the almost successful coup of Oka, Gideon Oka, Babangida came out with a broadcast that all platforms for primordial meetings between the states to be dissolved. And he had in mind Odua Investment Company Limited and New Nigerian Development Corporation, NNDC. Second week after Babangida's broadcast, the Yoruba moved with a board of trustees that was going to dissolve all the subsidiaries, associated companies of Odua. This hotel was put on the market for 50 million naira only. Cocoa Industries was gone to one Garba. Equip Plywood Industries was gone to NASCO, Chief of Naval Staff, and many other subsidiaries. But thank God, today, Odua is standing upright.
Welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, no leadership vacuum despite Tinubu Shetima absence, says presidency. Lagos State government to pay 85,000 naira minimum wage, says Governor Sanwo-Olu. Business. Nigeria, others, high interest rate will stay for long, says World Bank. Foreign. Israeli military strikes eastern Lebanon, issue evacuation warning to residents. Sports. Nigeria defeats New Zealand 4-1 to begin on the 17 Women's World Cup campaign. And now the news in full. The presidency has said the absence of President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima in the country does not create any leadership vacuum. While Tinubu departed for the country on October 2, 2024 for a 2-week working leave, Shettima left Abuja yesterday, October 16th, for Sweden on a 2-day visit to represent Nigeria in bilateral engagements with the Scandinavian nation. In a statement, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the two leaders are fully engaged with the nation's affairs, even while they are away, noting that all state organs are functioning as usual. Citing examples of similar situation, he said in 2022, former President Buhari and former Vice President Osinbajo were found to be simultaneously out of the country, adding that President Buhari attended Onga 77 while Osinbajo participated in the burial of Queen Elizabeth II. Onanuga further noted that the Constitution, a testament to the nation's adaptability in the virtual age, does not explicitly require the physical presence of either the President or the Vice President in the country at all times to fulfill his duties. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has disclosed that the state will pay 85,000 naira minimum wage to its workers, which is 15,000 naira higher than the 70,000 naira approved by the federal government in July. President Bola Tinubu signed the new 70,000 naira minimum wage bill into law in July, ending months of deliberations between government representatives, labor unions, and the private sector. Sanwo-Olu, in an interview with newsmen, said the state is not paying 85,000 naira to outdo others, but because it has the capacity to do so. The governor also revealed that the state had earlier in the year increased the salary of workers, adding that it is his wish to be able to make the minimum wage of 100,000 naira in January 2025. The House of Representatives has cautioned that the recent hike in fuel pump prices could trigger social unrest. The Green Chamber handed down the warning as a meeting between the federal government and Labour leaders over the increase in petrol prices ended in a stalemate on Wednesday. Last week, NNPC retail outlets raised petrol prices to 1,030 naira per litre from 897 naira in Abuja, while in Lagos the price jumped to 998 naira per litre from 868 naira, as other regions experienced similar increases. This is the second price hike in a month, reflecting an increase of about 14.8% or 133 naira. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress condemned the price hike and called for an immediate reversal. Addressing the issue during plenary, the House called on the federal government to immediately reverse the hike in the price of petrol and cooking gas, given the current economic hardship across the country. We'll take a short break and come back with business news. Do stay with us. Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The World Bank has said that Nigeria, Angola and Sierra Leone, with double-digit inflation and weakened domestic currencies, will maintain a high interest rate for a long period and may even increase it. The bank said that in its latest Africa's Pulse report, where it focused on how the inflation outlook varied across countries on the continent. On Tuesday, the National Bureau of Statistics announced that the country's inflation for September had accelerated to 32.70 after 2 consecutive months of decline on the back of high fuel prices, which eroded the impact of the harvest season on food prices. In the African Pulse, the World Bank said that unlike some other African countries that are already cutting the benchmark rate or holding it, the central banks of Nigeria, Angola, and Sierra Leone would be considering the higher for longer approach. It also indicated that measures to mitigate social unrest associated with the high cost of living in Angola, doubling of the minimum wage in Nigeria, partially reinstating fuel subsidies, are putting pressure on public finances. We'll take another short break and come back with foreign news. Stay with us. On a foreign scene, Israel carried out more airstrikes on eastern Lebanon overnight, with 7 strikes reported in 10 minutes in Al-Khiam, eastern Lebanon. In southern Lebanon, fighting continues on the ground, with Israel saying it had uncovered large quantities of Hezbollah weapons. The Israeli military has issued an evacuation warning to residents in 2 villages in Lebanon's eastern Bekaa region. One warning posted by the IDF's Arabic language spokesman Avichai Adrai tells people to move at least 500 meters away from the building in the village of Sarin al-Tata. Adrai says people in the area are located near Hezbollah facilities that the IDF will operate against in the near future. The second warning, also issued in the past hour, applies to Tamnin al-Faqwa, in which similar orders are repeated. On Wednesday, Israeli strikes on the city of Nabatea killed 16 people, including the mayor, sparking anger across the country. Sports news is next. Join us again. Four-star Flamingos mauled New Zealand 1-4 on Wednesday to set the tone for their campaign at the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. Nigeria took the lead in the first half, scoring thrice to take a huge leap into the next phase of the competition in the Dominican Republic. Shakira Moshood scored the first goal in the first 2 minutes of the Group A encounter. A brilliant attacking play from the Nigerians saw the Flamingos flying to a 3-0 lead in the 30-minute courtesy of Taiwo Adegoke and Faridat Abdul Wahab. A brilliant attacking play from the Nigerians saw the Flamingos flying to a 3-0 lead in the 30-minute courtesy of Taiwo Adegoke and Faridat Abdul Wahab strikes. On the resumption of the second half, the Flamingos added one more goal to take the tally to 4-0 with the Taiwo Afolabi strike. However, the Kiwis, who rarely threatened the Nigerian goal, quickly pulled one back to make it 4-1. Following the win, Nigeria's attention will shift to Ecuador and the Dominican Republic, who they take on in their second and third games respectively. They will play Ecuador on Saturday, October 19th, before taking on the hosts of Tuesday, October 22nd. We'll take another break and come back with entertainment news. Stay with us. On the entertainment scene, One Direction star Liam Payne has died after falling from the third floor of a hotel balcony in Buenos Aires. Police say they were called to the hotel after reports of an aggressive man who may have been under the effects of drugs and alcohol. Fans have been gathering outside the hotel to mourn the 31-year-old's death, lighting candles, singing One Direction songs, and holding moments of silence. Payne from Wolverhampton in the UK rose to global fame when One Direction were formed on the X Factor in 2010. They became the biggest boy band in the world before going on hiatus in 2016. He released his only solo album in 2019. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you for watching and do stay with us.
Dissolve all the subsidiaries, associated companies of Udua. This hotel was put on the market for 50 million naira only. Cocoa Industries was gone to one Garba. Epe Plywood Industries was gone to NASCO, Chief of Naval Staff, and many other subsidiaries. But thank God, today, Udua is standing upright. So, that is the mandate given to me by Kabiyesi Ooni, but time is short. All we need to do, the immediate past Group Managing Director of Udua, Dr. Adebayo Jimoh, is still in this audience, and the incumbent, the Board of Directors. All you need to do, without being modest, is to get a copy of my book, How the Jobi Fele-led board saved Udua between 1997 and 1999. And principally, Udua almost fell due to personal greed of some people, underhand practices, and of course, invasion by the non-Yorubas. Because to them, the Western Nigeria Development Corporation, funded by Premier Obafemi Awolowo and sustained by Premier Samuel Ladoke Akintola, should not be. So care must be taken to ensure that the economic patrimony of the Yorubas is insulated from partisan politics, personal gains, and aggrandizement. Kayode Akintola, will you please let me know if you are still here so that you can distribute copies of my speech? And in rounding up, let me please say this, that there's no way I will come on a podium of this nature and not talk about the new Crown Prince of Oduduwa House. Kí Olúwa kó bá wa wo ọmọ náà, kí ó dàgbà, kí ó jẹ́ orúkọ tí bàbá Kábíyèsí Aláìlúwà ni tí wọ́n sọ Adésọjí, Tadéníáwò, Adérẹ̀mí. Kábíyèsí Adérẹ̀mí reigned for 50 years 1930 to 1980, and he was the first black governor in Africa. Baba yẹn on achieve. So may the namesake also live to be great. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó náà ní ọ̀wọ́ rere lẹ́yìn. Thank you.
In this septuagenarian age, very glorious one, I must say. Thank you very much. Well, you've noticed that Yemi Shodimu has been interfacing with RBC. Okay. Now, I was going to introduce him just before KBC asked us to give him the microphone to talk. Prince Bayo Oshiemi is special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on chieftaincy matters. So he's the real one to be here to deliver the message of our governor. Your hands please together for him. So that is kick-starting all our remarks.
Ọmọ ikú tí kò lè pa tó fò lè ṣe kábíyèsí mowólẹ̀ fúnra adésà. Mo kí kábíyèsí tó gbà wá lálejò nílùú Ìbàdàn Ajé Ògúngúlùsọ̀ 1 ní Olúbàdàn of Ìbàdàn. There is no way I will stand before this distinguished audience without recognizing the Iyalode of Egbaland, Chief Alaba Lawson. And of course, standing here representing the Governor of the State of Excellence, I cannot fail to recognize our own in Lagos, the Elegushi of Ikate land, the Oniru of Iruland, and the Alara of Ilara Kingdom in Ekpe Division of Lagos State. Your Imperial Majesty, this is the congratulatory message from my principal, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Your Imperial Majesty, Oni Adeyeye Babatunde Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says it gives him immense joy to facilitate with your Imperial Majesty on your 5th anniversary on the throne. He says, and I quote, "I salute a monarch who has brought unrivaled panache, maturity, and egalitarianism to revered throne of Ile-Ife. Kabiyesi, you are indeed the custodian of the culture and mores of the Yoruba, a great father whose scope of accomplishment encompasses diverse spheres. Your dedication to the preservation of Yoruba culture and traditions is an inspiration to the world. You have consistently demonstrated an uncommon passion for the unity of the Yoruba at home and across the diaspora. A daunting task, no doubt, but also a feat I strongly believe will be part of your legacy. In only 5 years as the Ooni of Ife, you have earned your place in history as a patriot, peacemaker, bridge builder, beacon of unity, a rallying force, not just for the Yoruba race, but also for the entire nation and the black world. Your emergence has come at a very auspicious time, an era when our country, states, and traditional institutions, more than ever before, require leaders with a great sense of purpose, intentionality, and the ability to carry the people along. Thank you for extending your love to us in Lagos State. You have been immensely supportive, always willing to listen to and encourage us, and also, importantly, render insightful advice when needed. We deeply cherish our relationship in Lagos State with you, sir. As you celebrate your 5th anniversary, I wish you many more fruitful years on the imperial throne. I pray for longevity, strength, wisdom, good health, and the adroitness needed to efficiently perform your duties as the chief custodian of the Yoruba race. Congratulations, Kabiyesi, once again. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos.
He was one of them.
Thank you very much. We move on quickly from Lagos State. We are heading to Ekiti, where His Excellency Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, CON, leads the park there, and he's doing wonderfully well. Today is Today he is represented by by Honorable Alaba Abejide, and of course Honorable Akin Aregbesola. Can we please have your goodwill message?
Ó sọ fẹ́ tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ pé Yorùbá là ń celebrate lénìí, à celebrate èèbó àbí kí mi sọ kìtì Kábíyèsí ikú bàbá yèyé bàbá wa dáadáa Kábíyèsí Ọ̀jájá ẹ kú ọdún èní o, ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ ọdún láyé o, wàá jẹjúra wájú lọ o, gbogbo nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ láyé pátápátá fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣe ṣe o, nírọ̀rùn, inú wa kàn máa ń dùn tá bá ti rí yín, ẹ pẹ́ fún wa. Kẹtẹrákẹ líbẹ lónìí mo kí yín o, Èkìtì wí kí mi kí yín o, Káyọ̀dé Fáyẹmí gómìnà wa kí mi kí yín o. Ẹ ó dùn púpọ̀ torí pé kò lè wá bí lénìí, torí pé lálẹ́ àná ni olórí òkú ránṣẹ́ pé kó wá, tó wá ní pé kí ká wá ṣojú wọn bí. Kábíyèsí Ọ̀nìrìṣà wọn jẹ́ àlejò sí wa lẹ́kìtì, gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe fún wa lẹ́kìtì tá a bá ń sọ́nbí lénìí àní kúrò. Kábíyèsí àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ rán iṣẹ́ kan sí gbogbo àwa Yorùbá níbí lénìí, ẹ já sowọ́pọ̀ o. Torí nígbà tí mo débí mo rí Sultan, mo rí Emir of Kano àti àwọn entourage wọn, mo rí àwọn ará Benin, ẹ ṣeun o, ó sì kù níbọn ró o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nínú ilé tá à ń bá lọ ẹ já ṣe ra nìkan o, ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yóò ṣe é ṣe fún wa o, ẹ ṣe púpọ̀.
Nígbà tí gbogbo ẹ̀fẹ́ rí bákan láàárọ̀. He was the chairman of the Odole Odua Installation Committee. We were working for about a month in his place there.
Uncle B, Just to be sure that my certificate is not recalled, that's in the person of Professor Eyitope Ogumodede. Prof, you're most welcome, sir. You're most welcome, sir.
In fact, about this time yesterday, we were both at the book launch of one of the world's most outstanding advertising practitioners, stroke marketing communications practitioner. I'm talking about Mr. Biodun Shobanjo, who launched his book, The Will to Win. We were there together, and I was saying, I
keep wondering when you have time to sleep. But it's okay. Kábíyèsí, kábíyèsí, kábíyèsí. A sì mẹ́nubà ní pápá torí àwọn bàbá wa wà níkàlẹ̀. Ọba Sàkáríyáwó Owólabí Ọládiméjì Ọ̀rọ̀gún ti Ìká. Mo ṣe kábíyèsí o. His Royal Majesty Ọba Dr. Adékúnlé Àṣàmú Oyèyẹmí wọn tó bọ́ba jẹ́ jórúkọ o. Tẹ́wọ́gbadé kínní ọlọ́ba àti ọba ilé Ọ̀ṣun mo kí. Kábíyèsí Ọba Ìdòwú Adédiwúrà mo kí bàbá o. Mo kí bàbá o kábíyèsí kábíyèsí. While we are waiting, because our royal fathers are going to be back in a short while, we're going to have a cultural performance. Can you get me the group quickly, please? But while we are waiting, who today is represented? Odole Odua Tife, Babawa Kasintin Adedibu, Adebutu Ibadan Mowe Binu, Monoti Babani, Kasintin Adebutu, wọ́n ní aṣojú ń bì tó jẹ́ èèyàn kan tó ní kìmí, Ààrẹ Kọ́lá Oyèfẹ̀sọ, representing the chairman of this event. Please, can we put it together for him? Can we put it together for him, please? Who today is represented by his Chief of Staff, Mr. Adebisi, Chief Adebisi Ilaka. Please, let's welcome him. Let's welcome him. Let's put it together for him, please. Thank you so much. Mr. Chief.
His Imperial Majesty, the Onirisha, Arole Odua, Olofin Ademola, Oni Adeyeye Babatunde Ogunwusi, the Ojaja II, the Oni of Ife. I recognize His Imperial Majesty Ikuba Bayeye, Kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn, I recognize you, sir. Mo dẹ̀ júbà gbogbo àwọn orí adé tó wà bí tábàdíkà máa pè wọ́n ilẹ̀ aṣú. Mo forúkọ Sẹ́líbà mo fi kí gbogbo yín. I actually have a prepared speech from the chairman of the occasion, but today is not a time for long speech or address. But I want to glorify God for the unity we are witnessing here today. And I will request all the royal fathers to be seated and humbly request all the descendants of the Odua dynasty, all the descendants of the Odua, to please rise and join me in this song. When I witnessed what was happening, I ran to Odole, and the instruction given to Odole was that Akantun Kansi, Madabi Kansi. So he has asked me to request you to please humbly stand up and sing this song. Ìjà parí ogun Olùgbàlà jagun mọ́lú. Orin ayọ̀ la ó máa kọ. Can we do that again, please? Ìjà parí, ogun sì tán. Lájagun mọ́lú. Orin ayọ̀ la ó máa kọ.
Thank you very much. The Onisha, I'm going to hand over this speech to you, but what is there? Saying that you have set the pace. One day, the Tibale about Takiti, or the other number Mosho. Nígbà tó àbàbá ti gbé ẹrù wọn fúnra wọn, àwa tá a jẹ́ ọmọ wọn, láti bá ẹgbárùkù sí ni. Wọ́n lè ní kí n bẹ̀ yín, sir, that is highly encouraged by what is witnessing today, and is craving your indulgence to please give him that honor to sponsor this event yearly. He wants you to give him that. And having said that, Odole prayed that by the grace of God, we are going to celebrate half a century of this anniversary in Jesus' name. On that note, I want to thank everybody for coming. May God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Your hands together for Are Kola Oyefeso, Balogun Obode Remo. And as I was saying earlier on, Kabiyesi. The important thing is that when he was made the Odole Odua, big event, he donated something we call Ile Odua, billions of naira. Kabiyesi was the one that opened it, that unveiled it. And Kabiyesi said, all Odua children, wherever they are, it's an open place for you. You can come and learn and unlearn there. Virtually giving you the will to win. And you know, Kabiyesi has started that even before this at all. And that's why you heard the man who spoke for the Ekiti state government say, we love him. And that is not feigning it. That is not pretending about it. Kabiyesi, thank you very much, sir. Okay. Now, Kabiyesi, he's just unity personified. He's loved all over the country with a kind of great velocity. Benin to also be counted. Oba Atokpe. Do we have Benin people in the audience here? Okay, just answer. Oba Atokpe. Are you going to come forward? Please come, both of you. Then somebody will speak on behalf of the Oba of Benin. Please, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Kabiyesi, myself standing here, I am the Oba and Oga of Benin Kingdom. With me is Chief Oba Dolaye of Benin Kingdom. We are both representing the Oba of Benin. We are here not on our own, on the instance of the Majesty himself, who is a brother and a friend to the Majesty, the Ooni of Ife. Why are we here? To celebrate the show of the great Yoruba Kingdom. Not only that, also to join in congratulating him for God answering him his prayers, giving him a prince, for which we just heard the name he mentioned. The Majesty has joined to congratulate him, pray for him that long life and prosperity, wisdom, good health shall be his portion. Oba Atokpe.
Distance, and I'm telling you that that's what everybody's saying. And I'm hoping that you just, everybody's seeing it and copying it and making it something like a second nature to them. So I hear that our Kabiyesi is, Sarakuda Masun Sunchigo, Gana Kano, Gana Sapkoto, Sunzone, the Garewa Suta, Mamuna, Kawan Abadu Gana Wura. Allah Idari Kulapin Allah. So much.
Kabiyesi, for the next 3 minutes, we'll have the Elewo Oodua. 3 minutes, Elewo Oodua to perform, after which our royal fathers will deliver their goodwill messages. Tọ́pẹ́, I'll move microphone lọ́ba bàbá. Bàbá ní boxer kò kí jókòó sọ̀rọ̀.
Your Eminence, Alhaji Said Abubakar, the Sultan of Sokoto. Thank you for being my host, period of 12 years, when I was the Chancellor of Ottoman Danfodo University. I was present during your installation, but I've not been to Sokoto for a long time. Your Highness, the name of Kano, Sheikh Kano. Ladi Aminu Adebayo. Adebayo was very close to us, to me in particular and to Dione especially. What I have here, Kabiyesi Alayeluwa, His Imperial Majesty, Ọba Saliu Adetoji Aje Ogunkunniso, the Olubadan of Ibadan land. All the monarchs here present have been warned that because of the plane of His Eminence, that we fly back home today to Sutton. All the women here, especially Yalode of Yoruba land, Yalode Alaba Lawson, the first woman to head the Nasima in Nigeria. I greet you. All the eminent personality here present. My brother, broadcaster, journalist, there was a slight in what you have just said. You are a journalist. You are not an historian. I want to correct you. You said the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adesoji Aderemi, was the first African governor general. Because governor, it is not so. General de Gaulle of France appointed Felix Eboe in the French Caribbean to be the former governor general of the Equatorial South Africa, which has now evolved into the Republic of Chad, Brazzaville, Congo, and the Central African Republic. He was the first African governor. Sir Adesoji Aderemi was appointed the governor of Western Nigeria in 1960. And in 1965, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was appointed the Governor General of Nigeria at Tafawa Balewa Square. That is correction for you. So when I'm here, I'm a bundle of history. My fervent prayer is that just like yesterday, the Almighty God will endow you with the strength for long life and same divine benevolence which some of us enjoy and are still enjoying on the throne. Audale is 65 years on the throne. If I'm still alive in January, I'll be 50 years on the throne. You live longer on the throne than some of us. I can only appeal to Kabiyesi to be unrelenting in his peace option endeavor, because the status quo for traditional rulers in the country, Your Eminence, you spoke the fact to the authority today, yesterday appeared in the paper, that the bad place, the worst place to live in Nigeria is the north. I commend your courage for saying that to the authorities. Just as Your Eminence was making that statement, news came about from Ondo State that a first-class traditional ruler had been killed by kidnappers. I won't go about my speech. All of them is elucidized journey that has been ably done by speakers before me. Now, when the Oni was being appointed as the Oni of Ife, Ifá ló sọ lódù Ifẹ̀, asun sun kò sún, àbí bí kò bì, àbí gidigidi di, àbí tì. Ó dífá fún òrìṣà ńlá, ọdún tún ra ayé àkọ́wá, ẹbọ ni kò ṣe, ó ṣẹ̀dọ̀ ayélujára lọ́wọ́, òjájá ayé òrùn mẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Ǹjẹ́ asun kò sún, àbí kò bì, àbí gidigidi, àbí tì. Ipá ọ̀tá kò ní ká gbogbo lọ́balọ́ba tó wà níjòkó. Gbogbo yín lọ́balọ́ba tó wà níjòkó, ipá ọ̀tá ò ní ká yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti wá bí wọn ní kẹ́ mọ́ délé kan lè bàró jẹ irọ́ ni, tẹ̀mọ́ láwọn ò mọ̀ ní ọ̀la wọn mọ̀ mú. Ọ̀nìrìsà, wọ́n borúkọ ẹ lọ́dọ̀ àbí ọ̀kan sá ló dífá fún ọkọ̀, ọ̀kan kì àwọ̀ ilẹ̀ ló dífá fún ilẹ̀, ọ̀kan yẹ̀yẹ̀yẹ̀yẹ̀ àwọ̀ ló dífá aṣọ, a kì í gbọ́ kú ká ọkọ̀, a kì í gbọ́ kú aṣọ èèwọ̀ òrìṣà, aṣọ máa ń sá ni yóò pòórá ni kò ní kú, a kì í gbọ́ kú ilẹ̀ àṣẹ gbóngbó adéyẹ bàbá tó dé ẹni tó gúúsì ọ̀jájá ó pò ó tẹ́ ó dàgbàlagbà ọba ó gbogbo bí olú àṣọ àṣọrò àṣáké. Aláàfin olúwàsó gbogbogbò ó sọ ọmọ owó mọ́wọ́ ọmọ owó jẹjẹjẹ ó dókínní ó kínní jẹ ó pòórá à ní gbọ́kù rẹ̀. Ikú pọ̀ ipa tọ̀ lórí ẹ̀tàn kì í pa ẹ̀tà lórí ìran, tó bá dijú tó bá lálàá kì í ṣekú. Àlá tó mọ̀ aláwọ̀ márùn-ún bàbá rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ wo ló wá ṣe, o ti sọ tó fẹ́ wá ṣe, ìmọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ á ṣe ìdùmọ̀ pó òrìṣà.
Ikú bàbá yèyé ẹ máa ń ṣe kábíyèsí o.
Bá a ti fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló rí, èmi la ò ní yọ̀ sí, èmi la ò ní yọ̀ sí, èmi la ò ní yọ̀ sí. Lórí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló rí, èmi ẹ ṣeun ẹ ṣeun ẹ ṣeun. Muhammad Abubakar CFR.
Wai zai zo nan ne shi ma ya zo ya ta muna kan wannan abin da muke nan wurin. Allah ya ta ka riko duk Najeriya a hannun ka yake, kuma ga muna a kaduwa mu muke ba abin da zai taba kan alada, mun ba abin zai taba kuma alada akan duwa mu muke dai a bayan ku muke. Wani za
Allahu ala nabiyil karim. Our most distinguished sisters and brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, I would like to recognize the Iyalode, because she's the mother. We have to recognize mothers before others. Then I recognize the celebrant, Onirisa, my very good friend, my brother. And then I recognize the one and only Iku Baba Yeye. My very, very good friend, my chancellor of our university, whom I call a Sokoto man. wearing Yoruba cloth. Our most distinguished elder, and of course, my own Sarkin Yaki, the Emir of Kano. Sarkin Yaki is the Areona Kakamfo of this, so he is the leader of all the warriors of the then Sokoto Caliphate, and I dragged him along to come with me, not because I am afraid of being in this type of group. I'm very, very much at home whenever I meet with the Yoruba in this part of the country, because I'm a Lagosian. So I am Omoeko. And I've seen so many of my very, very good friends that I've known in my military days as a soldier in Lagos. And I'd like to thank Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for making it possible for us to be here today to rejoice and continue to pray for our friend, our brother, our colleague, the Oni of Ife, as he marks 5 years on the throne of his forefathers. It was this very month of November, I marked 14 years as Sultan. And what you don't know, in those 14 years and in these 5 years as Oni of Ife, he had been to Sokoto 5 times. 5 times. So averagely every year, the Oni was with me in Sokoto. And that's why when I got a letter inviting me to be here today, I told him, Inshallah. As Muslims, we say, Inshallah. Because whatever you plan, if Almighty Allah has not sanctioned it, it can never happen. We were in Abuja yesterday for our Nigerian Religious Council meeting, the quarterly meeting. And as we finished, very late in the night, I got a plane to bring me to Ibadan because I wanted to be with my colleague, my friend, and my brother, and my confidence. What you don't know, as we chair the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, a body of all traditional rulers in this country, we share a lot, and he helped a lot, and he has been doing a lot in the last 5 years. And what you don't know too, we share a lot in common. We think and we have very great passion for development of our youth, because that's our source of strength. And when he came in as a very, very young man, I used to call him, I won't tell you what I used to call him here, because I learned that this is live streaming, but he knows what I used to call him. He came with so much energy, so much strength. And at such an age, some people started wondering, could he really handle the enormity of this office as Oni? But Almighty Allah, who gives you a position, will help you to discharge responsibility if you believe in him and do right. And so far, what I've seen in my friend, my brother, he had been trying to do right. And whenever you do right and you leave the rest to Almighty Allah, you will see positive results. And that's what we have been doing in the last 5 years with my friend, my brother, my colleague, as we try to stabilize this great country, Nigeria, where everybody we believe should and must feel free to live his or her life. Therefore, we are very appreciative of the support we've been getting from this part of the world, from this part of the country. We know the Yorubas because we've lived in Yoruba land for so many years of our life. And I've also known Yoruba more when, as a participant of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, we went to Brazil for our study tour. And we saw Yoruba culture there, live. So Yoruba is not only in Ile-Ife or in Ibadan or in Osun, or I don't know how you call it. Well, me, I say Oshun. And I think that's what we must always hold as very, very important, our cultural heritage. That's what differentiates us from them. Anybody who throws away his culture is throwing away his own life, because culture makes us who we are and what we are. And you find that for most of us, we're also religious leaders. So we put all together, religious leaders, traditional leaders, cultural leaders, and above all, leaders who have human faith, who feel for the humanity, who feel for the people God Almighty gave them their leadership. And that's why we do whatever it takes as traditional leaders in this country. And I've seen so many of you. I'm very delighted to see so many of you. That's why we do what we are doing. Try to sensitize our political leaders to do right. Because as leaders, they are supposed to protect all citizens, protect our lives and property. Therefore, if you fail to do that, when you do meet Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He will ask you, when you are only you and Him, what did you do with the leadership I gave you while in the world? So our political leaders should know that. And religious leaders should know that, because it's also leadership. And traditional leaders should know that. And therefore, we call on all of us to close ranks. Do not allow the vanity in the world mislead us into wrong paths, into very deep holes that we cannot come out when we do enter. We must try to help one another, try to be your brother's keeper, try to give whatever you have to your neighbor, and that your neighbor can be anybody else. It could be a Igbo man, it could be a Hausa man, it could be a Yoruba man, or whatever it is. God Almighty chose your neighbor for you. And as neighbors, we must love one another, because all religions that we know teach us to love one another. In some cases, I could even say more than you love yourselves. So issues of ethnicity should not be a problem to us, because that is diversity, as Almighty Allah brought it to the world. If Almighty Allah had wanted, He would have made all of us Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, Fulanis, Chinese, Hindus, and whatever. But He created us into nations and tribes so that we understand one another, not to fight one another. So understanding is very important, and that's why we try to come close to everybody. The more you get close to somebody, the more you understand one another, then you now know you're all on the same page, that you're all working towards one goal, but maybe in a different manner. And I think the more we close ranks, the better our society will be. We have problems all over the world. We have COVID-19, and that's why we have the new normal. Most of us here are wearing this face mask. I told BC I will not remove the face mask, because if I do so, they will say I've breached the protocol. As leaders, we have to lead by example. And since you could all hear me as I speak, there's no need for me to remove my face mask. But he just won't see my face, whether I've grown older or what. But I've known BC for a very long time. I watched the documentary, and who made the documentary did not do justice to that documentary, because I saw myself only in one small glimpse. And the person whom I've spent very good 5 years together, who I've been to Sokoto at least 5 times, you didn't show him in Sokoto. You didn't show him even, you just show one small picture of me and him. And I think that documentary is not complete. And the owner himself said, yes, this is not complete. So go back and do that documentary and send it to us to see before we sanction it. Because documentaries are a history. Just like when you write books, they can't change whatever it is. In 10, 15, 20, 30 years, that document will still be airing, either through our phones or on our social media or wherever it is. So you have to do right. And I think it's important for us to try to educate ourselves. We have called on government so many times, please bring back history into our curriculum. Because if you don't know your history, how can you now know who you are? For example, you remove Yoruba history from schools. How do you teach a small Yoruba boy that growing up in Molete or somewhere to know what is Ibadan? I'm very familiar with this Premier Hotel because I've lived in Ibadan, I've worked as a soldier, I've been here so many times, and I'm very familiar with the whole of Oyo State, and I'm very familiar with the Southwest. That's why I say I'm a Lagosian, because I lived so many years of my life in the military in Lagos. And I know that the day we all leave this world, we'll all try to pray to Almighty Allah to accept us in a perfect condition as those who served Him to the best of our ability, who helped to stabilize our communities, who uplifted those downtrodden who don't even have a simple 1 meal a day, those who had problems of health and whatever challenges, and we reached out to them, those who don't have jobs, and we reached out to them, see how can we really create a job for you to do so that it can be self-sufficient. These are the challenges we are facing, not where you come from, not an Igbo man, a Yoruba man. We all live in one world. The global village now, everybody knows what you are doing. This program is being aired live. Some 15 years ago, you wouldn't have dreamt of something like this. But as we are talking now, everybody is listening all over the world, including America and Brazil, and that place of Yorubas. So we have to know what we do is very important. And what we do, we must always try to do things right. And when you are doing right, don't bother about people's criticism, because people definitely must criticize you. If you are not criticized, you are a nobody. Continue to do good and leave the rest to Almighty Allah. Because if you do good, somebody said, yes, well done, you say Alhamdulillah. If you said you didn't do it, you say yes, Alhamdulillah. Because the person that you're going to look up to is Almighty Allah. He will judge you. What you have done here is good or bad. And that's what we're all looking for, salvation in the hereafter, not in the world. And that's why I used to tell people, on that day when we leave this world, we are all faced with Almighty Allah, our Creator. That time all of us will be from Oyo State. What is Oyo State? OYO, on your own. It's only you and Almighty Allah. So it's not because we're in Oyo State here in Ibadan, but I've been saying it. You will be on your own. Only your deeds, good or bad, you answer to Almighty Allah. Nobody will come and stand in for you. So we have to continue to do good. And when people appreciate what we do, we will do more. If they don't appreciate, don't stop doing good because they don't appreciate. Continue doing what you are doing because you believe in what you are doing. So my dear brother, don't stop what you are doing. Continue doing what you are doing because people appreciate what you are doing now, but later on, when you reduce what you are giving, people start talking. Don't mind them. Continue doing what you are doing. Continue doing good, and continue to believe and depend on Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for all what you do. We assure you of our total support. We are yours, we are your brothers. And they are laughing. We are looking forward to January 15, inshallah. We will, inshallah, come to Oyo and also felicitate with you and enjoy your beautiful dance steps as you mark 50. And I want to thank you for the services you have rendered to our university because you stabilized their university as chancellor, as a distinguished gentleman. And we need to do more. So my other distinguished friends, I must recognize their language because if I don't, he will feel somehow is my very close friend. You know, I always try to bring them very close to me because they are the leaders of this world. The younger you are, the stronger you are. And the stronger you are, the more committed you are to do things. And the more committed you are, the more you do and reach out to people, and you will succeed. So inshallah, we will continue to do our best. You can always count on us. Continue to work with you, for you, at any time, anywhere. And we'll look forward to having more of such great moments together. Because people seeing us now, just coming all the way from Sokoto to Ibadan for this program means a lot. Especially at this time when there are so much cries. The cries for divisions here and there, do this, do that. I'm not going to talk politics. I'm not a politician, but I'm the father of politicians, but I can talk politics from now till tomorrow. It might not get into some people's heads, but I know some words get into some people's heads, whether they like it or not. So if you check the papers today, almost all the papers had these very bold headlines. What I just said yesterday in a very short program. That means some people are watching, they are listening, they are reading. What we want is for them to implement acts. Because if you listen, you hear what people are saying, what people are crying for, and you don't act, then things will get worse. And when things get worse, they will get worst. And when they get worst, of course, it's only Almighty Allah who will come in and help. So let's not allow that. Let's rise up and make things change in this great country. Because God Almighty wouldn't have made a mistake when He put this country together. And if He wants to do whatever He wants to do, He will just do it. He will separate this country, divide into 1 million little pieces. And find that you need a visa to go somewhere, and you will not get the visa. So I would like to thank all of you for coming to share this moment. It's a very special moment for our brother, because we have identified with him as our brother. We have identified what he has been doing as something right, and he needs encouragement. And we are encouraging you to do more. We'll continue to work together. And I'd like to offer my condolences on one of our colleagues that we lost yesterday, the Olufon of Ifon. I read about it, and when I started calling people, some people didn't even know. And we want to offer our condolences and then offer our hearty congratulations. I'm leaving this last to the newest prince, the heir to Oduduwa family, in the nearest future. We wish you all the very best and Almighty God's blessing. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
A madadin Sarkin Kano, haɗa duk hausa da ke nan taron yadda na faɗa da zinnan Allah ya dawo ku lafiya. Now, talking about 10 years on the throne of the Sultan, I remember I was holding the microphone like this in Sokoto, and the Oni was there himself. In fact, the president was also in attendance. And of course, you know that Chief Obasanjo is a very great, has one of the strongest titles there. He was also, there was a big, big event. So these are they're like Siamese twins. Put your hands together for this. What's happening here? At the very apex of the monarchy of our country. Wow. May God make it a lot stronger. Thank you very much.
Words of wisdom. We can feel the sincerity behind your words. Those who are reassuring words. And I'm sure we'll be living here a lot better than we came in. God bless Nigeria. God bless you. To oni oyole wow. Njotobaya, you are on your own. Eba mpato fun Lagos boy. Omo Eko. We now move on quickly. It's time to listen to our host's royal father.
I rise on behalf of His Majesty, the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Obasaliu Akamu Olasupo, Adejuwon Olaiwola Adetunji Aje Ogogonista II. on this occasion of your 5th coronation anniversary, Kabiyesi Oluwadan asked me to thank you and to thank God for your life. Because 5 years of your coronation is like yesterday, and 5 years is like 50 years. We watched the documentary, and we were able to see how it has showcased some of the things that you have done in just 5 years. Kabiyesi would like me to tell you how very proud he is to associate with you and the exalted throne of Ooni of Ife. Kabiyesi will also say that if anybody does not know the Ooni of Ife is partly an Ibadan man. Having spent the good part of his life in Ibadan, attending Loyola College Ibadan, the Polytechnic Ibadan, and then staying even when he was in primary school. I remember somebody cast him in the mouth of a royal father, not knowing he was going to become a royal father. And here Ajike is the name of the person. Kabiyesi said he's very proud to be associated with you and to be associated with Ife. And to say that, what next? The next is how to continue to promote unity among all our peoples in Yoruba land, which you have been doing. It means you have to redouble your efforts at going around and preaching peace, progress, unity. Then, by extension to Nigeria as a whole. Once again, thank you very much for giving.
Ọba àná, ọba òní, ọba ọ̀la, ọba títí ayé lọ kọrin kése, Kábíyèsí, mo dúpẹ́ pẹ́ òkun fún oore ẹ̀ àti àánú ẹ̀ àti ìbùkún ẹ̀ lórí ìgbésí ayé mi. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà tí ó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Màá sọ èdè wa, àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire, màá dẹ̀ tún sọ èdè òyìnbó. Ṣùgbọ́n mi nígbà alákòókò torí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa tó ní láti padà pàápàá jùlọ Sultan of Sokoto wọ́n láti padà. Ìfẹ́ ni wọ́n ní sí mi àti gbogbo wa ní ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire tí wọ́n fi wá. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ pẹ̀lú Sẹ́ríkí Kánò. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á máa bá mi dúró tì wọ́n, á máa bá mi lọ́ra ẹ̀mí wọn. Mo kí ẹ ṣe ẹ̀kú àdúrótì. Mo kí bàbá wa ikú bàbá yèyé. Aláàfin èmi àti ikú bàbá yèyé ń sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìgbà tí aṣojú gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó bí ọmọ ikú tí kò gbọdọ̀ pa. Bàbá ní lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè wọ́n ṣàdúrà fún mi pé mi náà pẹ́ o, pé kò sẹ́ni tí kò lè jẹ́ ìpè Ọlọ́run, ṣùgbọ́n èmi ń fi ọlá bàbá tọrọ. Wọ́n ti jẹ ọba, wọ́n tún jẹ ọjọ́ orí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Mo wá fi ọlá yín tọrọ wípé kí èmi náà kó pẹ́ lórí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá bàbá mi. Ó kù bí oṣù méjì tán máa pé 50 lórí ìtẹ́. Ní ìgbà kùtùkùtù ẹni tó bá ti pé 50 ó ti di ọlọ́fin. Ẹni tó bá ti pé 50 lórí ìtẹ́ òun gangan ti di àjọ̀nú. Ṣé rí pé bàbá wa wọ́n sì ṣe kébékébé. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kẹ́ pẹ́. Bí Ọlọ́run ṣe bùkún mi náà tí mo ti lọ ọdún 5 tọ́lọ́run gbé mi sórí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá wa, èmi náà pẹ́ o. Ẹ̀yin náà dẹ̀ ti ṣe inú àdúrà. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹ kú gbogbo ìgbà, ẹ kú àgbà. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn, mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire. Bàbá ní kí gbogbo wa ká wá fara wa ká ṣera wa lọ́kan. Ipe tá a bá tọ̀ sójú kan ó máa ń ru ni. Tí olóyìnbó ń pè ní unity, unity, unity. Ẹ rí pé èmi àti bàbá Aláàfin àjọjú kò sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ara wa, fẹ̀gbẹ́ kan ara wa. A dẹ̀ ń jomi toro dáadáa. Lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè. Ẹ pẹ́ torí ojú ti rí òkun, ó ti rí ọ̀sà. Lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè. Ọlọ́run tó fi yín sórí ìtẹ́ pẹ̀lú ọgbọ́n àti ìmọ̀ àti òye. Ẹ túṣìbọ̀ máa ní sí o. Mo kí kábíyèsí bàbá Olúbàdàn tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ni wọ́n ń ṣe agbátẹrù láti gbà wá lálejò ní ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa ní pé kí ló dé, ṣèbí fẹ̀ ló yẹ kí n jókòó sí. Ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo wa lájọ ní Oòduà, àjọ ní wa ní. Ìdí tí a ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí ní Ìbàdàn ni wípé kábíyèsí ikú bàbá yèyé gan sọ ìtàn yẹn nígbàtí gbogbo àwa lọ́balọ́ba ní ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire tá a wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó wípé gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ Oòduà tó pẹnupọ̀ ìtọ́ kọ́kọ́ kówó lé lórí òun náà ní Premier Hotel. Ibẹ̀ náà la wà. £1 million ni wọ́n kó lé lórí. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣí ní 1960 ní ìgbà tí orílẹ̀-èdè wa gba òmìnira. Òun náà ni gbogbo wa dúró tá a jókòó sínú ẹ̀ yìí. Bó tiẹ̀ ṣe kù díẹ̀ káàtó ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn wò ó láti ìgbà yẹn sí ìsìn ó dẹ̀ sì dúró, kò sán kò là, ó dúró digbidigbi. Oríire àwa ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire ni. Nítorí ìdí ẹ̀ náà la ṣe ní pé kí a tún wá sí ibí. Ó dẹ̀ tún rọrùn fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa láti jọ kóríjọ síbí. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Oòduà, ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire á jẹ́ kó gbé gbogbo wa o. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn orí adé, mo kí gbogbo yín lápapọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run tó gbé mi lórí ìtẹ́ yìí, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Kò sí ẹ̀dá tó mọ ọ̀la. Ìrìn àjò mi ó kún fún oríṣiríṣi ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìyanu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ mi kì í pe kábíyèsí Ẹlẹ́gùṣì ní ọ̀rẹ́ mi, mo máa ń pè ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nítorí pé a ti wà tipẹ́tipẹ́. Nígbà tí bàbá tí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí n gba iṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn, bàbá wa dáadáa, bàbá mi tó fẹ́ràn mi púpọ̀ púpọ̀, kí Ọlọ́run kó dẹlẹ̀ fún wọn. Ní ìgbà tí wọ́n jẹ́ ìpè Ọlọ́run, mo pe ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní kéṣe wàràǹtìsà tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n kò sí oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tá kí n jọ dánwò ńgbà yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n mi ní tú àṣírí Ẹlẹ́gùṣì lénìí. Oríṣiríṣi láti jọ dánwò. Kábíyèsí Ẹlẹ́gùṣì ti wà ń bẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ọmọọba ni mo jẹ́ ńgbà yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n a súnmọ́ra púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Mi ò lè gbàgbé ọjọ́ yẹn. Mo pe Ẹlẹ́gùṣì. Ẹlẹ́gùṣì ó wá gbé fóònù mi. Mo wá fi àtẹ̀ránṣẹ́ ránṣẹ́ pé ilé ti yá o. Pé ìpè Ọlọ́run yẹn ó ti dé torí pé a lè lò pẹ́ kó yá a lè lò ó máa yá kó pẹ́. Lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ni Ẹlẹ́gùṣì pè mí padà. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìrìn àjò yẹn ní bí ó ṣe tọ́ àti bí ó ṣe yẹ. Mo dúpẹ́ kábíyèsí Ẹlẹ́gùṣì ẹ kú àdúrótì. Àjọṣepọ̀ wa kò ní bàjẹ́. Kò ń ṣe ìsìn, ó ti pẹ́ láti jọ wà. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á dẹ̀ jẹ́ ká pẹ́ fúnra wa. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹni tí Ọlọ́run náà tún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé sórí ìtẹ́, kábíyèsí onírù. Àtijọ́ wà náà tipẹ́tipẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n jẹ́jẹ́ lọmọ Èkó onírù ń lọ. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé tí wọ́n bá gbé ẹ sípò tí o hùwà oníwà, oore ọ̀fẹ́ lórí gbà lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, àánú lórí gbà lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, ìbùkún lórí gbà. Mo dúpẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run ló kà yín yẹ. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á máa bá mi dúró tì yín. Kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀ la gbogbo akọ̀jọ máa ń rìn gbà ẹni. A ò mọ̀ pé ọjọ́ òní ó máa rí báyìí. Ó máa ń ṣe mí ní kàyéfì púpọ̀ púpọ̀ torí mo súnmọ́ gbogbo àwọn orí adé yẹn nígbà tí mo jẹ́ ọmọ ọba. Ọlọ́fà ò sí ń bì. Èmi àti Ọlọ́fà ó ti máa lé lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún tá a ti jọ fà síbí fà sọ́hùn. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run lónìí náà fún wọn. Kábíyèsí Alára, mo kí ẹ̀yin náà. Kò kí ń ṣe ìgbà yìí lájọ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè wípé Ọlọ́run gbé ẹ̀yin náà dé orí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá yín ní ìgbà tí ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí. Bí àlá náà ni o. Mo ní kábíyèsí Alára. Wọn tí ì di Alára nígbà yẹn. Mo ní ẹ máa dádé. Wọ́n ní ó mú àwọn náà pé ṣùgbọ́n wàhálà ọba jíjẹ pọ̀ báyìí. Mo rántí pé olórí wọn wà mẹ́gbà yẹn. Olórí wọn ní báwo ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀? Mo ní ṣé torí pé ẹ̀fẹ́ kan gbé olórí mi kábíyèsí Alára ẹ rántí mọ́ mi ní sọ́mọ́ mi ní sọ̀rọ̀ kù mọ́. Olórí wọn fẹ́ dìde sẹ́mi àti wọ́n gbà yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run lọ́jọ́ òní wípé Ọlọ́run gbé gbogbo wa tí a ti mọra tipẹ́tipẹ́ dé orí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá wa. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni oore ọ̀tún. Ẹ má bínú pé mo ń gbà yín lákòókò, mi nígbà yín lákòókò, ṣùgbọ́n inú mi dùn púpọ̀ lénìí, ayọ̀ mi kún. Oore ọ̀tún náà àtijọ́ wà tipẹ́tipẹ́. Oore ọ̀tún Ọlọ́run náà gbé wọn dé orí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá wọn. Oore ọ̀tún ó fẹ́ràn kó máa ṣòwò, kó fẹ́ràn business, ó fẹ́ràn owó púpọ̀ púpọ̀, kó máa lé owó káàkiri. Wọ́n ṣe ń lọ sí Ṣókí, lọ́ ń lọ sí Kẹlàmàṣẹ̀, lọ́ ń lọ sí Òbéńbé ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Niger Delta. Mo ní ẹ fòbéńbé lẹ̀, ẹ fi Kelewu lẹ̀, ẹ máa bọ̀ wá sí orí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá yín. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run lónìí, Ọlọ́run gbé wọn débẹ̀. Inú mi kún fún oore àti ọpẹ́ sí Ọlọ́run. Ayọ̀ mi kún, gbogbo ara mi gan ó kún fún ọpẹ́. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run wípé Ọlọ́run gbé mi dé orí ìtẹ́ fún ọdún 5. Ṣùgbọ́n ojú ti rí o, ojú ti rí lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run kà mí yẹ. Ìrìn àjò náà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí ẹ̀ ní ìgbàgbọ́ kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Mo tún rántí eléko náà, olówó Èkó baba Fuad. Èmi náà mo ránṣẹ́ sí wọn gbà yẹn torí mo súnmọ́ wọn náà kọ́lọ́run tó gbé mi lórí ìtẹ́. Èmi àti Ẹlẹ́gùṣì la máa jọ ń rò ó, a máa jọ ń gbà bí gbà ọtí gbà yẹn ni pé báwo ni ká tún ṣe lọ, ibo ni ká tún ti lọ kanlẹ̀kùn, ibo ni ká tún lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè pé Ọlọ́run kà wá yẹ lénìí. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé gbogbo wọn náà ló wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé ẹ pọ́n mi lé, Ẹlẹ́gùṣì, Onírù, alára òòrè ọ̀tún. Ẹ má bínú gbogbo orí adé tó wà níkàlẹ̀, gbogbo yín náà ní ẹni ìtẹ́ yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè nígbà tí mo kàn jẹ́ ọmọọba tá a kàn ń sáré kiri sásọ̀hún ni Ọlọ́run ti gbé mi pàdé gbogbo àwọn tí mo dárúkọ yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ní ìgbà tí ìpè náà dé, mo dúpẹ́ lónìí, mo ránṣẹ́ sí kábíyèsí ikú bàbá yìí. Inú wọn dùn, ayọ̀ wọn kún, wọ́n ṣàdúrà fún mi. Mo pè wọ́n lórí aago, mi ò lè gbàgbé ọjọ́ yẹn. Inú wọn dùn púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Ọjọ́ yẹn ni mo pinnu pé mo máa lọ kanlẹ̀kùn lọ́yọ̀ọ́, pé kí gbogbo wa ká wà lójú kan náà. Inú mi dùn, ayọ̀ mi kú pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe fi ijó àti ayọ̀ pàdé mi ní ìgbà yẹn. Lótìtọ́ àti lódodo bí Sultan ṣe sọ, dúdú production kí ni yóò ti pé o. Kò sí bí mo ṣe lọ sọ́dọ̀ kábíyèsí ikú bàbá yèyé, kò sí mbẹ̀ o. Kò sí bí mo ṣe lọ sọ́dọ̀ Sultan of Sokoto, kò sí mbẹ̀ o. Kò sí bí mo ṣe lọ sọ́dọ̀ Emir of Kano, kò sí mbẹ̀ o. Àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n mo mọ̀ pé máa tún ṣe. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè, òun ló máa ń gbé ẹ̀dá ga. Ọlọ́run ló máa ń gbé ẹ̀dá ga. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè, òun ní kí gbogbo wa ká máa wojú ẹ̀. Ẹ fi ọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn sílẹ̀, Ọlọ́run ní kẹ́ wojú ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ló máa ń rán ènìyàn sí èèyàn láyé. Mo dúpẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run yan àwọn èèyàn rere mọ́ mi. Bàbá Ọbásanjọ́, àwọn náà ṣì ń bọ̀. Wọ́n máa wá bá wa torí àṣẹ ní nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe ń rọ̀lẹ́ yìí. Torí mo súnmọ́ wọn náà púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Bàbá dáadáa ni. Mo dẹ̀ mọ gbogbo ipa tí àwọn náà kó nípa bí Ọlọ́run ṣe gbé mi sí orí ìtẹ́. Ní bí ọ̀sẹ̀ bíi 6 sẹ́yìn, wọ́n wá bá mi ní Ifẹ̀. Wọ́n lò bí ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú, wọn sùn pẹ̀lú mi Ifẹ̀. Mo wá ní ó bá ti pé ọdún 5. Wọ́n ní ọdún 5 ti pé. Ó yà wọ́n lẹ́nu púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Wọ́n dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run wípé ẹ̀yin náà wo bí ìrìn àjò náà ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀. Nídìí èyí, Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ní ká máa fọpẹ́ fún, ká máa fìyìn fún. Bí mo dẹ̀ ṣe sọ, bí kábíyèsí ikú bàbá yèyé náà ṣe gbà mí nímọ̀ràn pé ní tí mo sọ yẹn ni kí n ra dúró lé o. Bàbá, mo gbádùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kí ifá fún mi yẹn, àwọn ẹsẹ̀ fá yẹn, ibi jẹ́ ti lọ fàyọ yẹn, kẹ́ ẹ máa fàyọ fún mi dáadáa o. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kẹ́ pẹ́ fún wa. Mo mọ̀ pé bàbá láàfin òtúrá lẹ̀ rí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Ẹ kú ìmọ̀ràn tẹ́ ń gbà mí lọ́tún lósì. Mo wá kí èyí tó ṣe pàtàkì jùlọ, ẹbí mi, gbogbo wọn náà ló wà ń bí. Mo kí bàbá ọba náà nípa àṣà wa àti ìṣe wa nílẹ̀ Káàárọ̀ Oòjíire, pàápàá jùlọ nífẹ̀ẹ́. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ni mo rí gbà. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn níbi ibi tán wà, torí wípé a ò lè máa ríra mọ́. Ó yọ Ọlọ́run, ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún aago. Wọ́n dúró. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n, àbúrò. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹbí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè fún gbogbo orí adé. Gbogbo wa náà la dẹ̀ mọ̀ tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Tẹ́ bá wo ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú Olúfọ́n, Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ò ní jẹ́ kí arírú ẹ̀ mọ́. Nǹkan burúkú ni. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á máa ṣàánú wa lọ́wọ́ agbénipa. Mo máa fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká dìde fún ìṣẹ́jú kan láti rántí ẹni tó lọ ní àná. Ó wà lára nǹkan tí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo tí wọ́n ṣe lè bá wa dá ara pọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run ló máa ṣọ́ gbogbo àwa tó kù láyé, torí pé àfọwọ́bà fi sílẹ̀ lọ ni. Kí Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè kó tẹ́ Olúfọ́n ti Ìfọ́n ní ìlú Ondo, kó tẹ́ sáfẹ́rẹ́ rere. Kí Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè kó bá mi tẹ́ wọn sí afẹ́fẹ́ rere. Ẹ ṣé, ẹ jókòó. Well, on this note, I want to thank the representatives of all the executive governors of southwestern Nigeria. I want to thank all the traditional rulers once again that are here, the representatives of Oba of Benin. I want to thank the well-wishers that are here, particularly our mother, our amiable and adorable mother, Chief Alaba Lawson. Very energetic, very amiable, and very on point. Mama of Edagamo, Mama Ekpefuao. His Eminence Sultan of Sokoto even acknowledged what you are doing. We are all associating with all the good works that you are doing. I greet all the elders of Ife. I greet all of you, all the traditional rulers that followed me from Ife. Thank you very much. I want to thank very special His Eminence Sultan of Sokoto. I will say something to each and every one of you today here. I am very close to him. I have very tremendous regards for him. But he's always chancing me. He likes to oppress me all the time. But I won't say it to the public what he normally calls me. But in the process of oppressing me, I have one thing that I'm also using to chance him too. And I actually learned from the best when it comes to diplomacy. If he doesn't hear from me, he will use first attack. Ever since I will have probably been calling him. And he will just say, I've been calling you all Nirisa. He wants to learn Yoruba by force. And I told him that we love you so much in Yoruba land. Let's give you one Amaria now. We call Amaria Olori. You know what he said? He said, Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́. I said, who is teaching you Yoruba like this? Well, by virtue of his training, he's been all over the country. He was a military man before he became Sultan of Sokoto. Very warm, very amiable, very approachable, very easygoing, simple, very charismatic in anything he does. And he's very passionate about unity of this country. On this note, I want to thank you for your effort in fostering the unity of our dear country. And that's one of the reasons why you are here today. You can see the mix of all of us that are here, and that's the beauty of our dear country. Anytime we're talking about the unity of this country, the togetherness, these royal fathers are always there to support government in anything we do. Another thing that I used to normally use as a weapon to chance Sultan is I have more energy than him. I know his limitation. He will say, you are a young man, you are just occupying a very ancient stool. So he's giving me what is called position of strength. He doesn't know that he's empowering me by calling me a young man. And I will tell him, I have more energy than you. Say, okay, go ahead and be doing this now. Really and truly, it's been a very wonderful 5 years working with you and other traditional rulers across the entire country. I thank you for coming. And once again, I want to apologize on behalf of all of us. They were at the airport for 1 hour, well over an hour, because of logistics of this event. We couldn't structure the whole thing out and the traffic that we all experienced along the road. But they are still very patient because they are going back today. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate you, your eminence. God continue to be with you, guide you, protect you in everything you do. I want to appreciate Serikin Kano too. You can see inborn royalty in him, the humility, and the way he carries the throne of his forebears. Serikin Kano is extremely close to the throne of Oduduwa. In fact, his own father, of blessed memory, has a permanent suit in that palace, and is aware of what I'm talking about. On that note, I'm upgrading that place for him because we are hosting him in a very big way very soon. Any moment from now, in a couple of days, he's coming back to his second home, as my second home too is Kano. So it's a relationship of a very long time. I want to thank you for coming. God bless you. God bless all the works of your hand. And God be with you on this throne. On a final note, I want to thank Odole Odua, Sir Adebutu Kesintin, for what you have been doing and your commitment that going forward, you will pick up all the bills of this anniversary. Please, a round of applause for him. But I want to appeal to him. This one that we are doing now, we still have bills. So please pick it from this event now. Don't wait for next year. We don't want next year to be too late. It's been wonderful. Oh. Odole Odua is building the biggest Yoruba Heritage Center for us in Ife right now. A beautiful round of applause for him. Where we are going to keep and archive what we are, who we are, and the family tree of the entire Yoruba race. We will keep everything there intact because we don't have a center like that. That is a rallying point for all of us. Also, I want to greet Omonoba, a worried thought. Thank you very much for sending representatives. God bless you all. God goes with you in everything you do. God will continue to be with you, guide and protect you all. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your cooperation over the last 5 years. God be with you. Thank you very much.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ pé kábíyèsí o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká pariwo kábíyèsí lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Kábíyèsí fún gbogbo wa nìyẹn, fún gbogbo alágbára ìlú yìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwa dúpẹ́. I say vote of thanks, but kábíyèsí is the Sultan, the Emir of Ilorin, today is represented.
On behalf of His Imperial Majesty, Ooni Adeyeye Babatunde Enitan Ogunwusi, I stand here to give the vote of thanks. I want to appreciate everybody for coming with the program. And of course, under the leadership of the 5th year coronation anniversary committee in person of Comrade Shola Lawal, I stand to give the vote of thanks. I will start by thanking God Almighty, who has made it a beautiful day for us and a beautiful outing like that. However, I want to appreciate a few people, everybody indeed, but I'll just mention a few names because Ooni himself has given the vote of thanks. However, I want to thank His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. As I also want to appreciate emirs here present, Emir of Kano. Please, you're going to pardon me if I don't have all the names with me. However, I want to thank all of you for coming. I want to thank all our Obas from Ife land. I want to say thank you for coming all the yellow days, our Sokos, the princes and princesses here in the hall. And of course, want to appreciate our father, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, who is a good friend to our father, Ooni of Ife. And of course, all the state governors here present and those that are representing them. Once again, specifically, Ooni of Ife sends his love to Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. And of course, I won't mention everybody's name. Oh, excuse me. People from the Oba of Benin want to say thank you for coming. But like I said, I'll be taking much of our time if I begin to mention everybody's name. However, I cannot but appreciate and thank my Vice Chancellor and Prof. Ogunbodede, the Vice Chancellor of the best university in Nigeria. Great Ife. And again, quickly, to our father, the royal host of today in person of Olubadan of Ibadan. Everybody, people go washing padà lọ sílé wa. Adélébáre o, Arìnàkórè o, Àkòyà ibi o. Ọlọ́run ò ní fi èyí ṣàṣepọ̀ fún wa. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí bàbá wa Olúbàdàn, aṣọ ẹ ṣé o, tẹ́ gbà wá lálejò. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you all.
Tinubu for his backing, for his support, for the success of this event, as well as all the Southwest governors, past and present, including Governor Aregbesola, is saying thank you. Kábíyèsí, Kábíyèsí.
Kábíyèsí, all invited guests here present. On behalf of Odua Investment Company, I thank all of you for gracing this occasion, and I wish all of you journey mercy back to your various destinations. May God Almighty Allah continue to bless you all. Thank you very much.
Kábíyèsí showing the world bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti tọrọ gáfárà. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gáfárà kìíní tí màá tọrọ pé ẹ gbà mí láyè láti ṣe àbùlà ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Kí n sọ òye kí n tún Yorùbá ìkíní gáfárà tọrọ lọ́wọ́ ròyìn ni wípé bẹ̀yìn àti àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe olùdarí ètò yìí. A builder of unity. Kò jẹ́ kí àníbí ní aago mọ́kànlá àbọ̀. Akọ̀wé tèmi tó kọ sínú kí n wà níbí láago 6 nírọ̀lẹ́ láti nípa ògo ilẹ̀ wa fún àwọn ọba àti nípa ọdún 5 tí ẹ ti ṣe lórí ìtẹ́. But because of the mix-up, I did not that I was actually expected to give a picture of total at it. However, to the 6 o'clock, and I was here by 6 o'clock. Kábíyèsí. Eré kìí ṣe fún lẹ́kì. Eré tí alẹ́ yìí ni pé ká gbádùn ara wa. Mi ò ní fi lẹ́kṣọ̀ bà ìgbádùn tí alẹ́ yìí jẹ́. Ṣùgbọ́n kábíyèsí ọjọ́ náà láti ẹ sọ fún mi pé ẹ ṣe àjọyọ̀ ọdún 5 mo lè ó ti pọ́dún 5. Kábíyèsí lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí adé apẹ́ lórí bàtà apẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ olórí aṣẹ́ẹ̀bí olórí tí ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣẹ́ẹ̀bí mo kí yín kú ewu. just briefly, this opportunity to correct some impression with some of our people and some, probably not our people, who believe that rulership in our land is undemocratic and it has no place in what they call modern day governance. They are wrong. They are very, very wrong. Yes, in the pre-colonial days and colonial days, our traditional rulers, to a large extent, and a great extent before the colonial days, and to some extent in the colonial days, they reigned and ruled with independence and the management of affairs by ourselves and the introduction of political governance. Things changed somehow. That does not mean that there is no role and vital role for traditional rule. And Kabesi, you have proved beyond every reasonable doubt that there is a very important role for traditional to play in modern day governance, a democratic Nigeria. What about the fact that the throne you took over, the throne over which you reign, you have modernized it. You have made it greater than you met it in every sense of the word. You have taken our culture, our tradition to a great height. And you have made our culture visible, not only in every part of Nigeria, but beyond the borders of Nigeria to all continents of the world, so to say. That to one great responsibility leadership in today Nigeria as custodians of our, they are not in school. And you are already looking, if you are worried about the issue of security wars tomorrow, in future, because those 14 million in school that are not in school, problem of tomorrow. They will be those that will, whatever name they will be, for 20 years from now. making the food for themselves. Wow. Kabiyesi, you have understood this, and the role you are playing in empowering the youth skill, empowering our youth.
You know, I told Kabiyesi, I want to show.
And they are all looking up to you. You have not failed them. And Kabiyesi, I will encourage you not to fail them. God will continue to give you the wherewithal to be able.
Mo mọ̀ pé bí la máa ti ṣe celebration yìí. Kábíyèsí, ṣé kí n sí láti fi síbẹ̀ yẹn sà?
Inspirational to our youth, to be a means of giving encouragement to our youth. And of course, talking about our youth, I will particularly talk about girls and the female gender. The tendency is normally to pay attention to the male gender and to ignore the female gender. If we do that, it will be that we are developing only 50% of the manpower or human power that we need for our development. So in paying attention to youth, it's important that we pay attention to both male and female. Kabiyesi. Then, what do we look forward to? We look forward to 10th anniversary, 15th anniversary, 20th anniversary, 25th anniversary, 30th anniversary, Kabiyesi up to 50th anniversary. Kabiyesi, the organizers of this ceremony, with your support, have thought it fit to invite me for the 5th anniversary. Let me remind them and those who will plan the 10th anniversary not to leave me out. If you leave me out, I will get crushed. Kabiyesi, if they leave me out for the 20th anniversary, I will get crushed. After the 20th anniversary, I will bow to you and say, leave me alone. Ade apẹ lórí, ata apẹ lẹ́sẹ̀, olórí iṣẹ́.
Ẹ bá mi wó bàbá wa látẹ̀wọ́ tó. Yóò di arúgbó kùjẹ́ kùjẹ́.
bí Ọlọ́run bá wá ṣògo rẹ̀ tólúwa rẹ̀ tó wọ 100 báyìí yóò di ìmọ̀lẹ̀. Mo mọ ibi tí bàbá ó wà ń gbà yẹn nígbà tí àkókò bá tó. Ẹ bá mi wo bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́wọ́ látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. We always appreciate your frankness. We appreciate the fact that you speak for a reason. You never speak without a reason. You think very deep. You assess the situation. And when you say it, even when they say no, eventually they will still come back to it, that this man has said the truth. He deserves yet another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Kí a tó ṣe ohun tí ó tún kàn, a tún ṣe kankan tó kàn. Kí ni yóò kàn kankan, ó tó kàn kan. Fún bí ìṣẹ́jú 5, a dá ẹ̀yin bàbá wa lára yá. Ó wà níbí báyìí. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ bá mi fi àyè.
Ẹ̀kẹ́jà Dìmúdà. Onírìṣà òní àmì lọ máa jàjà, ọ̀dà mi lọ máa jàjà, àwa mi lọ máa jàjà, ọba òfẹ́.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on Newspaper Review here on Biscon Television. I'm Favor Jagbe, and here with me is
Asokwa Victoria.
And together we will take you through the headlines of some of the major newspapers across the country. First off, we have the New Telegraph newspaper, and the first headline says, Cardoso, IMTO's funds remittances grossed $600 million last month. And you can read the rest of that story on page 3. FDIS, JP Morgan tips Nigeria on attracting investments. You can read that on page 8. No vacuum in leadership with Tinubu, Shettima out of country, according to the presidency, as vice president jets to Sweden for bilateral engagements. You can read that on pages 4 and 5. Representatives tackled Tinubu over delay in submitting 2025 budgets. Summoned Marwa as parents of boy killed by NDLEA. Operatives demand 2 billion naira. You can read that on pages 4 and 5. Customs seizes 10,000 arms, 114,929 ammunition in 20 major shipments. You can read the rest of that on page 6. Onwayawu wished Kanu would be released before his death. Ex-prelate. As Sanwo-Olu, Anyaku, others pay tribute to the late Ohanese president. You can read the rest of that on page 30. Boldly written it says, hardship. Reverse fuel cooking gas price hike now. Representatives tell federal government. Suggest temporary price relief measures. We're aware there's food crisis. Federal government working to end it soon, according to ministers. Labor, federal government keep mum over crucial meeting on fuel price hike, others. You can read all of that on pages 2, 3, 5, and 26. Now, fund to eliminate complex check-in procedures at airports. You can read the rest of that on page 3. Lagos state government approves 85,000 naira for civil servants as Obowerori orders immediate minimum wage payments. You can read the rest of that on page 5. Senate dismisses impeachment rumor against leadership. Confirms 21 RMAFC commissioners. You can read that on pages 2 and 3. Traditional rulers critical to national stability, according to the CDS. You can read that on page 4. AFCON qualifier fiasco. It's a lie. We didn't apologize to Libya. Federal government clarifies. CAF gives Libya ultimatum to reply to allegations as body meets next week. You can read that on page 31. 105 burned to death, 50 injured in Jigawa tanker explosion. Tinubu dispatches high-level delegation to scene to sanction those responsible for safety breach. Keep off tankers involved in accidents. Others. Lokbo Buri begs Nigeria. You can read that on pages 5, 6, 7, and 26. Standing more might increase circulatory issues, according to study. You can read that on pages 26, and that's all for the New Telegraph newspaper.
And now with me here, we have the Daily Trust newspaper. Senate investigates alleged plots to impeach Akpabio. You can read that on page 13. Reps to Tinubu transmit 2025 budget to NAS without further delay. You can read the rest of that on page 23. Lawmakers demand reversal of petrol price hike. You can read the rest of that on page 3. Jigawa tanker inferno. Grieving families recount incidents as over 120 buried. I lost 4 children, 5 Amajiba policemen among victims. NMA urges members to offer help. Tinubu, governors, speaker, others mourn. You can read the rest of that story on page 4. Shantima heads for Sweden as Nigerians await Tinubu's return. You can read the rest of that on page 3. Federal government deploys satellite to monitor terrorist bandits. You can read the rest of that on page 6. Sokoto begins sales of subsidized rice at 38,700 naira per bag. You can read the rest of that on page 7. Lagos announces 85,000 naira minimum wage for workers. You can read the rest of that on page 7. And that's all on the Daily Trust newspaper.
Moving on, we have the Punch newspaper. NNPC still sole Dangote petrol buyer, according to marketers. You can read that on page 33. Nigeria's high interest rates will stay for long, according to the World Bank. You can read that on page 37. PDP may postpone NEC meeting. Governors plot Damagum's exits. You can read that on page 2. CBN SEC sanctioned 10 banks for forex violations. You can read that on page 36. Fuel price hike. Representatives warn of unrest as federal government labor meeting deadlocked. Says government plans fresh meeting with union leaders as representatives demand petrol price review. You can read the rest of that on page 2. Tears as Jigawa buries 153 tanker explosion victims. Trucks burnt in Ogun. You can read that on pages 5 and 27. 25% of development levy for student loan, according to the federal government. You can read that on page 38. Ogun communities residents relocate as flood water rises. You can read that on page 4 and 5. And finally, for the Punch newspaper, Naira weakens at $1,705 to parallel markets. You can catch the rest of that on page 37.
And with me here, we have the Vanguard newspaper. We are addressing outstanding balance of forex backlog, according to CBN. You can read that on page 19. Federal government Labour agree on how to crash transport fares, food prices. You can read the rest of that on page 5. Tragedy in Jigawa. Petrol tanker explosion kills 147. You can read the rest of that on page 7. Sanwo-Olu, Nyoko, Oshoba, others eulogize late Iwonyao. You can read the rest of that on page 13. And that's all on the Vanguard newspaper.
Next with me is the Nation newspaper. Labour leaders, federal government meet in continuous engagements. You can read that on page 4. Minimum wage, Lagos fixes 85,000 naira, Delta 77,500. You can read that on page 3. Edo governor-elect raises the alarm over looting of government funds assets. You can read that on page 3. Oil magnate sues EFCC for unlawfully declaring him wanted. You can read that on page 6. Ondo 2024. I will deliver more projects, says Ayedatiwa. Makinde wrong calling for Rex removal. Governor spent 2.4 billion naira on meaningless projects. Nulge endorses governor. Senator woos voters. You can read all of that on page 5. Boldly written, it says, Plan captures credit for alternative energy. 3,000 CNG tricycles begin operation in Lagos. Imo government unveils 5 million cubic feet gas projects. You can read the rest of that on page 2. 100 Jigawa tanker explosion victims buried. Tinubu governors, others mourn horrific tragedy. You can read the rest of that on page 2 as well. Customs seizes 1.1 billion naira illicit drugs. You can read the rest of that on page 6. And finally, for the Nation newspaper, no leadership vacuum, says presidency. You can read the rest of that on page 4.
And now with me here we have the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Federal government meets NLC, TUC over 4 price hike. You can read the rest of that on page 5. It's all fake news. Akpabio debunks impeachment rumor. Others probe rumor unacceptable according to Adara Modo. Reps want reversal of cost of petrol, cooking gas. You can read that on page 4. Boldly written here, Jigawa petrol tanker explosion. Over 100 dead, more than 50 in hospital. Tinubu says negligent individuals will be held accountable. Akume leads federal government delegation to Maja town. You can read the rest of that on page 16. Ekiti Assembly endorses Oyebanji for second term. You can read that on page 4. Agbakoba, rights nurse, says AFCC is unconstitutionally established. You can read that on page 4. And lastly, on the Tribune newspaper, food prices may go higher in 2025 if farmers won. You can read that on page 4. And that's all on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper.
Now I have the This Day newspaper with me. Presidency. No vacuum in leadership even as Tinubu Shetima are out of country. Says all states organs functioning as expected. Vice President begins 2-day working visit to Sweden to strengthen ties with Nigeria. You can read that on page 5. I have absolute confidence in judiciary, Ighodalo declares over petition in Edo poll. You can read that on page 5. Federal government orders probe as 107 perish, 50 injured in petrol tanker crash in Jigawa state. Tinubu sends 5-man delegation to state. President Shetima, Buhari governors mourn. Mrs. Tinubu describes tragic incident as unfortunate. You can read that on page 5. Now, boldly written and the final headline for the This Day newspaper, it says, Cardoso, taming inflation is key priority. Dimon, Nigeria's tough decisions for growth. Shetima, federal government to adopt economic summit recommendations to drive reforms. Tinubu halted economic decline. Bagudu urges. World Bank's chief economist says failure of Tinubu's policies will set back reforms in Africa. Opines nation's economy at turning points. You can read that on page 5. And that's all for the This Day newspaper.
And finally with me, the Guardian newspaper. Opposition in disarray as internal crisis batter PDP, LP and NNPP. You can read the rest of that on page 6. Revert to old petrol price, reps tell presidency. You can read the rest of that on page 3. Senate probes impeachment rumor as presidency declares no leadership vacuum. You can read that on page 6. Nigeria lost 629 MT of crops to flooding in 2024, says FAO. You can read that on page 3. You need consistent policies to attract foreign capital, JP Morgan tells Nigeria. You can read that on page 23. 40 CSOs seek dismissal of governor's suit against EFCC NFIU. You can read that on page 5. Rivers lawmakers' functions insist INEC must conduct by-election. You can read that on page 8. And finally, on the Guardian newspaper, Atio Ohando blame host communities for oil theft, pipeline vandalism. You can read the rest of that on page 8. And that's all on the Guardian newspaper.
That's all for today on Newspaper Review. Thank you for joining us. We hope to see you next time.
Occasion like this, kábíyèsí mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín gidigidi. Torí ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yẹn, ó ní kékeré lòun ti mọ ìyálóde, irọ́ lòun pa òun ní kékeré. Èmi tí mo lè pé mo ti mọ̀ ní kékeré nìyí. Nígbà tí ìyálóde ti wà níwé léèwé lèmi ti mọ̀. Ìyálóde bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Ẹgbà méjì ò ní ara wọn níyàn. She has been exemplary from school. A very hard nut to crack. And as she was growing up, she was becoming harder and harder and harder. If Ìyálóde Alaba lọ sí opposes you in anything, you are finished. If she's with you in anything, you have succeeded. She is exemplary as a woman. In fact, she is one that will describe as she for he. Because obìnrin bí ọkùnrin ni. She's very formidable. And she has a very, very
a woman of
great, very great attribute. Hospitable, kind, thorough in everything that you give her to do. And she's a very good mother, not only of her own children. Maybe one thing people don't realize about her is that she's also an educationist. She has one of the best schools in Beirut. And some of the products of that school have become leaders in different walks of life in Nigeria. She is the first woman, first female national president of Nigeria Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, Agriculture, NASIMA, the first woman. And she got there by dint of hard work and commitment. Not only that, she didn't stop at the Nigerian level. She's gone to West African level. The first female president of Federation of West Africa Chamber of Commerce. Kabisi, you're honoring Yalode Alabalosi. Is honoring women in general. You're honoring her is honoring all of us from where she comes from. You're honoring her is giving encouragement to all who are aspiring to be like her. You're honoring her is the mark of your regard for the gender equality of within our community. Yalode Alabalosi. This Udua Amazing Award is presented to you in recognition of your contribution and leadership of women in Yoruba land.
Philip.
sí ìyá mi pàtàkì.
gbogbo yín ẹ̀dẹ̀ jókòó ẹ dìde ẹ jọ̀ọ́ àwọn orí adé nìkan máa yọ̀ǹda gbogbo wa la fẹ́ dàgbà la fẹ́ dògbó la fẹ́ gbélé ayé ṣe nǹkan rere oríire tó ju eléyìí lọ láyé yìí ò sí o ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta kó dúró kó dẹ̀ máa kà ń pa ntí ìyálóde alábálọ́sí ti gbélé ayé ṣe tani irú ẹ̀ òwú ń bí ẹni tí irú ẹ̀ òwú ń bí kó náwó sókè irú ẹ̀ wù mí o ó wù ọmọ mi ó wù àrọ́mọdọ́mọ mi torí a ti fi ìtàn a ti fi lọ́lẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ òní pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjìrì ọmọ tó hàn tí ì bí ó ń bọ̀ wá rí tá à ń ṣe gbogbo wa la máa gbélé ayé ṣe nǹkan rere o odidi ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ìyálóde alábálọ́sẹ̀ ẹ máa pa lọ ní o ẹ má dákẹ́ o ẹ máa pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn lọ ní o mi ò gbọ́ àtẹ́wọ́ yẹn dáadáa ẹ máa bá mi pa lọ torí wọ́n ti fi.
pàtàkì bẹ̀yẹ̀ lórí ọmọ ilà apẹlẹ lọ.
pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn lọ.
àlàbá ìyá mi.
pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn lọ.
ara kẹ́mọ̀jọ́.
kéde wa máa ṣàdúrà fúnra yín pàápàá jùlọ ẹ̀yin obìnrin tẹ̀ wá bí wípé lọ́jọ́ kan ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta á máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa èmi náà báyìí ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta á máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa èmi náà lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta á máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa èmi náà báyìí mo wá gbàdúrà fún yín ìyá gẹ́gẹ́ bí àròlé Oòduà ìtàn tẹ́ fi lọ́lẹ̀ lẹ́nu àwọn ọmọdé wọn bá ń bẹ̀ ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àbá wa dúró tì í gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ti ṣe ní rere kò ní dìbàjẹ́ inú mi dùn ayọ̀ mi kún bàbá ẹ ṣe tẹ pọ́n wálé tẹ wálé ní ẹ̀yin náà wọ́n ní ẹnu àgbà lóbi ti gbó ẹnu yín náà ní irú ẹ̀ ti máa gbó torí ẹ̀kọ́ la fẹ́ fi máa kọ́ àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ní ọjọ́ iwájú nípa yín ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ló máa rántí àwọn akíkanjú obìnrin ẹ̀fúnṣetán aníwúrà Tinubu àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ìyálóde alábálọ́sì àwọn náà ti fi ìtàn rere lọ́lẹ̀ ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Congratulations.
àti dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìyálóde ìyá mi àlàbá ara kẹ́mọ̀jọ́ lọ́kọ̀ mú àdúgbò kan ọmọ orí àṣekà ìrẹ̀dọ̀ lọ́sàn-án wọn ò nílò parí lọ ọmọ olúmọ ẹgbẹ́ aláké wọn ò dákọ̀ bọ́kọ̀ dúró.
bàtà pẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ á pọ̀ sí lọ́wọ́ ọba ìgbà ọdún kan ni. àṣẹ. To me, it's a historical day in my life. Kábíyèsí, your 5th anniversary is celebrating me. I want to say a big thank you. A big thank you. A big thank you. And this award is for the whole womanhood race in Yoruba land. And those of them in diaspora as well. Because you have really, really made me proud that I still want to do more. I've done little in my life. In the last 70 years I've been on ground. So I want to say a big thank you to you. And the Lord shall uphold you. Jehovah shall make you greater than the Onis that have been. Amen. And I know with him all things are possible. Kábíyèsí, pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ fún wa. Àṣẹ. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ojú aláǹtẹ̀tẹ̀ Èkìtì rí ewu títí àgbébọ̀ adìẹ Èkìtì gbélé rí ewu àwòdì. Kábíyèsí, you will continue to enjoy the great and faithfulness of Jehovah God. Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What can I say than just to say thank you? God bless you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Kábíyèsí ní kí gbogbo wa yẹ ìyálóde sí kí apàtẹ́wọ́ fún ọ kí adẹ́gbàdúrà fún ọ pé kí Ọlọ́run bá aṣọ wọn délé. Your hands please together for ìyálóde of the world. The first prestigious position as the first female president. That is not small at all. Kábíyèsí, ẹ ṣe gan ni sir. Now, hear me. Go ahead, please.
Baba, baby, ìfẹ́ òye, ẹ̀jígì. Ìfẹ́ òye, ẹ̀jígì. Ẹ̀jígì ní ẹgbẹ́ ìfẹ́gà. Olórí ayé ìfẹ́ òye. Àmúra láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ síwájú. Olúwa ló máa rán aṣọ. Torí ilé Ifẹ̀ ní orírun ayé. Ìlú Oòduà, bàbá Yorùbá. Èdùmàrè tó dá wa sífẹ̀. Ó má ṣe bàbẹ̀ jẹ́ mọ́ wa lórí. Olúwa kò bá wa ṣe. Ọ̀yá Ifẹ̀ òye, Àjígìrì. Àjígìrì ní kí ẹgbẹ́ ìfẹ́ dá. Kábíyèsí, olórí ayé Ifẹ̀ òye. Àmúra láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ síwájú. Ọ̀la ìfẹ́ onílé iná. Oòduà àwẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjagun. Ọ̀kan lẹ́yìn ìwé ìrúmọlẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ balẹ̀ ìṣọ́. Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní orírun ayé. Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní orírun ayé ń sẹ́. Ìlú Oòduà, bàbá Yorùbá. Èdùmàrè tó dá wa sífẹ̀. Ó má ṣe bàbá jẹ́ mọ́ wa lórí. Ilé Oòduà, Ifẹ̀ ló wà. Ọ̀pá ọ̀rọ̀yàn. Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní Odìmọ̀rè ní. Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ará ẹ̀ka rẹ̀ fẹ̀ òṣèré. Ó ti yẹ Ifẹ̀ òye, ẹ̀jìgìrì. Ẹ̀jìgìrì jẹ́ pé ilé náà. Olórí ayé Ifẹ̀ òye. Àmúra láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ síwájú. Olúwa ló máa ṣe. Ẹ̀yin àbọ̀ ti sọ wípé gbogbo lọ́balọ́ba tó bẹ ní pátá ni wọ́n fi sí. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú. Kábíyèsí, His Royal Majesty, Ọba Aláyàdé. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú. His Royal Majesty, àwọn ṣe mọ̀. Olú gbogbo tábàkì
Of excitement. Permit me to acknowledge the presence once again. I did that in the afternoon, but I can always do that over and over again of one man that we are so proud of in this industry. This is one man that is blazing the trail. He put together the documentary that we saw earlier on today. There's a likelihood that we'll see it again tonight. That is one documentary that we can show the world that we have such. But for now, I've got a liner of Africa to perform for the next few minutes, all the way from Ghana and of course Ibadan. But she's a daughter of Ife. Kabiyesi's, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome beautiful, charming, radiant, talented, creative Elana of Africa.
A woman of substance that is appreciated within and outside the shores of this country.
shikuna haushi mure susure ku hanafushi mukoma baya mantada melefi Shenjuna Bayede Masala. Wanna see Hutus and Zulus, Fulani, Conakry, Yoruba, Jula, Eritrean, Libyan, Dukamu, Mushiria. Nida Kaikeda, Nimu, Taimaka. Ha! One love, one love, one love, oh, one love. One love, one love, one love, oh, one love. Bring us all together. Oh, one love, bring us all together. One love, one love, one love, oh, one love. One love, one love, one love, oh, one love. Bring us all together. Oh, one love, bring us all together. Africa united, Kwame Nkrumah. Give me the voice of the great Nelson Mandela. Energy of hope like Thomas Sankara. Resilient, defiant like Baba Fela. Osachore Chimachebe Siketure. Patrick Lumumba, Gaddafi, Haile Selassie. African unity is all that I see. If you know that we are one family and you throw them stones just to hurt me, don't forget one day when you need me. Turn around, what you see, be burn bridges. So one love, bring us all together. One love, one love, one love, oh, one love. One love, one love, one love, oh, one love. Bring us all together. Oh, one love, bring us all together. Thank you very much. Bless you.
America, love, but please show me some love. Show me some love, Elena. Show me some love. One love. You're that one. Only between you know my day.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Aki gbogbo lọ́ba lọ́ba ìjòyè ọmọdé àti àgbà ní àṣálẹ́. Inú mi dùn pàtàkì. A man that has been, not even a man, I call him the Onirisha himself. His Imperial Majesty. A man that loves me, a king that loves me with so much love and depth. Kábíyèsí. Kábíyèsí. We are speaking spiritually. Kábíyèsí, we are communicating spiritually. For those of you that don't know, I am the official prophet of the Oni of Ife. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mọ̀, Kábíyèsí, màá sọ àwọn àṣírí kan láṣálẹ́. That's why I'm here to celebrate with you. Bàbá dáadáa ló jókòó yẹn. Kábíyèsí, nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ṣe láṣálẹ́ mi ò ṣe rí in my ministerial appointment. Mo ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìránṣẹ́ fún 20 years. The first person tó sọ fún Kábíyèsí pé wọ́n máa jẹ ọba 10 years ago lórí òkè kejì alákejì èmi ni. Kábíyèsí nìyẹn ẹ ti rí Kábíyèsí ti ń mì. You know, I told you that day when you came to meet me. Mo ní Kábíyèsí kí ni mo rí lórí yín adé. And I told him 10 years ago, and can you see what is happening now? Má fi ọ̀rọ̀ mi ṣe àwàdà. Tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá jáde. Oh, nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ wí Kábíyèsí, I'm not seeing something. Tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá jáde. Kábíyèsí, I want to show how much I love you. Mo mọ̀ pé bí la máa ti ṣe celebration yìí. Gbogbo èèyàn ṣé kí n ṣe. Kábíyèsí, mo fẹ́ swim láti ibi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, ṣé kí n máa bọ̀? Oh God Almighty. Kábíyèsí, people want to dare the power I carry. Kábíyèsí, ṣé kí n swim láti ibi sí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn sà? kí lè wí kábíyèsí kábíyèsí ṣé kí n máa bọ̀ kábíyèsí understand me o let me tell you something kì í ṣe pé mi ò lè swim ẹ̀rù ọba mi mọ nǹkan tí mo gbé mi ní wòlíì àrólé kì í ṣe pé mi ò lè swim ṣùgbọ́n àwọn màá mi kan wà ń bí àwọn gangan lọ lomi inú mẹ́ta ni wọ́n ti ọ̀dà ẹja. I love the king so much. I don't know why. But mo rí ìran kan lẹ́ni sà màá bọ́ bàtà sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ mi ń bọ́ normal o. Ẹni tí mo bọ́ bàtà fún láti mo gbàdúrà fún Amẹ́ríkà ló wà wọ́n kọ́ deport yẹn. Microphone yẹn fẹ́ shock. Kábíyèsí kò tó yẹn náà àwàdà là ń ṣe ẹ̀dẹ̀ sáré go mẹ́ta you know why I don't like taking picture with kábíyèsí again kábíyèsí ẹ rántí I ya picture ní Oriental Hotel mo dúró sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín ìgbà tó máa fi picture mi èmi nìkan mo ríra mi ẹ̀ sí ń bẹ̀ mọ́ we took another picture cameraman yẹn no is the Canon camera ẹ rántí kábíyèsí rẹ́rìn pé ọmọdé òmùgọ̀ pè lẹ́fọ̀ọ́ nígbà tó máa ya picture kejì ẹ̀yin show èmi show àrí cameraman àti camera so you don't joke with a man that is kind trust me you don't joke kábíyèsí knows a lot about my life history ní generation mi I will be the first ever. Timbada ti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ kó pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ọtọ́ lọ́run ṣe nu ayé mi he knows I will be the first ever in our generation ìran kìíní ìran kejì ìran kẹta ìran kẹrin to ever travel by air in a plane ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Jésù bóyá ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ò yé ẹ I'm the first to travel by air in a plane àwọn kan máa ń fò by air. Wọ́n lo plane wọ́n lè lọ bí 12:30 wọ́n á dé airport in pass 1. Kábíyèsí this is my before the musician guy start this is my okay there is still time this is my humble request mazaziza arábìnrin kan wà nínú congregation ìgbọ́ ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi ń bí onírísì ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi ń bí báyìí. Rabazanda ọ̀rọ̀ fẹ́ jáde ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi ń bí where is Kẹ́mi ọ̀rọ̀ wà fún ẹ ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi obìnrin ni ẹ ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi Kẹ́mi yóò tí ì márì ta ló ń jẹ́ Kẹ́mi ọ̀ǹda Kẹ́mi dìde rados sún síwájú díẹ̀. Aha, Gela dancer. Kẹ́mi, from which state? Ọ̀ṣun state. Bí mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú kábíyèsí, mo ríran ráńpẹ́ kan sí ẹ. Ayaziza, Igalo. Èdè ní dárí kábíyèsí, èdè tuntun ni mo ṣe gẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹni. Igalo, Montari. Ó wà nú ẹ̀mí yàrìyàrì. Kẹ́mi, are you in a relationship? And to date last, ṣé wọ́n ló fi lẹ̀ àbò fi ẹ lẹ̀? Ẹ jọ fira yín lẹ̀. Kẹ́mi, 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 gbọ́n tẹ́mi wí Kẹ́mi. Kẹ́mi, Kẹ́mi, ṣé o lè Kẹ́mi? Kábíyèsí, can I proceed, sir? Kẹ́mi, come here. Wá, here. Ìran yẹn clear. Ọmọ ológo lọmọ yìí. Kábíyèsí jẹ́jẹ́ rán mi mo jẹ́, kò sí ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀. Aha. Mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Barazanda. Which state are you from again?
Osun State.
Ọ̀ṣun. Níbo l'Ọ̀ṣun?
Iléṣà.
Òjèṣà lórí. Ayaza kada. Are you planning to enter a relationship? Only got him. Are you planning?
Yes.
Have you seen a prospect?
Not yet.
Are you seeing now?
I think so.
Ṣé ẹ gbọ́? Bàbá ẹ̀ wèrè. No, Kemi, come close. I feel led. It is on real occasion. I feel led. Tí mi ò bá rí leading mi ò ń ṣe o. Ṣé Ìbàdàn ló ń gbé? Sáìdì bó ń lù yìí.